Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laoniao.
Chapter 773 New Style Schooner. Just like that, the guns and cannons that Marin presented to the Ming dynasty to help China strengthen its army because of the Chinese soul were put into the warehouse to gather dust because of the personal prejudice of a certain senior official. As for the vassal state qualifications and tribute trade, they were even more invisible. It was also Marin's bad luck. After all, the tribute trade he wanted happened to be in charge of the Ministry of Rights. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. Marin happened to run into the muzzle of the relevant department, and he could only admit that he was unlucky. If this batch of guns and cannons were sent directly to the naughty boy Zhu Hozhao, things might have turned around. After all, the naughty boy Zhu Hozhao was a warmonger and loved weapons the most. Unfortunately, after this batch of guns and cannons were sent to the capital, they went directly into the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights and there was no chance to take them out. So, the naughty boy Zhu Hozhao naturally didn't know about it. If Marin knew that this batch of advanced guns and cannons were thrown into the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights as scrap copper and iron, he would definitely be so angry that he would spit out blood, and then he would come all the way to find Mao Cheng to PK. Of course, Marin didn't know what happened in the Ming dynasty. After all, there was no internet and telegraph to transmit the news back to Europe in time. Not to mention that he didn't know now, even if Columbus's fleet returned, he wouldn't know. Because Columbus's fleet didn't know about the Ming dynasty after they left Guangzhou. At this moment, Columbus's fleet was heading south on the South China Sea. With a full ship of goods, Columbus and Conti and others went back with an explanation, and they also made contributions. Shortly after Marin came up with the awesome Chinese name Ma Yun for Felice's second child, good news suddenly came from the Emden shipyard: the steering wheel was successfully developed. Upon hearing this good news, Marin immediately rode his horse to Emden and came to the military shipyard north of Emden to visit the newly developed steering wheel on site. The top part of the steering wheel, that is, the part that can be turned by hand, is similar to the steering wheel of later generations. After all, Marin drew the pattern for those craftsmen. The lower part is made of a series of bronze gears and transmission rods made of copper bars. When steering is required, the sailor turns the steering wheel, drives the multiple gears below, drives the copper rod, and uses the lever principle to turn the underwater balance rudder. Then, under the action of the balance rudder, the ship completes the steering. However, this steering wheel system did not meet Marin's requirement of one person can easily complete the steering. After testing, this steering wheel system requires a sailor with great strength to complete the rotation. Or, it takes two strong sailors to complete the steering wheel at high speed. But in any case, this new steering wheel system is much better than the old straight rudder bar. Moreover, the old straight rudder bar can turn the rudder at most 5 degrees. The new steering wheel system can turn the rudder 30 degrees. This greatly increases the speed of the ship steering and enhances the flexibility of the ship. Therefore, Marin was generous in rewarding each craftsman who participated in the research with 1,000 gold coins to reward their contributions. However, Marin also said that the steering wheel system can actually be improved, so that the steering wheel can complete the steering operation by one person. If these craftsmen can improve the steering wheel so that one person can operate it, then Marin promised that he would also reward each person with a huge bonus of 1,000 gold coins. In addition to the development of the steering wheel system, the operation of the upper edge girder sail was also very skilled by the old sailors. After all, during this period, old sailors often drove ships with upper edge girder sails to sea to explore the control method of the upper edge girder sails. Now, those old sailors have almost figured it out. For this, they also received rewards from Marin. Although not as much as those craftsmen, it was enough to surprise those old sailors. After all, in Europe, the status of sailors is far from being comparable to that of craftsmen. Strictly speaking, craftsmen, especially powerful craftsmen, are called masters and respected very much. And sailors. Except for the captains and first mates, who cares about you, a humble sailor? Everyone knows that Columbus discovered America, and perhaps some people also know Columbus's adjutant or first mate. But who knows the name of every sailor who followed Columbus to discover America? Therefore, sailors are humble, and master craftsmen are noble. To reward the master craftsman, Marin needs to give each person 1,000 gold coins. In fact, this is also a heavy reward. For those old sailors, dozens of gold coins each can be easily sent away, and those sailors will be grateful. Seeing that the research and development and testing of both sides are basically completed, Marin decided to let the craftsmen combine the two advanced technologies of steering wheel and upper edge gaff sail into one ship. In the end, the R&D team used a 250-level armed merchant ship as the mothership and converted a two-masted schooner. However, many problems were found during the modification process. Among them, the most important problem is that the upper edge gaff sail cannot be made very high. Why? Because the quality of the current canvas material is average. If it is made too high and too large, after raising the sail, it is easy to cause the sail to tear because it cannot withstand the huge pressure. In addition, if the sail is too long and too high, when the sail is raised, the upper edge of the triangular sail will tear because it cannot bear the weight of the upper edge girder and the main sail below. After all, the canvas of this era is mainly linen, which can only bear limited force. If the tension exceeds this range, the sail will be torn and damaged. In this way, after several failures, the shipbuilders finally came to a conclusion that the upper edge girder sail can only be used for medium-sized ships such as 250-class armed merchant ships. For larger ships, it cannot be used. Because, if the sail is made higher, it is easy to tear. Marin was speechless. At the same time, he also remembered that the sails of later generations can make such large soft sails because they widely use high-quality tensile materials such as strong nylon or sisal. Now European sails are mainly made of linen, and the strength is inevitably insufficient. If the sails are hung on the upper beam like the old-fashioned square-rigged ships, it would be fine. If Marin did it, and it went up from the bottom, because it needed to drag the upper edge girder and a series of copper rings, it would need a greater ability to withstand tension. Otherwise, if you are not careful, it will be torn apart with a sizzle sound. Therefore, Marin needs to use a stronger material to make the upper edge girder sail. Marin can forget about strong nylon, which is a product of modern petrochemicals. Not to mention that Marin does not understand petrochemicals. Even if he does, he cannot make strong nylon without large-scale chemical equipment that is resistant to corrosion and high pressure. However, sisal can be obtained under certain conditions. At present, sisal seems to be still in the desert area north of Mexico with cacti. As long as Marin sends people to Mexico to look for it, he can find sisal. After all, the appearance characteristics of sisal are too obvious, and you can easily recognize it as soon as you see it. As long as you find sisal and promote its cultivation. Then, the sails made of sisal fiber, which are high in strength, high in toughness, and very resistant to seawater corrosion, should be able to be made higher and longer. Once the sails are made higher, their area will naturally be larger, and their ability to utilize wind power will naturally be stronger. In addition, sisal is also an excellent material for making seagoing ship cables. Even in later generations, most of the cables that tied the anchors were made of sisal fibers. It is conceivable that the cables that can tie up the 1,000-ton and 10,000-ton ships of later generations have such strong tensile strength. The tensile strength of the canvas made of this fiber must be far greater than that of the canvas made of flax. But before obtaining sisal, Marin could only make do with the relatively short upper edge girder sail. This short upper edge girder sail can only drive a small wooden boat of about 200 tons. For a larger one, like a 500-ton warship, it is a little difficult to drive. Of course, it is not to say that it cannot be driven at all, but even if it can be driven, the speed will definitely not be fast. And if it drives a small boat of about 200 tons, it can barely play the role of the sail, so that the ship can only reach a certain speed. However, for now, it is enough for Marin to use this 250-ton armed merchant ship with an upper edge girder sail. With the addition of a new steering wheel system, a new type of two-masted schooner was created. This type of ship not only has a strong ability to catch the wind, but is also easy to turn. It is very flexible on the sea. In particular, this flexible schooner is very suitable for sailing north-south along the coast of America, making it easier for Marin to control the American colonies. Chapter 774 The direction of using the new schooner. In his previous life, Marin was on the forum and had seen this set of data. Downwind, the efficiency of the fore and aft sail, using wind power, was 65%, and the cross sail was 85%, against the wind. The efficiency of the fore and aft sail was 45%, and the cross sail was 25%, against the wind. The efficiency of the fore and aft sail was 62.5%, and the cross sail was 62.5%, that is, downwind, the cross sail was 30% more efficient than the fore and aft sail. But against the wind, the fore and aft sail was 80% more efficient than the cross sail. When the wind came from the side, that is, the cross wind, the two sails had the same efficiency. Now, cross sails are mainly popular on European ships. If you use cross sails, it only takes a little more than a month to return to Emden Port from New York in North America because of the downwind and the North Atlantic warm current. And from Emden to New York, it takes more than 3 months because of the headwind and the current. However, if you change to a schooner, the efficiency of the fore and aft sail is 80% higher than the cross sail when against the wind, and the speed is naturally much faster. It used to take more than 3 months to get from Emden to New York, but now it is estimated that it will take more than a month and a half to reach New York. In this way, a lot of time is saved. Of course, under the command of Marin, the ship still prepared a crossbar for the cross sail and a spare cross sail. In this way, when the downwind time is long, such as returning home from New York, the crossbar is hung and the cross sail is mainly used. If the wind is mainly against the wind or the wind direction needs to be changed frequently, such as long-distance voyages from north to south, the crossbar is removed and the upper edge slants are raised to make full use of the wind from all directions. In this way, the ship has the ability to cope with the characteristics of different wind belts and sea areas. However, in the summer when strong storms are prone to occur, the upper edge slants are still mainly used. Why? Because this kind of sail is easy to raise and lower. Once a big storm occurs, the sail can be lowered quickly and in time to avoid the storm. In fact, in ancient times, if a Western-style square sailing ship suddenly encountered a storm, the probability of an accident was much higher than that of a Chinese sailing ship. Because it is very troublesome to retract the sails of a Western-style square sailing ship, and the sailors need to climb up the mast and retract the sails from the bottom up. But storms often come very quickly, and sailors sometimes encounter storms before they have time to climb up the mast. In a storm, the larger the sail, the stronger the storm. The cross sail has such a large area that it is easy to be swept by the storm, causing the ship and sailboat to be wrecked. Moreover, when a storm comes, it is often accompanied by heavy rain. Once it rains, the mast will become slippery. At that time, even if the sailor climbs the mast, it is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall from the high mast and get injured or even die. The Chinese sailboat is different, because the hard sail is raised in a similar way to raising the national flag. Therefore, if you encounter a storm, just let the sailor open the slipknot and put down the sail. Even in an emergency, you can cut the rope with a knife, and the hard sail will automatically come down. As long as the sail does not continue to open during the storm, the chance of the ship avoiding the storm is greatly increased. Of course, superstorms such as typhoons and hurricanes are excluded. The upper edge girder sail that Marin asked people to make is also similar to raising the national flag, raising the sail together with the upper edge girder. When encountering a storm, the sailor can just untie the rope under the mast and lower the sail. Even, it is possible to cut the rope with a knife like the Chinese sail. Therefore, the ability of a schooner to resist a storm is much stronger than that of a square-rigged sailing ship. As for the reason why several of the later schooner ships, upper edge girder shearing ships, sank out of 10, it was because the speed of that kind of ship was too fast, so fast that there was no time to react. It can be seen that most of those sailing ships sank after encountering a storm and hitting a reef. In addition, those schooner ships were too long, often more than 100 meters long. Even if people ran from the stern to the stern with all their strength, it would take more than 10 to 20 seconds, not to mention that the situation at the bow was transmitted back to the stern in time. And half of the avoidance of reefs was observed by the observer at the bow, and then relayed by shouting. But in general, the rudder and steering wheel are at the stern, and the captain is also in the captain's room above the stern. It takes a while for the captain to know what happened in front of the bow without a walkie-talkie at a distance of more than 100 meters. However, the clipper is so fast that the captain does not have time to react. In addition, it takes a while to transmit the warning from the bow of more than 100 meters to the stern. Often, the captain needs to command the sailors to turn the steering wheel again after receiving the report from the front. But a few delays can be fatal. Moreover, the clipper is too thin, with a length-to-width ratio of more than 6 to 1. In addition, those schooner clippers often have 6 or 7 masts. It is too exciting to sail on the sea, and it is inevitable to shake left and right. In such an exciting situation, the observer standing on the bow is often dizzy from the bumps and inevitably makes mistakes. Of course, that is the case of the clipper. The hull of the two-masted schooner that Marin made is just that of an ordinary galleon. It is not fast and has few masts. When encountering something, it is easy to react and not to be too late to avoid the reef. This new type of schooner uses the second-generation hull of the Type 250 armed merchant ship. The so-called second-generation hull of the Type 250 armed merchant ship means that the hull has been improved, and the length-to-width ratio has been increased from the original 3.5 to 1 to the later galleon standard of 4 to 1. The first 20 Type 250 armed merchant ships of the North Sea Kingdom are old-style hulls, all of which use a length-to-width ratio of 3.5 to 1. But starting from the 21st ship, a length-to-width ratio of 4 to 1 was fully used. The Type 250 armed merchant ship with a length-to-width ratio of 4:1 is also known as the second-generation hull. After the transformation, the maximum speed of the second-generation Type 250 armed merchant ship was finally increased from 8 or 9 knots to 10 knots, reaching the normal standard of the galleon. The new type of schooner that was transformed this time also uses the second-generation hull of the Type 250 armed merchant ship, which is more flexible. Because of the superior strong wind capability of the new schooner, and because Marin had several colonies in America, such a fast and flexible schooner was very much needed to communicate with several colonies in America. Therefore, Marin decided to transform 20 new schooners, which were specially used for communication and transportation between several American colonies. Today, the total number of 250 class armed merchant ships in the North Sea has reached 46. Among them, 20 are old hulls and 26 are second-generation hulls. Those used for transformation into new schooners are naturally all 250 class armed merchant ships with second-generation hulls. In fact, although this type of sailing ship can use the method of alternating between cross sails and longitudinal sails. However, Marin did not intend to do so. Why? Because of manpower problems. After testing, the craftsmen of the North Sea were surprised to find that if a schooner was used, the entire ship only needed 10 sailors to operate smoothly. This is because the captain's room needs 2 sailors to turn the steering wheel, and it needs to be replaced. If the steering wheel is improved to be more labor-saving, it will be no problem to reduce the number of sailors on the ship to 8. But if we switch back to square sails, it will require a lot of manpower. Although it is only a 2-masted ship, it requires more than 30 sailors. With this calculation, if square sails are used, the same hull will require 3 times more sailors. It is not economical. To be honest, although Marin does not have many ships now, America is actively cutting down trees for reserves. Then, tung trees and lacquer trees are also being introduced. When tung oil and raw lacquer are in sufficient supply in the future, the shipbuilding industry will begin to soar. With so many ships launched, the number of sailors may not be enough. Therefore, if a single-mode 2-masted sail is adopted, most of the sailors can be saved. In this way, Marin can arrange the saved sailors to warships that need more manpower. After all, naval warfare requires enough manpower. A single naval gun requires 5 to 10 people to operate. Moreover, the warship is the one that can truly maintain sea power. Only when there are more warships can sea power be fully maintained. Moreover, Marin has basically controlled England through means. This is a country that is rich in pirates in later generations. Even the pirate kingdom is under his control, so Marin is even less worried about being threatened at sea. As for France, Marin will try his best to find trouble for them on land, so that the French will focus on fighting on the main land. In addition, if they really dare to go to America to grab food, Marin doesn't mind getting some British pirates to kill all the people on the French ship. As for Spain and Portugal, Marin also arranged for Venice to fight with them. Venice's national strength is already strong, and if the Suez Canal is drilled, it will definitely compete fiercely with Spain and Portugal in the Indian Ocean in the future. At that time, Marin only needs to fan the flames and support whoever is weak, and ensure that the 3 major maritime powers are exhausted. Thinking of this, Marin suddenly began to hesitate about the use of this new type of schooner. Why hesitate? Afraid that others would learn it. This new type of sailing ship only needs 10 sailors to operate it. If it is learned by France, which lacks sailors, it will definitely greatly promote the French sailing industry. Therefore, Marin finally decided to use this new type of sailing ship only in America. At least, he had to wait until he dominated the sea and was not afraid of challenges from other countries before he could bring it back to Europe for use. However, the steering wheel can be applied to every sailing ship. Of course, the steering wheel system must also be kept secret. When installing, we will also pay attention to covering it with a shell as much as possible to prevent outsiders from easily observing it. Let the ships of other countries continue to use the straight rudder that requires 4 strong men to turn. For our own ships, we use the steering wheel that can be turned by 2 ordinary strong men. Moreover, the steering wheel will continue to be improved until it can be moved by 1 sailor. Because the new type of schooner will be mainly used in America in the future, and as far as the current situation is concerned, it is mainly used in North America. Therefore, Marin decided to name this new type of schooner North American schooner. At the same time, all the old sailors who are good at operating the upper edge of the gaff sail, as well as the craftsmen who participated in the research and development and improvement, will be sent to the American colonies by Marin to prevent them from staying in Europe and causing leaks. Chapter 7 75 Reasons for Going Abroad. Speaking of the improvement of the steering wheel, Marin remembered that it seemed that the steering wheel of later generations was composed of ropes and pulleys. Through the application of pulleys, it is much easier to turn the steering wheel. After all, the movable pulley can save half the effort. But the problem is here. It's not that Marin can't think of using a movable pulley to save effort. However, Marin doesn't have a suitable rope. The rudder, balance rudder, is underwater, and the seawater is very corrosive. The balance rudder made of oak is okay and relatively corrosion resistant. But ordinary ropes are not resistant to seawater at all. Because the ropes used for navigation now are mostly linen ropes in Europe. Even the canvas of the sails is made of linen. But although flax has good corrosion resistance, it is not very resistant to seawater. Because of this, during the Age of Discovery, people discovered sisal in the 18th century and replaced flax with sisal as a cable for navigation. The steering wheel was also invented in the 18th century, and it was about the same as the application era of sisal. In the absence of rubber and nylon, sisal is obviously Marin's only choice. In fact, even with rubber and nylon, the later maritime industry still used sisal fiber as a cable material. Therefore, the combined properties of sisal fiber such as corrosion resistance and tensile strength are better than rubber and strong nylon. In particular, part of the rope of the steering wheel is always soaked in seawater. If the seawater corrosion resistance is not enough, it is obviously not acceptable. What's more, when Marin was working on the upper edge girder sail, he found that the upper edge girder sail made of flax could not be made high and large enough due to insufficient tensile strength. Therefore, sisal is necessary whether it is used to make cables or sails for navigation. For this reason, Marin specially sent a ship to the Havana colony in Cuba and ordered the Havana governor Terra to try to conduct all-round trade with the Mexicans to obtain sisal seeds. Then, find a place to plant a large amount of sisal fibers to make sailing cables and high-end sails. Marin clearly remembers that the Philippines in the future seems to be an important sisal-producing country. Tanzania also seems to be a major sisal producer. Sisal is drought-resistant and salt-resistant, but the Philippines is a country with abundant rainfall. Therefore, the place where sisal is suitable for planting seems to be a tropical area with good drainage and humidity. As long as there is sisal fiber, Marin can make a labor-saving steering wheel system made of pulleys and anti-corrosion cables. At that time, only one sailor will be needed to operate the steering wheel, without two people turning it together. In this way, manpower is saved. In addition, a large amount of copper can be left. After all, copper is so expensive now. The current steering wheel system composed of gears and copper sticks has a very high manufacturing cost. As time goes by, it is February. Seeing that spring plowing is about to begin, both Marin's Grand Duchy of the North Sea and Charles II's Duchy of Guedes have begun to actively prepare for war. The Duchy of Guedes wants to send troops to the Duchy of Brabant to rescue the 17,000 Swiss mercenaries. Marin plans to send 20,000 main forces to accept the employment of John II of the Convention of Cliff in the name of mercenaries. Seeing that Marin had no sign of going abroad, Charles II, the Duchy of Guedes, was a little anxious. So he sent someone to ask when Marin would go abroad. In fact, after hearing that Sweden had deprived Marin of half of his shares in the French copper mine, Charles II, the Duke of Guedes, was very excited. He thought that Marin, a warmonger, would definitely be dissatisfied with his interests being damaged. Maybe Marin would gather a large army and go to Northern Europe to fight Sweden to regain his own interests. However, Charles II did not expect that Marin had only issued a painless protest statement and there was no sign of sending troops. This made Charles II a little anxious. If Marin really went to war with Sweden in anger, then Charles II could rest assured to raid the concentration camp in Brabant. After all, Marin took the main force to fight in Northern Europe. By then, Charles II would be in trouble in the Netherlands, and Marin would be unable to rescue him. Unfortunately, Marin ignored the Swedes' infringement on his interests and rarely became a coward, which made Charles II angry and anxious, and even more worried. So, Charles II simply sent someone to urge Marin you should leave for a foreign country. Marin obviously knew this situation. If he didn't leave for a foreign country, the Principality of Guedes might not dare to really rob the camp. After all, Charles II was also afraid that he would stab him in the back. In order to lure the Principality of Guedes to take action, Marin decided to stay abroad for a few months. But there must be a reason for going abroad for a long time. After all, Marin is now the king of a country. If you disappear for no reason, it will be a big mess. Even if you led troops to fight before, at least let people know the news. The most taboo for the king of a country is to disappear for no reason. After all, once the monarch disappears for no reason, as long as someone spreads rumors, it may cause panic. Marin actually wanted to go to the North American colonies to take a look. After all, he had never been to America in his previous life or this life. Now, it was February, and there could be no big storms in the North Atlantic. Typhoons and hurricanes in the northern hemisphere usually occur in summer and autumn. The only thing to pay attention to is probably the icebergs floating over from the north of Newfoundland. As long as the ship does not hit the iceberg, there will be no big problem. In fact, even if it hits the iceberg, it is not a big problem. As long as it is not a single ship, even if it hits the iceberg, the other ships can still save people. Unlike encountering typhoons, hurricanes and other things, if you encounter them, you will be directly swept into the sky and it is difficult to escape. Therefore, Marin decided to take advantage of the early spring and take a fleet to inspect the American colonies. What reason can be used to go to North America? Is it that the North American colonies are well built and you can go to inspect them yourself? This is absolutely not possible. After all, Marin once published a book, Wild Diary, in the name of Columbus. This book described America as very scary, and the outbreak of syphilis on the Spanish colony of Hispaniola also frightened Spain and Portugal from colonizing America. Until now, the horror legend of the wild continent is still circulating in the European continent. If I go to inspect the American colonies with great interest, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling others that wild lands are not scary? Otherwise, why would Marin go to inspect? Therefore, I must think of a reason that will make other countries feel scared. Otherwise, this will arouse the interest of other countries in the American continent. Marin began to think hard. Plague. This excuse won't work. If a plague breaks out in America, it stands to reason that I, as a monarch, will never be so stupid as to take the initiative to approach it, and I won't be able to hide. Colonial riots. It seems that this is possible. However, to suppress the resistance of the colonies, it is not necessary for me, the head of a country, to personally go out, right? What kind of things can require a leader of a country to personally take action? Marin scratched his head. At this time, Marin suddenly heard the news that Adler came back from Oldenburg to visit the old Hoffman couple. Brother is back. Wait. Brother. Marin suddenly grasped something. Yeah, how could I forget about this? Marin suddenly patted his head. Marin remembered that Albert had been shot by an arrow on Manhattan Island before and almost died. However, Marin did not make the matter public that time, but quietly mobilized the army to go to North America for revenge. It seems. I can use the excuse of Albert was shot by the natives to go to America. Soon, Marin found a very reasonable excuse for himself to go to the American colonies. His younger brother Albert was seriously injured by the wild natives with bows and arrows in the savage continent. As an elder brother, Marin planned to take the army to seek revenge on the natives. This excuse was very good, showing the savagery and bloodthirstiness of the natives in the wild continent, which could scare people from other countries so that they would not be interested in America. At the same time, revenge for his younger brother, this excuse was impeccable. I am a brother protecting demon, isn't it? My younger brother was injured, and my brother went to help him avenge. There was nothing wrong with it at all. That's it. Marin quickly made up his mind. Of course, this matter had to be said hello to the old Hoffman couple and Adler first. Otherwise, if they took it seriously, it would be bad. In addition, the Emperor and Duke John II of Clever should also be notified secretly. The original plan remains unchanged, lest they think something has changed. In addition, Marin also secretly notified Duke Charles II of Guedes, telling him that he had found an excuse to go abroad for a few months, so that he could do it with peace of mind. Then, Marin ordered to start hyping the matter. In order to perform realistically and express his anger because of his brother's injury, Marin specially broke several precious porcelains in public. It seems that the novels describe the king's anger in this way. Well, this should make people more believable. After breaking the porcelain, Marin immediately mobilized troops and said that he would personally go on an expedition to the wild continent to avenge his brother. Chapter 776, Guangxi Civil Unrest. Broken Vine Gorge, also known as Dating Gorge, is a place where the Yao people of Guangxi live. It is located in the lower reaches of Qianjiang River near Guiping and is the largest and longest canyon in Guangxi. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a big vine as big as a bucket, spanning the river, sinking during the day and floating at night, and workers climbed to cross the river, hence the name. However, in the first year of Chenghua in the Ming dynasty, Ho Degu, the leader of the Yao people in Dating Gorge, led the Yao people to revolt against the rule of the Ming dynasty. The Ming court sent Han Yong, the right assistant censor, and Zhao Fu, the governor-general, to lead an army of 160,000 to suppress the uprising, and then killed nearly 7,000 Yao people including Ho Degu. However, Han Yong felt that he was not satisfied, so he ordered people to cut off the big vine across the Qianjiang River and renamed the place Broken Vine Gorge. Of course, later generations changed the name back to Dating Gorge and erected a statue for Ho Degu. Since the establishment of the Ming dynasty, the Yao people in the Dating Gorge area have not been very obedient to the rule of the Ming dynasty. There were constant uprisings of all sizes here. There were 11 large-scale uprisings during the Ming dynasty alone. From the 19th year of Hongwu to the 6th year of Tianqi in the late Ming dynasty. The most legendary thing is that the biological mother of the newly deceased Emperor Hongji, Empress Xiaomuji, was a Yao girl, and was also one of the women captured in the battle to pacify Datingxia in the first year of Chenghua. After being captured, Empress Xiaomuji and a group of Yao girls were sent to the palace as trophies and served as palace maids. Then, she was accidentally favored by Emperor Chenghua and gave birth to Emperor Hongji, Zhu Yutang. However, Empress Xiaomuji herself was not lucky. Although her son Zhu Yutang was protected by the eunuch Zhang Min and survived, she was killed by Emperor Chenghua's favorite concubine Wan Guifei, and did not see the day when her son became the emperor of the Ming dynasty. In other words, Emperor Hongji of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yutang, actually had half of the Yao ancestry. His son Zhengde also had a quarter of the Yao ancestry. However, Zhengde had no descendants, and the Yao bloodline of the Ming imperial family was interrupted. Although the emperor had Yao bloodline, the court was ruthless to the Yao uprising. Chen Jin was sent as the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi this time to suppress the uprising of the Zhuang, later called Zhuang, and Yao people in Meiping and Lorong counties. This uprising of the Zhuang and Yao people was more difficult. Why? Because the main force of the uprising was the Zhuang. If it was the Yao, the Ming court could mobilize the very capable wolf soldiers to suppress it. However, the wolf soldiers were the army composed of the minority people of the Zhuang chieftains. If they were suppressing the uprising of other ethnic groups, such as the Yao, they might work harder. But the main force of this uprising was the Zhuang of the same ethnic group, and those wolf soldiers were not willing to work hard. Even if there were chieftains willing to send troops, they would not kill them. After all, they are all from the same ethnic group. Therefore, although Chen Jin and Mao Rui, the general commander of Guangdong and Guangxi and the Earl of Fujian, sent out 130,000 troops, they were not confident. Because most of these 130,000 troops were guards whose combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced. As for the most capable Zhuang wolf soldiers, they were somewhat lacking in confidence because they could not bear to attack their own people. Of course, this mixed uprising army of the Zhuang and Yao peoples was not too strong, with only 10,000 or 20,000 people. But the guards were weaker, so Chen Jin had to mobilize 130,000 troops to fight. After all, with the same number of guards, how could they beat the fierce barbarians? Only when the number is far greater can they have enough confidence. The Yao people in the Datangxia area and the ethnic minorities in other areas had the courage to launch uprisings again and again because they saw the weakness of the Ming dynasty army. However, they did not know that although the Ming dynasty's garrison soldiers were not strong in combat, they had a large number of people, and they could be killed by piling up heads. Guangdong and Guangxi Governor Chen Jin and Guangdong and Guangxi General Officer, Fuqiang Bo Mao Rui, obviously intended to use their numbers to kill the rebellious Zhuang and Yao barbarians. But, to be honest, as a civilian who understands military affairs, Chen Jin also knows very well what kind of character the Ming dynasty garrison soldiers are. Although they are not as bad as the southeastern garrison, they are not much better. If there were not more battles in Guangxi to quell the uprising of minorities, the garrison soldiers in Guangdong and Guangxi would probably have degenerated into scum like the garrison soldiers in the wealthy southeastern regions. It is precisely because he knew that the garrison soldiers were useless that Chen Jin was so jealous of the guns and cannons presented by the Beihai kingdom. Fortunately, Kong Tai was sensible and knew that Governor Chen was jealous of those guns and cannons, so he gave him 10 Portuguese cannons and 100 matchlock guns. Chen Jin was also a man who did not drag his feet. After providing Kong Tai with the convenience of purchasing, he hurriedly sent these guns and cannons to the Guangxi rebellion front. Moreover, these guns and cannons were incorporated into the governor's personal guard camp directly under the governor. In this army of 130,000 people, most of them were just soy sauce. The only ones who were truly combat capable were the personal guard camp under Mao Rui, the general commander of Guangdong and Guangxi, and the governor's personal guard camp selected by Mao Rui for Chen Jin. Moreover, the strongest was Mao Rui's personal guard camp, followed by Chen Jin's governor's personal guard camp. Here we have to mention the military system of the Ming dynasty, which mainly implemented the guard system. Generally, the general commander was in charge of all the guard troops in one or two provinces, and the general commander, as a military officer, was subject to the control of the civilian governor. When there was no war, the general commander generally did not care much about the guards and horses. At most, he would pass on the military pay issued by the superiors, or manage the military camp where the general commander was stationed. In the Ming army garrisons, there is a very common phenomenon, that is, eating empty salaries. According to the military system of the Ming dynasty, a garrison generally commanded 5,600 soldiers. But in the middle and late periods, a garrison generally had only half of the troops, or even less. During the Jiajing period, the reason why the Japanese pirates were able to run rampant in the southeast had a lot to do with the serious shortage of soldiers in the southeast garrisons. Moreover, the southeast has been peaceful for a long time, and the garrison soldiers there are not trained much. They are busy helping the garrison commanders and other big guys to farm and become farmers. Guangxi is not as serious as the southeast. After all, there are often uprisings of Yao people, Miao people, and Zhuang people. Although some uprisings are not large in scale, it is always not peaceful here. Therefore, the situation of eating empty salaries in the garrisons of Guangdong and Guangxi is better than that in the southeast. Generally, the number of actual soldiers in a garrison is more than half. But when fighting, the number of soldiers in the garrison is insufficient, and those garrison commanders who usually get enough benefits will catch some tenants to fill the door. Therefore, the 130,000 troops led by Chen Jin and Mao Rui looked very imposing, and it would be good if half of them were combat soldiers. Moreover, even if there were half of the combat soldiers, there were many old and weak here. In the end, there were at most 30,000 or 40,000 people who could actually fight. Therefore, to suppress the minority uprising, this side relied heavily on the help of wolf soldiers. But the wolf soldiers mainly came from the Zhuang people, but the main force of this uprising happened to be the Zhuang people. Therefore, Chen Jin could only get limited help from the wolf soldiers this time. Many chieftains, although they sent troops to help, were mostly just going through the motions. Only a small number of poor chieftains, who coveted the rewards of the court, worked harder. Therefore, this time the Ming army had to rely mainly on itself for combat. The two most powerful battalions in the army, the general's personal battalion and the governor's personal battalion, were actually selected by Mao Rui, the general officer of Guangdong and Guangxi. As the general officer, Mao Rui naturally knew the tricks in his guards. Therefore, when the army gathered in Wuzhou, Mao Rui specially selected 3,000 elite soldiers from the 130,000 troops and divided them into two camps, one as his own personal battalion, and the other mainly responsible for guarding Chen Jin, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. After all, if Chen Jin, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, who was his superior, got into trouble in this battle, even if he won, Mao Rui would not be able to take the blame. What's more, the highest commander of the 130,000 troops was actually Chen Jin, not Mao Rui, the military officer. Therefore, it is obviously necessary to mobilize the most elite soldiers to the governor's personal battalion. Of course, Mao Rui must have placed the strongest battalion of soldiers by his side. His personal battalion has the strongest combat effectiveness. Although Chen Jin's personal battalion is not bad, it is not as strong as the combat effectiveness of the general's personal battalion. The biggest task of the governor's personal battalion is actually to protect the safety of the governor. As for Mao Rui's general's personal battalion, there is a great possibility that it will charge into battle. Chapter 777 The Cause of Rebellion. It makes sense that the Ming court mobilized 130,000 troops to suppress the rebellion this time. Because the Zhuang people, who launched the uprising were the main source of the Ming wolf soldiers. As the main source of wolf soldiers, the combat effectiveness of the Zhuang warriors is naturally stronger. Although not as good as the authentic wolf soldiers, it is almost the same. Therefore, although the uprisings in Meiping and Lorong this time only had 10,000 or 20,000 insurgents, there were also many old and weak. But after all, these people are of the same ethnic group as the wolf soldiers, and their combat effectiveness is definitely far superior to the same number of Ming dynasty guards. Therefore, the court attaches great importance to this battle. After Chen Jin arrived in Wuzhou, where the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi was located, from Guangzhou, he immediately mobilized troops and went to Liuzhou, where the rebellion was located. At that time, the government office of Liuzhou Prefecture was located in Meiping County, not Lucheng. In other words, a large-scale uprising broke out in the seat of Liuzhou Prefecture. Up to now, Meiping County, where the seat of Liuzhou Prefecture is located, is still surrounded by the rebels. This uprising was actually caused by the oppression of the local Zhuang and Yao minorities by Liuzhou Prefecture. Of course, there was also instigation by the Yao people. For example, in this uprising, the leader of the Zhuang uprising army was Huang Wenlong, which is nothing. The leader of the Yao uprising army that echoed the Zhuang uprising was Zheng Yunhu, who was the cousin of Zheng Ang, the leader of the remnant of Ho Degu's army in the first year of Chenghua. After the failure of the Datingxia uprising led by Ho Degu, Zheng Ang and Hu Gongfan led the Yao uprising army and persisted until the 8th year of Chenghua, 1472, before failing. After the failure, the surviving descendants and relatives of Zheng Ang and Hu Gongfan all fled into the mountains and hid. Zheng Ang's nephew Zheng Yunhu fled to the countryside in Liuzhou prefecture north of Datingxia. When he escaped from Datingxia, Zheng Yunhu was still a child. But now, more than 30 years have passed, and Zheng Yunhu is already a middle-aged man. Originally, the local Zhuang minority in Liuzhou had no intention of revolting. The cause of the incident was just that the officials of Liuzhou prefecture went to the countryside to collect taxes. As a result, a widow in the Zhuang village hanged herself because she could not pay the taxes and was frightened by the officials. Under normal circumstances, the people of the Zhuang village would just make a fuss at the government office and it would be over. But Zheng Yunhu, a remnant of Datingxia and living in seclusion nearby, saw an opportunity. He led people to kill the officials who went to the countryside to collect taxes in the name of revenge, wearing the clothes of the Zhuang people. This really stirred up a hornet's nest. The Ming dynasty pursued the Huang Han doctrine and looked down on other ethnic groups. Now the Han officials were killed by the barbarians in the minority village. Isn't this a provocation to the court? Therefore, Sang Yu, the Tongpan of Liuzhou prefecture, who was in charge of the lawsuits in the prefecture, sent a large number of yamen runners to the Zhuang village to order the other party to hand over the murderer. However, this matter was not done by the people of the Zhuang village at all. Where can they hand over the person? When the two sides were deadlocked, Zheng Yunhu came with a group of Yao people. In the name of rescuing the brothers in the Tongzhai, he killed the government officials and successfully dragged the Tongzhai into the water. After Liuzhou prefecture learned the news, it immediately mobilized a large group of people to the Tongzhai, but it was still a step too late. Zheng Yunhu had already convened a meeting of the nearby Tongzhai to discuss the rebellion plan. The Tong people were already fierce, and they easily repelled the hundreds of soldiers and horses dispatched by the government office. Later, several local Tongzhai jointly nominated Huang Wenlong, the most prestigious hunter among the Tong people, as the leader of the 72 Tongzhais, and raised more than 10,000 troops to formally launch an uprising. Zheng Yunhu also took the opportunity to gather 2,000 or 3,000 Yao people nearby and joined the rebels. More than 10,000 rebels went to Maping County, where the Liuzhou prefecture was located, and surrounded it. Unfortunately, there was Liuzhou Guard in Maping County. While the rebels were busy gathering soldiers from various camps, the 5,000 soldiers of Liuzhou Guard withdrew from the surrounding areas to Maping County and concentrated their forces to defend the city. The guards of Liuzhou Guard were originally border guards, and their combat effectiveness was still good. If they were in the wild, they would have been easily defeated by the Zhuang people's rebels. However, this time they were defending the city. Therefore, despite the disadvantage in numbers, the guards of Liuzhou Guard still managed to resist the joint rebels of the Zhuang and Yao peoples. This is mainly because these barbaric soldiers composed of Zhuang and Yao people are good at fighting in the wild and in the mountains, but they are not proficient in siege. In addition, there were Liuzhou Guards in Maping County, so they failed to break through Maping County. Huang Wenlong and Zheng Yunhu saw that this was not going to work, so they simply moved to Lorong County next to Maping County, broke through Lorong County, killed the officials in the city, and used it as the base camp of the rebels. Now the matter has become a big deal. If the rebels were just rampant in the countryside, they would be regarded as bandits at most by the court, and the local general might mobilize the troops of the nearby guards to encircle and suppress them. However, occupying the county town and killing the court officials is a slap in the face of the court. If they are not killed, it will damage the majesty of the court. Therefore, after urgent discussions, the Ming court sent Chen Jin, who had experience in suppressing Mengyang Tusi Silu in Yunnan, as the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, the governor of the troops of Guangdong and Guangxi, and the wolf soldiers to jointly suppress the uprising of the Zhuang people and the Yao people who dared to slap the court's face. However, Guangxi was a remote and wild area in the middle of the Ming dynasty, and the economy was very poor. But Guangdong next door, because of the tribute trade, is a place with sufficient taxes. Therefore, the court gave Chen Jin the position of governor of Guangdong, which gave Chen Jin the right to go to the relatively prosperous Guangdong to prepare the money and food needed for the army to go to the expedition. In order to gather the food and grass needed by the 130,000-man army, Chen Jin requested to intercept more than 200,000 taels of silver that the court originally intended to collect from Guangdong and Guangxi as the military expenses for the 130,000-man army. It was during the period of raising the money and food needed for the 130,000-man army in Guangdong that Chen Jin accidentally watched the teaching of the use of the Portuguese cannon and the matchlock gun of Beihai. Then, the Portuguese cannon and matchlock gun of Beihai left a very deep impression on Chen Jin. It was also on that occasion that Kong Tai gave him 10 Portuguese cannons and 100 matchlock guns. Originally, under normal circumstances, Chen Jin would never accept a gift from a foreign ghost of unknown origin. But Chen Jin happened to be in charge of encircling and suppressing the uprising of the Zhuang people and the Yao people this time, so he naturally hoped that the army would be as strong as possible. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Zhuang uprising army was similar to the wolf soldiers valued by the court. In order to be safe, Chen Jin naturally hoped that the court army would be as strong as possible. Therefore, he simply accepted Kong Tai's gift, and used his power as an imperial envoy to open a back door for Kong Tai. This time, to suppress the uprising of the Zhuang people and the Yao people, this batch of Portuguese cannons and matchlocks were also used by Chen Jin in the governor's personal guard camp. In order to make better use of this batch of guns and cannons, Chen Jin specially transferred the veterans who had learned the operation methods of Portuguese cannons and matchlocks from the gunners and musketeers of Beihai State from the Guangzhou vanguard to train his personal soldiers in the use of them. In order to make better use of these Portuguese cannons and matchlocks, Chen Jin specially selected a group of experienced artillerymen and three-eyed gunners from the Weisua army to receive training on the use of Portuguese cannons and matchlocks. Sure enough, these gunners and musketeers with good foundations quickly learned how to use Portuguese cannons and matchlocks, and were ready to fight against the Zhuang and Yao uprisings. Chapter 778, Enemy at the Gate. No matter what the reason for the uprising of the Tongmin and Yaomin this time, whether they were bewitched or not, it is no longer important at this point. Since the rebels broke through the Luoyang county and killed the officials in the city, the court and the rebels can only fight to the death unless one side falls. In fact, the leader of the Tongmin, Huang Wenlong, did not want to kill the officials of Luoyang county at first. He originally wanted to use the captured officials to negotiate with the Ming court. After all, he also knew that no matter how fierce the Tongmin were, they could not withstand the Ming court's large number of people and money. However, how could the Yaomin leader Zheng Yunhu, who had a deep hatred for the Ming court, let him do what he wanted? After breaking through the Luoyang county, Zheng Yunhu arrested all the officials in the city, but did not do it himself, but bewitched the Tongmin to do it. Under the instigation of Zheng Yunhu, the Tongmin remembered the history of being oppressed by the Ming court, and then broke out of the small universe and chopped all those officials. From then on, the rebel army had no chance of being recruited. In the Luoyang County Government Office, the leader of the Zhuang people, Huang Wenlong, sat in the lobby of the county government office with a sad face, thinking about the intelligence he had just received. The intelligence said that the Ming dynasty court had gathered 130,000 troops and was rushing from Wuzhou, which made Huang Wenlong a little flustered. "Boss, why are you so sad?" Zheng Yunhu, who was sitting next to him, saw Huang Wenlong's sad face and said, "Brother Zheng, the imperial court sent 130,000 troops. Although our rebel army has nearly 20,000 people, there are less than 10,000 people who can really fight. And the elite ones are actually only 3,000 or 4,000 people. Facing so many enemy troops, how can I not panic?" Hee hee. Zheng Yunhu took a sip of wine and said slowly, "Don't worry, boss. Although the imperial court sent 130,000 troops, I estimate that it would be good if there are 60,000 combat soldiers among them." 60,000? How do you know? Huang Wenlong was originally a hero among the Zhuang people, and he didn't know much about politics and military affairs. The reason why he was elected as the leader was because Zheng Yunhu was a Yao people, but the main force of the rebel army was Zhuang people, so he elected Huang Wenlong, who had a high reputation, as the leader. Therefore, Huang Wenlong was not clear about the morality of the Ming dynasty's guards. "I heard that although the Ming court's garrisons had a regular staff of 5,600 people, that was when the Ming dynasty was founded. Over the years, the Ming court's army has long been corrupt. Therefore, a garrison that nominally has 5,600 people usually only has more than 2,000 people. Why is that?" Huang Wenlong was puzzled. "Because those generals want to eat empty salaries." Huang Wenlong still didn't understand, so Zheng Yunhu had to explain, "Eating empty salaries means that the garrison clearly has only more than 2,000 people, but when receiving food and salaries from the court, they still receive the share of 5,600 people. But there are actually only more than 2,000 people in the garrison. So, the extra part was divided up by the generals." "I see. The Ming court is indeed corrupt. So, Brother Zheng, the 130,000 troops from the court this time, are actually only a few tens of thousands of people?" Huang Wenlong asked hopefully. Zheng Yunhu shook his head and said, "No, sir, the imperial court must have 130,000 soldiers and horses. Because before the expedition, the commanders of the garrisons would definitely capture some farmers to make up the number and make up 130,000. On the surface, there are 130,000, but in fact, only 50,000 to 60,000 can fight." "Oh, I see. Then, Brother Zheng, why did Marshal Ho Degu, who had tens of thousands of soldiers, still lose to the imperial court? At that time, the imperial court only had 160,000 people. According to what you said, there were only 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers who could fight, so Marshal Ho should not have lost." Zheng Yunhu shook his head and said, "The reason why Marshal Ho lost was not because of insufficient troops, but because the troops were dispersed." "Why?" "When Marshal Ho started the rebellion, he did have tens of thousands of soldiers and even cavalry and navy. However, the territory occupied by Marshal Ho's troops was too large. At that time, Marshal Ho's army not only captured Guangxi, but also most of Guangdong. In addition, Marshal Ho's army also attacked southern Hunan, and the navy also attacked the coast of Fujian and Zhejiang. However, in this way, tens of thousands of troops were divided into several parts, and the troops were dispersed. The army of the court had a clear purpose and went straight to Marshal Ho's headquarters. In the end, Marshal Ho only brought more than 10,000 people to guard Detongxia. In the end, he was surrounded by the Ming army. He hid in the mountains, but was set on fire by the Ming army, and failed." Zheng Yunhu's voice was low and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Huang Wenlong nodded, but then asked in confusion, "No, I heard the storyteller talk about the three kingdoms. Didn't the Yellow Turban Rebellion get soldiers wherever they fought? Although Marshal Ho had only tens of thousands of people at the beginning, he should have gained a lot of soldiers after conquering so many territories." Zheng Yunhu smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, that was an uprising of the Han people themselves. The Yellow Turban Army was originally Han people, so naturally there would be people responding wherever they fought. However, our army is the army of the Yao people. In addition to the tens of thousands of people who started the uprising, the number of people added later was not much. Because the Han people did not respond to our army." Huang Wenhu suddenly realized. Yes, Ho Degu was the leader of the Yao people's uprising. Although the Zhuang people and the Miao people also responded to his uprising at that time, otherwise there would not be tens of thousands of troops, very few Han people responded. After all, the cause of the incident was the oppression of the minority by the Ming dynasty, which had nothing to do with the Han people. Therefore, after Ho Degu's Yao people's rebel army reached Guangdong and southern Hunan, except for some minorities and a few local Han people, most of the Han people were neutral. Therefore, the rebel army not only did not grow like a snowball, but because the base was too large, it had to divide its troops to guard. Then, it gave the Ming army the opportunity to defeat them one by one. "Brother, what do you mean, let our army concentrate in Luoyang County and fight the Ming army?" Huang Wenlong asked. Zheng Yunhu nodded and said, "That's right, since our army has few troops, we can't divide our troops casually. And retreating to the mountain is not a good idea, because the Ming army will burn the mountain. So, what I mean is to defend Luoyang County and fight the Ming army to the death. Although our army is small, we also have tens of thousands of wolf soldiers. Moreover, there are solid city walls to rely on. I don't believe that we can't stop the Ming army. When the Ming army fails to attack for a long time and is exhausted, it is time for our army to counterattack." "Great. But do we have so much food and grass to hold on?" Huang Wenlong knew that without enough food and grass, it would be impossible to hold on for a long time. "This is easy. While the Ming army has not arrived yet, we will send troops to collect food everywhere. In addition, drive all the Han people in Luoyang City out of the city to avoid wasting more food." "Okay, let's do as Brother Zheng said." Soon, the Tongyao uprising army drove all the Han people in Luoyang County out. At the same time, several troops were sent out to attack everywhere and collect food in the countryside. The focus was on collecting food from the homes of Han landlords to meet the needs of defending the city for a long time. In fact, the so-called collecting food is just robbing food. Moreover, the food of the people will be robbed, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, every time there is a war, many people will starve to death. Because as long as a large army passes by, they will rob all their food. No matter which group of people comes, they will rob food. Repeatedly, it would be strange if a large number of people did not starve to death. When the Ming army arrived at the city of Luoyang County, the Tongyao coalition had basically robbed enough food and was ready to hold on for a long time. Chapter 779, Guns and Cannons, Part 1. The facts were similar to what Zheng Yunhu expected. After the Ming army arrived, they rested for a while and then launched a siege, using even earth cannons and Portuguese cannons. However, the effect was not good. After all, the Ming army's earth cannons and Portuguese cannons were small-caliber artillery. Facing the solid city walls, the power seemed insufficient. Later, the Ming army tried the ant-attached siege, but the effect was not good either. After all, the main force of this uprising was the Zhuang people, the source of the Guangxi Coyote soldiers. The fighting power of the Zhuang people is very strong. They may not be tall and strong. However, relying on the fierceness of the mountain people, they fight to the death. Therefore, the Ming army's ant-attached method naturally had no effect. Even if some soldiers climbed up the city wall, they were driven down the city wall desperately by the Zhuang people's rebel soldiers. Then, the Ming army and the Tongyao uprising army fell into a state of confrontation. At this time, a group of ragged refugees suddenly came to the outside of the Ming army camp. "What are you doing? This is a strategic area of the military camp. You are not allowed to approach, otherwise you will be killed without mercy." The guards of the camp knocked the pole of their spears on the ground and warned loudly. However, an old man with grey beard and hair suddenly walked out of the refugees and bowed to the guards. "Military lord, we are the people who were driven out of Lorong County by the barbarians. We have important military information to report to the governor." "How dare you? The governor is a second-rank official of the court. How can you country folks just meet him whenever you want?" The guards of the camp said disdainfully. "But, I really have military information to report." "Old man, you are still making trouble here. Be careful, I will beat you up." The guards guarding the camp gate are not good birds. They have the characteristics of looking down on people of the later generations of the government agencies, that is, they don't believe that the ragged old man can have any military information. While they were arguing, one of Chen Jin's personal guards happened to pass by the camp gate and heard the quarrel between the two. However, the personal guard did not take the initiative to bring the old man in, but returned to the central army camp and reported the matter to Chen Jin. "Oh, did the old man really say that?" After hearing the report from the personal guard, Chen Jin, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, became interested. "Yes, the old man claimed that he was driven out of Lorong County by the barbarians and has important military information to report." "Then, bring him to see." Chen Jin was moved. There has been no progress in the siege these days, and he is a little anxious. If he knows the enemy's weaknesses. "Don't do that, Mr. Dong." At this time, Chen Jin's aide Zhou Shiye stopped him. "Why not?" Chen Jin was a little confused. "Dong Wang, how do you know that what the old man said is true? If the old man is a spy sent by the barbarian soldiers to assassinate us, that would be bad." This. At this time, the personal guard interrupted, "Governor, how about just bringing the old man in?" "An old man, is there any threat? We can just guard you. And before you come in, I will search you. Also, go and bring the old man in." Chen Jin nodded. When the guard returned to the gate of the camp again, the refugees had been driven away by the guards. The guard chased for a while before catching up with the refugees. Then, the personal guard took the old man with grey hair and beard into Chen Jin's governor's tent. After entering the big tent, the old man immediately knelt down and said, "Niu Dafu, the head craftsman of Lorong County, kowtows to the governor." Chen Jin saw that the old man must be over 60 years old, and immediately said, "Please stand up and answer." If it were a young man, Chen Jin would not treat him like this, but would only let him kneel down to answer. This is the gap between officials and civilians in ancient times. However, the Ming dynasty treated the elderly preferentially, stipulating that if the elderly over 60 years old have no children or brothers to support them, they can live in the government-established nursing homes and be supported by the state. And the elderly who are 80 years old, even if they have children, can still be supported by the state if they live in poverty. For example, Zhu Yuanzhang once ordered that, if the poor and have no property over 80 years old, they will be given 5 dough of rice, 5 caddies of meat, and 3 dough of wine per month, and those over 90 years old will be given 1 piece of silk and 1 caddy of cotton per year. In addition, the elders do not need to kneel when meeting officials, unless they meet the emperor and the imperial envoy, then they need to kneel. Chen Jin was the governor-general appointed by the emperor, so Niu Dafu knelt. Otherwise, just bow. Of course, Chen Jin would not really let the old man kneel all the time, otherwise, he would definitely be criticized by other civil officials. However, although the Ming dynasty treated the elderly with favor, it was actually not very meaningful and did not cost much. Why? Because the lifespan of the ancients was short. With such a low level of medical care, most people died in their 40s or 50s, so how could they live so long? Although the state supports the elderly over 80 years old, in ancient times, those over 80 years old were definitely old centenarians and were quite rare. Even if they were supported, it would not cost much. After Nyodafu got rich, he continued to bow and said, "Governor, I was once the leader of the craftsmen of Luolong County Yamen, so I know some secrets of city defense. I heard that the king's army was coming, so I specially reported to you." "Oh, but is there any secret passage leading to the city?" Hearing this, Chen Jin asked excitedly. In fact, some big families in ancient times often dug secret passages at home in order to leave a way out. If the mansion was besieged, the core members of the family would escape through the secret passage. Old man Nyo shook his head and said, "There is no secret passage leading to the city of Luolong County." Chen Jin was immediately disappointed, but Nyodafu continued, "But, I know that there is a section of the city wall that is not solid." "The city wall is not solid? Why?" Chen Jin was a little confused. "Do you remember that in the second year of Chenghua, Luolong County was breached by the army of the barbarian chieftain Ho-Dagu? I have heard a little bit about it. That year, the barbarian chieftain Ho-Dagu led tens of thousands of troops to besiege Luolong County. After besieging the city for several months, he finally broke through a corner of the western city wall." Chen Jin seemed to understand, and then asked, "How did Ho-Dagu break through the western city wall? Did he have a cannon?" Nyodafu shook his head and said, "That's not the case. It happened that Luolong County had a heavy rain that summer, and the outside of the city wall was flooded. Ho-Dagu had several boats come and forcefully hit the wall. It happened that that section of the city wall was loosened by the water, so it was knocked open by the boat. It can be like this." Chen Jin was a little stunned. "However, it is very rare to encounter a rainstorm that floods the outside of the city. To expect to break the city in this way, God really needs to be very strong." Old man Nyo continued, "After the court recovered Luolong County, Hu Wenhai, the then Luolong County chief, commanded a group of craftsmen to repair this section of the city wall. However, in order to embezzle, Chief Hu used improper materials, resulting in a section of unstable city wall." "How is it unstable?" Chen Jin asked expectantly. "This section of the city wall is hollow." Old man Nyo paused, and then said, "Also, the materials used to build the city are also very problematic." "Hollow." Chen Jin was stunned, but still motioned Nyodafu to continue. "Your Excellency may not know that in addition to bricks and stones, the construction of the city wall of our Ming dynasty also requires special materials to firmly bond these bricks and stones together to keep the city wall unbreakable. The materials for bonding bricks and stones are generally glutinous rice juice, brown sugar and lime. In order to embezzle money, Hujubu not only bought fewer bricks and stones, but also made that section of the city wall hollow. Moreover, he replaced the glutinous rice juice with indica rice juice. As for brown sugar, he simply did not put it in. 1 stone of glutinous rice costs 1 tael and 2 cents of silver, while indica rice only costs half a tael of silver per stone. The money saved by using indica rice juice instead of glutinous rice juice all went into the pockets of Hujubu and others. This beast is so hateful." Chen Jin said angrily. "Sir, please calm down. Although Hujubu is hateful, he has made it easier for the royal army to attack the city. Indica rice juice has no effect like glutinous rice juice. Therefore, I can be sure that the wall looks flawless, but it is definitely not solid. Moreover, because it is hollow, it is not resistant to impact. Therefore, I think it can be broken with cannonballs." Chen Jin's eyes lit up immediately. "If, as the old man Nyo said, this section of the wall can be blasted open with artillery, then the army can easily defeat the enemy. As long as the army enters the city, even if the barbarians are powerful, they are still useless in the face of absolute numerical advantage. If it doesn't work, I have more people and can use a rotation battle. No matter how powerful your individual soldiers are, I will send soldiers to fight you in turns and not let you rest." "So," Chen Jin said urgently, "please lead the way and help the royal army break through this city. Please, Governor. Please, old man." Chapter 780, Guns and Cannons, Part 2. Soon, the old craftsman Nyodafu, accompanied by the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi Chen Jin and his entourage, arrived at the southwest corner of Luolong County, surrounded by a large group of guards. Nyodafu pointed to a section of the city wall and said, "Sir, this is it." At that time, a mountain torrent broke out and rushed from the west. There was an expert among the bandit chieftains who proposed to use a large ship with some iron tools on the bow. Then, thousands of people pushed the large ship along the mountain torrent and hit the city wall, causing a gap in the city wall. Chen Jin stroked his beard and said, "This method of breaking the city is brilliant." Niu Dafu nodded and said, "Although it is brilliant, it is also going with the flow." At that time, the mountain torrent rushed from the west and the water flow was very fast. If it was a gentle water flow, the impact force would not be so great and it might not be able to break the city wall. However, due to the corruption of Hujubu, this section of the city wall is not solid. It is not made of glutinous rice juice and brown sugar, and it must be not very solid after more than 30 years of wind and rain. Therefore, I think we can try to use artillery to open a gap. That's great. So, the Ming army followed the instructions of Old Man Niu and mobilized 20 earth cannons to bombard that section of the city wall. Sure enough, they heard the difference. If the general city wall is bombarded, the cannonballs will hit the city wall and make a relatively crisp sound. However, when the cannonballs hit this section of the city wall, they will make a muffled sound. This muffled sound is somewhat similar to the weakened drum sound. Obviously, the city wall is indeed hollow. So the Ming army bombarded more vigorously. After all, the Ming dynasty is not short of gunpowder. Among the three ingredients of gunpowder, saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur, only sulfur is slightly insufficient. After all, the Ming dynasty does not produce natural sulfur, and it is often obtained by alchemists from pyrite. Therefore, unlike the situation in Europe, sulfur is the most expensive in the Ming dynasty, while saltpeter and charcoal are relatively cheap. Of course, the so-called expensiveness of sulfur is also relative. Compared with Europe, sulfur here is still very cheap, only a few dozen coins per caddy. Therefore, the cost of Ming gunpowder is relatively low, so there is no need to be stingy when using it. After all, ordinary civilians now celebrate festivals with firecrackers made of gunpowder. But after bombarding it, everyone was a little embarrassed to find that those homemade cannons produced in the Ming dynasty seemed to be insufficient in power. Why? First of all, the caliber of those homemade cannons is relatively small, similar to the Portuguese cannon, or even smaller. In addition, the barrel is shorter. In this way, the shells are fired slowly and the impact is small. More importantly, the cannons of the Ming dynasty at this time all use stone bullets. After all, using iron bullets is a bit extravagant. Moreover, these homemade cannons are usually used to bombard the enemy's battle formations in front of the battle, and are rarely used to bombard the city walls. 2 days later, Mr. Niu brought Chen Jin to observe the results of the battle and found that they were not very ideal. The city wall was bombarded by stone bullets and seemed to be loose, but it was just a little bit short. It would be great if it was replaced with iron bullets. Niu Dafu shook his head and said, "It's difficult. Iron ball shells do exist. However, it's difficult to make suitable shells. After all, iron balls are difficult to polish if they are not suitable for the cannon, while stone shells are easy to polish," said an old gunner. At this time, Chen Jin's staff member Zhou Shiya suddenly said, "Dong Wang, have you forgotten the 10 Portuguese cannons sent by the foreign devils?" Chen Jin slapped his head and said, "Yes, I almost forgot about them." Chen Jin quickly ordered the governor's personal guards to drag all 10 Portuguese cannons to the front of the battle. Then, these 10 Portuguese cannons replaced the short-barreled Ming earth cannons and began to bombard the city walls. These 10 Portuguese cannons were equipped with iron shells, a total of 500 rounds. The firing rate of the Franco machine cannon was very fast, and it took only more than 10 minutes to use up all the shells. Although the city wall was also smashed to pieces by 500 iron balls, there were no more shells. Therefore, the Ming army asked the sword and shield soldiers to hold shields and go up to the city wall to recover the iron ball shells. However, there were usually moats around the city walls of the Ming dynasty, and most of the 500 iron ball shells fell into the moat. In the end, after paying some price, the sword and shield soldiers of the Ming army only recovered more than 90 shells. These were all the shells that bounced back from the city wall and fell to the ground. If you want to recover more, you have to dive into the moat to fish. But the rebels on the top of the city are not blind. If you dare to go down to the river to fish, they will definitely stone you to death or shoot you with arrows. Therefore, you can only recover so much. Not enough to fight. Chen Jin was suddenly a little depressed. At this time, Li Sanshui, a centurion who was mobilized from Guangzhou Qianwei to help train the artillery, suddenly stood out from the crowd and said, "Sir, we can cast more artillery shells." Cast artillery shells? How to cast them? Chen Jin was a civil servant after all, and he didn't know these things. Li Sanshui waved his hand and asked his men to bring up a sandbox, pointing at the sandbox and said, "We can cast iron shells by casting, it's very fast." After that, Li Sanshui briefly explained the process of casting artillery shells using wet sand casting. This method was actually introduced to him by Kong Tai. Even this sandbox was given by Kong Tai. Nyodafu raised a question at this time, "Master Li, I am a craftsman. Although I specialize in civil engineering, I also know a little about casting. If I cast an iron bullet according to your method, the iron bullet must be full of holes. After all, when wet sand is poured into molten iron, water vapor will definitely come out, making the cannonballs have many gaps. Such a cannonball is not solid." Li Sanshui remembered what Kong Tai said at the beginning, shook his head, and said, "Master Nyo, this is wrong. This kind of casting method will indeed make the cannonballs have gaps. But so what? Aren't iron bullets with gaps and iron bullets without gaps used to hit people and walls? As long as the size is right, the cannon can be used, so why bother about whether there are gaps or not?" Nyodafu thought about it, and it was true. The craftsmen of the Ming dynasty did not know how to cast sand, but using wet sand casting, ironware has many gaps and is often not reliable. Therefore, whether it is casting cannons or casting iron ball cannonballs, they were later changed to using mud molds. But the biggest disadvantage of the mud mold method is that it takes at least 2 or 3 months for the mud mold to dry. Moreover, the mud mold will be scrapped after one use. Therefore, casting iron cannons and iron ball shells is so troublesome. In addition, iron is relatively expensive, so most of the Ming dynasty cannons are made of stone shells. After all, stones are everywhere. In fact, the craftsmen of the Ming dynasty also fell into a misunderstanding. Because the cannon can withstand a certain chamber pressure, it naturally cannot have air holes, otherwise it will explode. However, cannonballs are not so precious. Anyway, they are pushed out by gunpowder gas to hit people, so they don't need to be so precise. After all, the cannonball needs the impact of the kinetic energy brought by its mass, not its durability. As long as the quality is similar, a flawless iron ball and an iron ball of equal mass full of gaps will actually produce similar results. Moreover, if wet sand is used for casting, the speed is very fast. As long as the molten iron is poured into the hollow part of the iron ball pressed out in the 2 halves of the sand box through the nozzle, the cannonball can be formed quickly. Although the steam from the wet sand would create many honeycombs on the iron ball, so what? Why would it be so precise for an iron ball that was just for hitting people and walls? After figuring this out, Chen Jin quickly ordered to collect iron materials from everywhere, and then start melting the iron in a furnace. At the same time, he got dozens of sand boxes, got some river sand from the river, and started to mass cast inferior iron ball shells using the wet sand method. Chapter 781, Guns and Cannons, Part 3. Chen Jin was the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, and the Governor of Guangdong, so he naturally had great power. Although large-scale casting of iron ball shells consumes a lot of iron materials. However, Guangdong was an important iron-producing area in the Ming dynasty, and Guangdong iron was an important source of iron materials for the Ming dynasty. The annual iron production in Guangdong province can reach 5 million catties. Huizhou and Chaozhou in Guangdong were famous iron smelting centers in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, it was very easy for Chen Jin to obtain a large amount of iron materials as the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi and the Governor of Guangdong. At one order, a large amount of Guangdong iron was transported to the Liuzhou front. Of course, the front line was not idle either. As many iron ball shells were cast, as many as were fired. Even those short-barreled earth cannons owned by the Ming dynasty, the craftsmen also cast iron ball shells so that those earth cannons could assist in shooting. However, the calibers of those earth cannons were different. Even if sand casting was used, it would be more troublesome to equip each earth cannon with suitable shells. After all, there was no strict unified standard for the Ming court to cast cannons, and it all depended on the craftsman. Therefore, the calibers of the cast cannons are naturally different. Therefore, to equip the earth cannon with cannonballs, the carpenter needs to make a wooden ball first, which just matches the caliber of the cannon. Then, use this wooden ball as the master to cast in the sand box to obtain the cannonball. This method of casting cannonballs is very troublesome. Because each earth cannon needs to be equipped with a sand box to cast cannonballs for it. Fortunately, wet sand casting is relatively fast. As long as the wooden ball of the template is done, it can be mass-produced immediately. Moreover, at the beginning, although the cannonballs of the Franco machine cannon were also cast, Chen Jin did not let the Franco machine cannon bombard the city wall, but let the craftsmen concentrate on accumulating cannonballs. On the contrary, those earth cannons, after casting the iron ball cannonballs, began to bombard the city wall. The reason for this is that Chen Jin believes that since the Franco machine cannon is more powerful, it should be put at the end to launch the final attack. If the bombardment is too early in the early stage and the city wall is partially damaged, the enemy may take the opportunity to repair the city wall. Therefore, Chen Jin simply let more than 20 earth cannons bombard the city wall first. Finally, 10 more powerful Portuguese cannons were used to destroy the Humpa city wall in one fell swoop. Of course, before that, filling the moat was a must. Therefore, Chen Jin ordered the army to mobilize boxcars to transport sandbags to fill the moat. The boxcars have their own carriages, and the soldiers who push the carts hide behind the carriages to push the carts, which can avoid the attack of the enemy on the city head. Sandbags can also be placed in the carriages. The soldiers pushed the carriages to the moat, took out the sandbags from the carriages, and threw them into the moat. When the craftsmen cast 50,000 iron ball shells for the 10 Portuguese cannons, the section of the moat that the Ming army attacked had been filled. Moreover, the city wall was also broken by the iron ball shells of earth cannons. And, coincidentally, there was a heavy rain afterwards. This heavy rain came very coincidentally. As it happened, the Ming army's earth artillery blasted a lot of cracks on the outside of the city wall. Then, the heavy rain penetrated into the hollow part of the city wall through the cracks. Then, the hollow part of the city wall was soaked in water. If it was a normal city wall, there would be no such problem. However, this city wall is not normal. Normal city walls use a high-quality adhesive made of glutinous rice juice, brown sugar and lime to bond bricks and stones together. As long as it dries, it will be resistant to water and impact in the future. But this section of the city wall is not made of glutinous rice juice, let alone brown sugar. It is made of non-sticky indica rice juice and lime, and the firmness is not enough. It was destroyed by artillery fire for a while, and then soaked in rain. Then, the outer side of the hollow city wall was loose. And the brick seams on the inner part were also loosened by water. When the Portuguese cannon came out again and started bombarding, the results came out immediately. The outer wall of the hollow city wall, which was already a little tattered, was blown up in a short time. As for the inner wall, after tens of thousands of iron ball shells, the brick joints were soaked and loosened, and then they could not withstand the bombardment, and gaps appeared. It should be noted that the life of ordinary front-loading bronze cannons is generally only about 1,000 shells, such as the Napoleon cannon. But the life of the Franco bronze cannon is longer. Why? Because the explosion chamber of the Franco cannon occurs in the subgun. The impact on the bronze barrel is just the aftermath. Unlike the front-loading bronze cannon, because the explosion actually occurs at the bottom of the barrel is directly subjected to a violent impact. Generally speaking, it is okay. If the barrel is overheated, the copper barrel is easy to soften. If it explodes again, the barrel is easy to deform. But the Franco cannon is different. The explosion of the Franco cannon is mainly in the subgun. The subguns of the Franco cannon that Marin gave to Daming were all steel subguns produced by steel mills. The quality is much better than the ordinary pig iron and wrought iron subguns of this era. Naturally, the life is also much longer. In addition, one cannon has 5 subguns that rotate in turn, so even if tens of thousands of rounds of shells are fired, 10 falconets can still be used. Note, in fact, the structure of the falconet is somewhat similar to the later copper shell rifle. The copper shell takes away most of the explosion shock and heat, so the barrel life is naturally longer. The 56 semi-rifle barrel made of ordinary 45 carbon steel has a life of more than 10,000 rounds. This is still taking into account the wear of the rifling. If it is a smoothbore gun, the life is even higher. Similarly, if the propellant uses less corrosive single-base gunpowder or even weaker black powder, the life can be further improved. After 50,000 iron ball shells were smashed, a gap was finally opened in the city wall. Chen Jin was immediately excited. He quickly signaled Mao Rui, the general of Guangdong and Guangxi, to send troops to attack. So, Mao Rui quickly sent out thousands of sword and shield soldiers, who rushed in through the gap that could only accommodate 2 people, despite the stones and arrows of the Tongyao uprising army on the top of the city. But soon, those sword and shield soldiers were beaten out. What's going on? Mao Rui asked the captain who led the charge with dissatisfaction. Fu Qianhua, there are rattan armor soldiers in the city. Brothers rushed in and were beaten out by the enemy's rattan armor soldiers. What? Chen Jin and Shen Rui were both shocked. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was written in the early Ming dynasty, and there were many storytellers in the Ming dynasty who told stories about the 3 kingdoms. Therefore, Chen Jin and Mao Rui both knew what rattan armor soldiers were. That thing is invulnerable to swords and guns, and it is very difficult to deal with. Burn the rattan armor soldiers. Shen Rui suggested. Try it. Chen Jin nodded. Then, the Ming army sword and shield soldiers replaced their single swords with torches and threw them into the gap, hoping to burn the enemy blocking the gap, just like Zhuge Liang defeated the rattan armor soldiers of the southwestern barbarians in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, they miscalculated. Hehe, you want to burn the rattan armor soldiers? I expected you to have this trick. On the top of the city, Zheng Yunhu watched the Ming army's plan fall apart with pride. The rattan armor soldiers in the city were from the Yao people's troops under his command. Zheng Yunhu had read books and listened to the storytelling of the Three Kingdoms, so he naturally knew about the rattan armor soldiers. Coincidentally, Zheng Yunhu and other Yao people came from the Big Vine Gorge and were most familiar with vines. According to the storyteller, Zheng Yunhu tried to make a batch of rattan armors with tough vines and tung oil. After years of experiments, he finally made 800 sets of rattan armor. Although it could not reach the level of invulnerability as described in the novel, it could withstand most of the damage caused by swords and swords. Therefore, facing the impact of the Ming army's sword and shield soldiers, the 800 Yao people's rattan armor soldiers successfully resisted and beat the Ming army back. Moreover, Zheng Yunhu knew the weakness of rattan armor, that is, it was afraid of fire. So, Zheng Yunhu deployed 800 rattan armor soldiers here before the city wall was blown up. At the same time, they brought in a lot of water buckets, and asked the rattan armor soldiers to wear a layer of cloth outside, which was soaked in water. The rattan armor was covered with wet cloth outside, and there were buckets of water ready to put out the fire. Even if the Ming army threw torches in, they could not achieve any success. My dear brother, you are really smart. Ahaha. Seeing this, the great leader Huan Wenlong was also very happy. Boss, although we have temporarily blocked the Ming army, we still have to quickly plug this gap after the truce tonight. It should be so. However, they thought too simply. Seeing this, Chen Jin said decisively, Fu Qianhua, you select hundreds of death warriors as sword and shield soldiers, and rush in again. But, Governor, those rattan armor soldiers. I let those musketeers follow the sword and shield soldiers. As long as they enter the city, they will shoot at those rattan armor soldiers through the gaps between the sword and shield soldiers. I don't believe that those rattan armors can withstand muskets. Shen Rui thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What a great idea, Governor. Even dozens of kilograms of iron armor can't stop muskets, let alone those rattan armors made of vines. Okay, go and select strong and skilled death warriors. Remember, those people must use their own strength to knock open a piece of open space so that the musketeers have a place to stand. Yes, sir. Then, Mao Rui selected 500 strong men, put on cotton armor lined with iron plates, held swords and shields, and rushed into the gap first. After a bloody battle, these hundreds of people finally squeezed a gap under the swords of the Tongyao coalition. Then, 100 musketeers took advantage of the situation and entered the city. In order to cover the musketeers entering the city, Chen Jin also ordered the archers to concentrate on attacking the enemy troops above the gap in the city wall, so that they dared not show their heads to attack the musketeers. At the same time, another group of strong men, holding iron hammers, also rushed forward and smashed the gap with big hammers, making the gap bigger and bigger. Soon, the musketeers who entered the city found the gap in the crowd and began to aim at the rattan armor soldiers who were fighting with the sword and shield soldiers. Li Sanchue, the commander of the musketeers, shouted, "The sword and shield soldiers in front must not move, otherwise they will be injured by mistake." Then, the sword and shield soldiers who were fighting with the Yao people's rattan armor soldiers did not dare to move, but stood there mechanically to defend the attack of the rattan armor soldiers. Just when the rattan armor soldiers thought they had the upper hand, bursts of gunfire suddenly rang out in the gap between the people, crackling. Some rattan armor soldiers screamed. Because there were only a few rows of sword and shield soldiers between the musketeers, it was very easy to aim at such a close distance. Because the musketeers that Marin got had a sight, which was very convenient to aim. Therefore, the musketeers were very accurate. At least, they would not miss the target. After all, the frontal area of a living person is so large. At such a close distance, it is difficult to miss the target with a crosshair. The lead bullet weighing dozens of grams hit the rattan armor fiercely, and the rattan armor that was originally able to resist swords and knives suddenly became useless. Anyone who was shot was either dead or injured. In a cup of tea, half of the 800 rattan armor soldiers were lost. Because they were only separated by sword and shield soldiers, the distance was very close, and the musketeers were also very accurate. In a cup of tea, which is about 10 minutes, the musketeers had already fired several rounds. When shooting, the musketeers simply put the musket on the shoulders of the sword and shield soldiers in front of them to aim and shoot. Although the rattan armor soldiers are fierce in close combat, these sword and shield soldiers are also carefully selected strongmen. It may be difficult to defeat these rattan armor soldiers, but it is still no problem to withstand these rattan armor soldiers. The remaining time was for the musketeers to kill the rattan armor soldiers. The rattan armor soldiers were not long-range soldiers, and they had no way to deal with the musketeers hiding behind them and shooting cold guns. In fact, these musketeers did not know that the musketeers were actually very afraid of moisture. As long as they picked up the buckets of water on the ground and poured them over to wet the musketeers would misfire. Unfortunately, these Tongyao rebels did not have this awareness. They did not even know what a musketeer was, let alone a way to restrain it. Therefore, under the cover of the sword and shield soldiers, in about 3/4 of an hour, the rebels' biggest trump card, the rattan armor soldiers, were completely wiped out. Even the most elite rattan armor soldiers were destroyed, and the Tongyao coalition rebels panicked and their fighting spirit was seriously affected. Even Zheng Yunhu, the second in command of the rebels, was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. Before he fainted, Zheng Yunhu shouted, "My rattan armor soldiers." On the other hand, after the Ming army eliminated the rattan armor soldiers, their morale was greatly boosted, and more Ming army soldiers attacked the city in one go. In the era of cold weapons, morale is really mysterious. The Ming army, which was obviously a scumbag, had a great morale after its morale was boosted, and its combat effectiveness was off the charts. The morale of the Tongyao coalition in the city was severely hit because of the destruction of the rattan armor soldiers. In addition, the top think tank Zheng Yunhu vomited blood and fainted, and the nominal leader Huang Wenlong panicked. Then, in the street fighting, the Ming army guards, who were a scumbag, actually took the Tongyao coalition to fight. After most of the day's bloody battles, the Ming army finally controlled most of Luoyang County. At this time, it was already midnight. Seeing that victory was hopeless, Zheng Yunhu, who woke up, persuaded the leader Huang Wenlong to break out from the north gate with less than 3,000 remnants. Then, they turned around and fled southwards towards Detongxia. If they had fled during the day, the Ming army would have been able to catch up with them with their cavalry. But in the middle of the night, the Ming cavalry was not good at night fighting, so Huang Wenlong and Zheng Yunhu escaped. But no matter what, Luoyang County was finally recovered by the court. Moreover, most of the rebels were either annihilated or captured. Moreover, this was an offensive battle. Therefore, the Ming army won a great victory. As for the remnants of the rebels, they only needed to pursue them with the army. The next day, the high-spirited Chen Jin hurriedly wrote a victory report and prepared to send it to the capital. The victory report was divided into 2 copies, one was written by Chen Jin, the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. The other was written by Fuqiangbo Mao Rui, the General Commander of Guangdong and Guangxi. Chen Jin wanted to brag about himself, but he was a literati after all, and he had to save face. So, he and Fuqiangbo Mao Rui agreed that we should praise each other. In Chen Jin's victory report, he praised the soldiers for their bravery and Mao Rui for leading the troops well. And in Mao Rui's victory report, he praised Chen Jin for anticipating the enemy's moves and making every possible effort. Even the purchase of Portuguese cannons and matchlocks from the foreign devils was praised by Mao Rui as extremely far-sighted. Because these 2 weapons really shined in this battle. Moreover, in Chen Jin's own report, he also praised the Portuguese cannons and matchlocks as national treasures. In this way, the Portuguese cannons and matchlocks, which had just been banished to the Cold Palace by the Minister of Rights Mao Cheng, entered the vision of the bigwigs of the Ming dynasty as national treasures this time. Chapter 782 Setting Sail to America. Logically speaking, with the memorials of the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi and Fu Qianhua as evidence, the matter should have been concluded. After all, these 2 people are bigwigs in the court. Therefore, Wang Ao, the Grand Secretary of Wenyuan Pavilion, triumphantly confronted the Minister of Rights Mao Cheng, and asked Mao Cheng to take out the previously sealed guns and cannons for reasonable use. However, Wang Ao still underestimated the cunning of Minister Mao. Mao Cheng ignored the contents of Chen Jin and Mao Rui's memorials at all, and even raised doubts. Mao Cheng believed that the atmosphere of the Ming army had deteriorated, causing many generals to like to exaggerate their military exploits. Therefore, the memorials of the 2 were generally only half credible. As for whether the guns and cannons are so magical, The Ministry of Rights will send a small official to Guangxi to verify. After verification, it can be determined whether it is so magical. However, the journey to Guangxi is long and the mountains are high, and the small official of the Ministry of Rights is a civil servant. It is impossible for him to learn from the messenger to ride a horse for 800 miles in an emergency, but to go by boat and car. As for when to reach the front line and complete the verification, it is hard to say. Wang Ao obviously knows his business and knows that he was fooled by Mao Cheng, so he cursed. Then, Wang Ao asked Li Dongyang to help speak. But Li Dongyang did not intend to wade into this muddy water. Why? Because although Mao Cheng is pedantic and conservative, he is one of the civil servants with a good reputation among the Qinglu ministers. Moreover, while this person is pedantic, he is naturally more upright. An upright civil servant prefers to confront the emperor and the currently powerful eunuch Lu Jin. Although Li Dongyang is very dissatisfied with the eunuch Lu Jin, he does not like to charge into battle himself. With an old angry young man like Mao Cheng charging in front, he is also optimistic about it. Therefore, Li Dongyang is unwilling to offend Mao Cheng. Similarly, Wang Ao is also the main force against Lu Jin, and Li Dongyang cannot offend him. Therefore, it is not easy for Li Dongyang to intervene in this matter, and he can only remain neutral and impartial. As for another cabinet elder, Jiao Fang, he disliked all the southern officials and was happy to see Wang Ao and Mao Cheng fighting each other. However, Wang Ao and Jiao Fang were competitors. The two were both cabinet ministers. They could not compete for the first place, but they could compete for the second place. If they won the second place, when Li Dongyang retired, they could be the first assistant for a while. So, Jiao Fang stood on Mao Cheng's side in this matter. Therefore, Wang Ao was suppressed again. On the other hand, when the Ming court was playing the drama of court struggle and internal struggle again and again, Marin also began to prepare to leave for America. In order to make the trick more realistic, Marin mobilized 2,250 class armed merchant ships, each carrying 150 infantrymen, and pretended to go to the wild continent to avenge his brother. But in fact, the so-called 3,000 infantrymen on the ship were mostly young Frisian sailors. They held spears, wore white vests with black crosses, pretended to be infantry, and boarded the ship with Marin. As for the real infantry, they basically did not move. The only ones who really followed Marin were the 100 plate armor guards brought by Khan. The reason for bringing 100 plate armor guards was actually to allow these 100 tall plate armor guards to block the periphery at critical moments and help Marin resist bows and bullets. Of course, these people are also masters of martial arts, at least their fighting ability is very top-notch. Moreover, they have good physical strength, otherwise they can't wear plate armor for a long time. The dock of Emden port was full of people and merchants watching the excitement. Among them, there were spies from the Principality of Guedes pretending to be merchants. Charles II, Duke of Guedes, was very cautious and was afraid of being calculated by Marin again. Therefore, he asked people to pretend to be merchants and come to Emden port to watch the excitement, mainly to observe whether Marin really left. And Marin also hoped that Charles II would know that he really left. Therefore, this time he deliberately walked slowly in front of the spy from the Principality of Guedes, so that the other party could see clearly that he had indeed boarded the ship and left. In fact, the spy sent by Charles II, Duke of Guedes, was targeted by Kohler's spies after entering the East Frisian region. Therefore, Marin actually knew their whereabouts very well. Therefore, he also deliberately let the other party see him boarding the ship and setting off. Before that, there was a small episode. Albert's fiancée Maria Gust, despite her family's obstruction, came to Emden with a small backpack on her back, and asked to follow Marin to visit her fiancé Albert in the wild continent. Marin admired the little girl's affectionate behavior. However, Albert's injury this time was fake, and naturally he couldn't let the little girl see it. Therefore, Marin persuaded the tearful Miss Gust to go back. This matter is also Marin's fault. He deliberately found an excuse to leave this time. He not only told Charles II, Duke of Guelders, but also secretly notified Emperor Maximilian I and John II, Duke of Clever. In addition, everyone in the family knew about it. However, he forgot to inform the Gust family where Albert's fiancée was. However, Miss Gust rushed to Emden port with her luggage and asked to visit her seriously injured fiancé, which made Marin's acting more realistic this time. After all, Miss Gust's tears were not fake. Many people who didn't know the truth really thought that Albert had an accident. Moreover, Marin was very happy that Miss Gust cared about her fiancé. After all, his younger brother had a fiancé who really cared about him, and he was also happy for Albert. If it was replaced by Ruth, the silver-leafed heroine in Titanic, it would be miserable. The fiancé was still on the ship, and he was messing around with someone. God knows how much the future husband of this heroine will be cheated on. In his previous life, Marin was upset by the male and female protagonists in Titanic, who were like a pair of dogs and bitches. Although the director used various techniques, such as background music, etc., to brainwash the audience and show the so-called love between the male and female protagonists. But Marin never bought it, because no matter how the background was set, it could not change the fact that Jack and Rose were a pair of husband-killing silver wives. She followed her fiancé on the ship, but had sex with others halfway. What is the difference between this behavior and those silver women who checked into a room with strangers in later generations? It's not right. It should be said that those women in later generations learned from this Ruth. After all, in the 1990s, there were no such cheap women in China. In Marin's view, the difference between Titanic and Wu Song killing his sister-in-law in Water Margin is nothing more than that Wu Song killing his sister-in-law was written from the perspective of normal people. Normal people naturally uphold justice and condemn Shimin Qing in Pan Jinlian, a pair of dogs and bitches. Titanic, on the other hand, is written from the perspective of a silver thief. In Titanic, Jack, who seduced someone's fiancée, is portrayed as a positive character. And Carl, whose fiancée was seduced by someone, becomes the villain. In short, this is a shit movie that portrays the love affair between Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian as love, but many Chinese people are brainwashed. Of course, there are many such nonsense in later generations. For example, getting married in a church. Many Chinese people in later generations like to go to church to hold weddings even though they both don't believe in God. Maybe the priest who notarized them was thinking in his heart, these two sabi, who don't believe in God, pretend to swear to God. Really unsophisticated. But, who cares, just give him money. So, movies are really brainwashing. The reason why many unsophisticated Chinese couples in later generations went to church to get married was actually influenced by Western movies. However, they never thought that Westerners all believe in Christianity. Even Hong Kong people believe in the Anglican Church. After all, it was once a British colony. So, it is okay for Hong Kong people to go to church to get married. But if you are a mainland couple whose ancestors have not believed in religion for 3 generations, but you go to church to get married, well, don't blame the priests for criticizing you in their hearts. Besides, God will not bless you, because you don't believe in Him at all. In fact, these are all things hyped up by businessmen. For example, you have to drink Lafite and go to church to get married. These are secondary. Damn, you need 999 roses to propose. The flower seller's face must be as smiling as a chrysanthemum. What? You don't want to. You are not romantic enough. But if you want to be romantic, you have to waste first. But unfortunately, there are many women in the future who are not very smart, easily fooled, and like romance. So, brother, prepare your money to waste. What do you mean you have no money? Please learn from Lao Nyo and work part-time as a poor writer at night. It's better to do something else, you can earn a few more cents, just to have money to waste. One day, and then take a silly woman home. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Marin persuaded Miss Gus to return, and he took a large group of people, boarded the ship and set sail. Chapter 783 North American Racecourse Plan. When setting out, Marin only brought 20 modified 250 class armed merchant ships. All of these ships used new steering wheels composed of gears and copper rods. In addition, they were also equipped with top-edge gaff sails. However, when setting out from Emden Port, Marin did not let the sailors raise the top-edge gaff sails, but continued to use the old-fashioned Latin triangular sails. After all, most of the time from the mainland to America is against the wind. If you use a square sail, you will be dead slow. The Latin triangular sail is a longitudinal sail, which works better against the wind. Moreover, if the Latin sail spars are tied well, they can actually be used as square sails. So, this fleet actually brought 3 sets of sails: a set of square sails, a set of Latin sails, and a set of top-edge gaff sails. Of course, the square sails are used when returning to Europe from America. If you go to America, you mainly use top-edge gaff sails. But Marin likes to keep secrets. Therefore, he brought another set of Latin triangular sails. During the voyage from the North Sea to the English Channel, the ships must use Latin sails. Only when they are out of the English Channel and on the Atlantic Ocean will they remove the Latin sails and raise the more efficient and easy-to-maneuver upper-edge girder sails. In addition, there are actually 10 500-ton warships accompanying them on the open sea. After all, Marin is the master of a country. How can he ensure safety with only a group of armed merchant ships? Therefore, it is certain that 5 professional warships will be sent to accompany him. However, the warships of the North Sea Kingdom are not public. Although they have been dispatched several times, they try to avoid the crowd as much as possible. Why? It's still Marin's old problem of keeping secrets. In front of outsiders, the gun doors on the lower deck of the 500-ton warships are never opened. Therefore, outsiders have never known that the warships of the North Sea Kingdom are double-layer side gun decks. Even the military port, Marin did not build it in Emden, but in another hidden small harbor, trying not to let others see it. Of course, although the rudders of these 10 warships have been converted into steering wheels, the sails have not been modified. Because Marin currently does not have high-strength cables and canvas, he cannot produce the upper edge girder sails that meet the height required for 500-ton warships. Therefore, these warships, on the way to America against the wind, still remove the cross sails and use the Latin main sails. However, in the section from the North Sea to the western end of the English Channel, those 250-class armed merchant ships will also use Latin sails. Therefore, these ships will not get rid of those warships. Moreover, the main task of these 10 warships is to ensure that Marin's fleet will not be attacked by pirates and ensure safety. There are still many pirates in England these days. Although Marin has planned to unite England, he has not yet united. Therefore, Marin is also afraid that those pirates will swarm to attack his armed merchant fleet. If he has any mistakes, Marin dare not guarantee that he can cross again. In addition, Marin had calculated France before, and he was worried that Louis XII would not swallow this breath. But Marin had never offended France publicly, so Louis XII could not send troops to attack Marin. But what if the French sent troops disguised as pirates to attack him? Although the 20 armed merchant ships led by Marin would definitely win, Marin did not dare to guarantee that the ship he was on would be safe. After all, it was a thin-skinned armed merchant ship that was not resistant to attack. Even if the French had no navy, they could still get a few ships and install cannons. Moreover, the French had the most cannons. If the flagship he was on was entangled by the French gunboat and was taken care of by the shells, Marin could not guarantee that he would not be killed by the iron ball shells. So, for safety, Marin asked 10 500-ton warships to escort him to ensure safety. The keels of these 10 warships are much denser than those of armed merchant ships, and the wooden boards are also thicker. Therefore, they are very resistant to shelling. Whether it is the British pirate fleet or the French gunboat, facing 10 professional warships with fierce firepower and strong resistance, they can only kneel down. In addition to the above reasons, Marin also loaded a large number of Eastern European Mongolian horses on 10 warships, totaling hundreds of horses. This batch of Eastern European Mongolian horses was purchased from the Crimean Khanate a few years ago. Marin happened to be going to America this time, so he picked a batch of uncastrated horses from the horses bought from Crimea as horse breeds and took them to the American colonies for breeding. Of course, they were sent to Cape Breton Island and Newfoundland for grazing and breeding. As for the American continent, Marin will not take it for the time being. Because how terrible it is to let those aggressive Indian tribes get horses, there is proof in later generations. You know, when the United States of America moved westward in later generations, the most terrible opponents were those Indian cavalry. If the old Americans were not strong enough, and the old Americans at that time already had rear-loading rifles using copper shells, those Indian cavalry would probably pose a greater threat to the old Americans. Marin doesn't have the technology to make a rear-loading rifle with a copper shell, and the national strength is not strong enough. Therefore, he dare not let those brave Indian warriors get horses. Therefore, Marin now only plans to breed these Eastern European Mongolian horses on Cape Breton Island and Newfoundland Island to provide horses for the future attack on the North American continent. As for the Indians on Newfoundland Island, Ma Pin is not worried. Because there are very few Indians on Newfoundland Island. If you find that the other party dares to steal horses, just kill them, and you don't need too many soldiers and horses to do it. But if the Indians on land get horses, they can retreat westward in the dense North American primeval forests, so that Marin can't catch up. Unlike Newfoundland Island, it's such a big island. You can't escape far with horses. According to Marin's plan, 3 horse farms will be set up in America: Cape Breton Island Horse Farm, Newfoundland Island Horse Farm and North American Double Island Horse Farm. Cape Breton Island is large enough, and there are basically no Indians on the island. It is very suitable to build a horse farm here. Marin also plans to build a horse farm in Corner Brook, the cement manufacturing center in the west of Newfoundland Island. However, because there are Indian natives on Newfoundland Island, Marin does not plan to build a large horse farm here. Moreover, people will strictly monitor to prevent horses from getting lost or stolen by Indians. Once there is a change, the army will be sent to hunt them down to prevent the outflow of horses. As for the horse farm on the 2 islands of North America, due to the limitation of the island area, this horse farm is destined to not be built too large. However, this is a very important horse farm. Because the horse farm here will directly supply horses to the New York colony to facilitate colonial needs. In the future, other agricultural activities on the two islands of North America will be gradually stopped and moved to the mainland. Then, this will become a special horse and mule breeding center. If the New York colony needs war horses, the horse farm on the two islands will supply them, but only castrated geldings will be supplied. In this way, even if the cavalry is killed by the Indians and loses their horses, it doesn't matter. Because geldings cannot be bred, even if the Indians grab geldings, they cannot breed and reproduce, and form a large-scale cavalry. Chapter 784, Secret Dispatch of Troops. Shortly after Marin set out from the port of Emden, Schwartz, who was originally responsible for staying behind, also began to secretly gather troops and prepare to go south to the Principality of Clever. After all, it was agreed before that Schwartz would lead 20,000 troops south to fight for Duke John II of Clever in the name of mercenaries. At this time, spring plowing had just begun and all of Europe was busy with spring plowing. Even the Principality of Guedes, which wanted to send troops, was busy with spring plowing. After the spring plowing was over, it was still early for the autumn harvest in October, which was just right for a war. And Schwartz and Marin had planned before to take advantage of the busy spring plowing period to complete the troop transfer plan without anyone noticing. And it was not easy to quietly send 20,000 troops to the south without attracting attention. In the end, the solution that Marin and Schwartz came up with was to take the water route. It just so happened that the small canal connecting the Ems River and the Rhine River in the South Munster area was completed at this time. Marin decided to mobilize a large number of inland transport ships to transport troops quietly. Each inland ship was covered with a tarpaulin, so that the soldiers could hide in the cabin without being discovered by others. Then, these ships went separately in a low-key manner and went south quietly. All along the way, it was Marin's territory. As long as they were greeted in advance, naturally no one dared to stop the ship for inspection. Even in the territory of South Munster. Marin also wrote a secret letter to Bishop Conrad, asking him not to worry about the things on the ship. There were dozens of people hidden in the cabin of each small boat, and more boats were made. If it really didn't work, the extra people could also be separated by land, hiding during the day and traveling at night. In short, don't let people see it. In fact, as long as you don't take the prosperous trade route, the chance of being seen by outsiders is very small. After all, this was an era when serfs could not leave the manor at will, and there were few outsiders on the road. Generally, foreign spies also have to disguise themselves as merchants and take normal trade routes. Therefore, as long as they avoid the many roads that merchants pass through, take the small roads, and disperse, with a small number of troops per unit, they can still avoid being seen. After Schwartz made arrangements, he took 20,000 troops, some boarded the ship, some took the land, and began to go south in batches. As for the guarding of the homeland, it was naturally handed over to old Hoffman. Although old Hoffman had no talent, the guarding work was much easier than leading troops to go to war. After several experiences, old Hoffman was also familiar with it. In fact, old Hoffman was not old at all. He was only in his early 50s, which was the age of youth and strength. Although his ability was limited, he was still competent to guard several major cities with a group of soldiers. As for internal affairs, old Hoffman was not good at it, but Lady Mary understood it. Of course, Lady Mary did not need to deal with the usual internal affairs. After all, Prime Minister Geoffrey was handling government affairs. Lady Mary's task is to keep an eye on Prime Minister Geoffrey, so that he won't make small moves while Marin is away. After all, Geoffrey's moral integrity is not very good. In this way, old Hoffman is in charge of military affairs, and Lady Mary supervises government affairs. Even if Marin is not there, there will be no trouble in the country. However, with the ability of old Hoffman, he can only guard some important areas and towns such as East Friesland and Groningen at most. More areas are beyond his ability. But Marin doesn't expect him to defend the entire Duchy of the North Sea. As long as he can defend the core area of East Friesland, even if other places are lost, Marin can take it back. Moreover, Marin actually hopes that old Hoffman and Lady Mary can be more familiar with the process of staying in the country. In this way, Marin can go abroad with confidence. You don't have to go to other places, but you must go to the Ming dynasty. It's not that Marin wants to pay homage to the emperor and kneel down to lick the Ming dynasty, but Marin does have a strong curiosity about the ancient Ming people. What does Emperor Zhengde look like? Ma Lin really wants to know. There is also the great eunuch Lu Jin, who is also very famous. I wonder if there will be sunflower manual. In short, Ma Lin will definitely go to Daming for a wave in this life. Moreover, he also plans to take a group of oil painting masters to Daming to record the appearance of celebrities such as Emperor Zhengde and Lu Jin with oil paintings as historical archives. Hundreds of years later, when making movies, those directors will have a reference, so they will not just find actors to make up the numbers. Of course, for those second-rate directors who like to find sissy little fresh meat as the leading actors, Ma Lin can do nothing. Just like the founding of an army, the director found a group of people who are not like the prototype to play. Obviously, these protagonists have photos and corresponding special actors, but you have to find a completely different little fresh meat to play. Do you think the audience is ignorant? So, it would be strange if this movie didn't flop. If it were a costume movie, you could just find tall, short, fat, or thin people to play. Because there are no photos of those people, you can let anyone play the role. But they are obviously people from decades ago, and there are photos of them. You deliberately find someone who doesn't look like them, which is completely insulting to people's intelligence. Did the faces of those martyrs of the uprising have flour as white? To put it bluntly, in ancient times, there were gay men. Those who looked like pretty boys would have been treated as rabbits and had their backs opened. They would have anal fissures. How could they still have the ability to participate in the revolution? The magic of the anti-Japanese drama is that all the men are pretty boys, and the women are not only white-skinned and beautiful, but also wear avant-garde and bold clothes. The most bizarre thing is that the Japanese turned a blind eye to the beautiful clothes. Do you really think that the Japanese are all gay and don't like girls? Therefore, Ma Lin has always believed that the reason why Bright Sword is regarded as a classic among the classics of anti-Japanese dramas is that in addition to the good plot, the good selection of actors is also the key. Just like the image of a rough man played by Li Yubin, that is the real image of the revolutionaries of that era, rough and fierce. If you find a young handsome guy to play Li Yunlong, it's estimated that he will be out of character in a minute. Damn, with such a look, the whole regiment probably wants to have sex with you, and you can still be the regiment commander. You know, soldiers are hot-tempered, and they look like Diao Chan Tussauds. I'm getting off topic again. As the commander of the army, Schwartz is also going south. However, he was the general that Marin was responsible for staying behind. If he disappeared, it would definitely arouse speculation. Especially the Principality of Guides, which sent some people to lurk in Auric to observe the situation. Of course, their actions were monitored by Kohler's spies. Before taking action, it is obvious that these spies of the Principality of Guides must not find out that Schwartz is missing. Once this happens, the suspicious Duke of Guides, Charles II, will inevitably be suspicious. Therefore, Schwartz is going to leave, but he must not let people know that he is gone. Therefore, before he set off, Marin discussed with Schwartz selected a soldier from the army with a figure very similar to Schwartz. Then, let him play Schwartz every day and go to the palace for official business every day. As for what to do if he doesn't look like him. This is easy, wear plate armor to work. The Gothic plate armor helmet has a mask, and no one can see his face as long as the mask is pulled down. As long as the stand-in brother pulls down the mask to hurry on the road when pretending to be Schwartz, there will be no problem. Then, Schwartz's mount and several personal guards will also stay, escorting the stand-in brother from Schwartz's mansion to the front yard of the palace to work every day. In the evening, escort him back to Schwartz's mansion. In this way, no one will know that Schwartz himself is actually no longer in Auric. The real Schwartz has secretly led his troops south. In fact, Marin also plagiarized this trick from Britain in later generations. During World War II, the British and American Allied forces wanted to land in Normandy, but they were afraid that the German army would see their true intentions. So, he found Lieutenant James, who looked like the British commander Montgomery, and wandered around, successfully attracting the attention of Nazi German spies. The German army made a mistake in judgment, and then the Allied surprise landing was successful. Of course, Marin couldn't find a soldier who looked like Schwartz in a hurry. Fortunately, the helmets of this era had masks. As long as he let him put down the mask, ride Schwartz's horse, and be surrounded by Schwartz's personal soldiers, he could still deceive the few spies with low professional level in the Principality of Guides. In this way, when the whole of Europe was busy with spring plowing, Schwartz led 20,000 troops to the south in batches, either by ship or by land, to the territory of the Principality of Clever. In Auric, a stand-in, wearing Schwartz's plate armor, riding Schwartz's warhorse, and escorted by several of Schwartz's personal guards, pretended to go to work every day to confuse outsiders. Damn it, Lao Nyo was despised by a girl 2 days ago, but that girl was old, looked average, and had a low IQ. Lao Nyo didn't figure out why she despised me, so I was in a bad mood these 2 days, and I complained a lot. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 785. The naughty kid is short of toys. In the forbidden city of the Ming Empire, the great eunuch Lu Jin and the 8 eunuchs most trusted by the Jing Emperor, including Gu Deong, Zhang Yong, Ma Yongcheng, and Gao Feng, were all sweating at this time. It's not that the weather is hot, after all, it's only February in the lunar calendar. However, the young Jing Emperor put too much pressure on them, which made them sweat. Although the Jing Emperor was intelligent, smart and courageous, he was spoiled since he was an only child and had no competitors, so he was more willful and naughty. Moreover, the Jing Emperor Zhu Hozhao also had a talent, that is, he learned everything quickly. For example, fighting crickets. After Lu Jin and others lured him to learn how to fight crickets, the Jing Emperor quickly got started and became a master of fighting crickets. However, once he mastered it, the Jing Emperor quickly lost interest and wanted to find something else exciting. As a result, all kinds of eagles, dogs, chickens, etc. that can be used for entertainment and gambling were played by the young emperor. Similarly, these entertainment projects were also played by the bear children. After getting tired of playing, the bear children naturally wanted to find new fun, and the biggest task of Lu Jin and other 8 eunuchs was to help the bear children find new entertainment projects. However, where are new entertainment projects so easy to find? Moreover, these 8 eunuchs have basically not read books and have little knowledge, so they think very hard. Originally in history, in the 3rd year of Zhengde, the emperor of the bear child would build a leopard house to drive jackals, tigers, leopards and other beasts to fight each other for fun. However, at this moment, Lu Jin and others have just gained power and have not yet been able to get so many rare and exotic animals for Emperor Zhengde. In addition, Lu Jin has just come to power and has not yet cleaned up all the opposition. Most of the old ministers left in the Hongji dynasty are more upright. Even if Zhengde wants to play, he will be sprayed by the ministers. However, the ministers can stop the emperor from playing with things, but these 8 eunuchs can't. Because their power comes from the favor of the bear children. So, it's not their job to persuade. If they want to be favored and gain power, they must meet all the demands of the bear child, no matter whether they are reasonable or not. Now, the bear child has just gotten tired of an entertainment project and is now losing his temper. Lu Daban, Zhang Banban, and the rest of you, think about it for me, what else is fun? Think quickly. If you can think of it, I will reward you. If you can't think of it, you will be beaten with a stick. The bear child is well versed in threats. Then, several eunuchs had bitter faces. Damn, it's really a tough job to be beaten if you can't think of it. To talk about these years, they have followed the bear child since he was still the prince. In order to please him, the general tricks have been thought of long ago. What cricket fighting, cockfighting, dog fighting, and even eagle fighting. They have thought of them all, and there are even various gambling activities. Unfortunately, the bear child is too smart and these things are too fast to get started. Others can play 1 or 2 entertainment projects for a lifetime, but the bear child is good, and the enthusiasm will pass in 3 or 5 days. Therefore, these eunuchs are busy thinking of new entertainment projects to please the bear child. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Lu Jin thought about it, asked for leave from the little emperor, and went out. What did Lu Jin go out for? Naturally, he went to discuss with someone. There was no need to think about discussing with the other 7 eunuchs, because the 8 of them were in a competitive relationship. Now that Lu Jin has the upper hand, the other 7 people are eager to overthrow him and replace him. So, don't expect the other 7 people to share good ideas with him. However, Lu Jin is also smart. He knows that his ability is limited, but he will win over talents. In the court, Lu Jin won over Jiao Fang, the cabinet minister, as a political ally, and promoted some officials who flattered him. In this way, Lu Jin gained a lot of say in the court. However, it is not possible to find these famous civil servants to please the emperor. For example, Jiao Fang, although allied with Lu Jin, is not Lu Jin's servant. If Lu Jin asks Jiao Fang how to make the bear child happy, he might be sprayed. Therefore, Lu Jin went to find not those political allies this time, but a group of chicken-stealing and dog thieves that he usually recruited. Of course, there are also some down-and-out scholars among them. After all, to come up with such a ghost idea, you still have to find some literati with a belly full of bad water. And these chicken-stealing and dog thieves have a very loud name: diners. Speaking of the Warring States period, it was quite popular to raise diners, and the famous 4 princes of the Warring States period were raised, and each family had thousands of diners. Lu Jin himself is not smart, but he has also heard of the story of the 4 princes of the Warring States period. Therefore, he also raised some chicken-stealing and dog thieves to help him come up with some ideas, mainly to come up with ideas on how to please the bear children. As soon as Lu Jin returned to the mansion, a group of chicken-stealing and dog-thieves diners immediately swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. All of these people looked fawning and greeted Lu Jin. "Dongweng is back." "Hello, Dongweng. Dongweng is in good health." Lu Jin waved his hand impatiently and said, "Anjing, I came back this time to ask everyone if there is anything new that can attract the interest of His Majesty." Suddenly, the group of people fell silent. Nonsense, if there were good ideas, they would have used them to please Lu Jin long ago, why wait until today? So, they were also helpless. What's the matter? Don't you all think you are very capable at ordinary times? Why do you all keep silent at the critical moment? To tell you the truth, the Emperor has said that if we don't have anything new and interesting to offer, we will also be punished. If we are punished, you will not have a good life. How about going to catch some jackals, tigers and leopards, a diner suggested. Lu Jin shook his head quickly. Not appropriate. If we want to get jackals, tigers and leopards, we will definitely be impeached by the ministers. Gu Deong, Zhang Yong and other monkeys are eager for me to fall, and then they can take the position. Also, even if we want jackals, tigers and leopards, we need local officials to cooperate with us to get them. Lu Jin narrowly won the struggle with Lu Jian, Xie Qian and other ministers in October last year. Now, although he has reached his hand into the court, his foundation is still unstable. After all, if you want to control the government, you have to cultivate your party. But Lu Jin has just cultivated a small number of party members and has not yet completely controlled the overall situation. Therefore, he is afraid of being impeached for the time being. In addition, Lu Jin has no control over the local area for the time being. However, what you said is an idea. It can't be used now, but it can be used in the future. But first, we have to arrange some people to serve as officials in the local area. Especially in places where there are wolves, tigers and leopards. In this way, it is also convenient for these people to help us capture wolves, tigers and leopards to present to the emperor. Through the reminder of the guest, Lu Jin suddenly realized that he really needed to send some people to the local area, so that he could collect wolves, tigers and leopards and other rare things through them. Just when Lu Jin was thinking about the feasibility of the matter, a guest dressed as a scholar with shifty eyes suddenly stood up. "Dong Wang, I heard an interesting story recently, maybe it will be helpful to Dong Wang." Lu Jin glanced at the scholar and smiled. "It turns out to be a rat scholar, tell me about it." The scholar's surname is Shu, but because he has shifty eyes and is a rat, he is teased as a rat scholar. In the Ming dynasty, although it was the imperial examination to recruit scholars, it also depends on appearance. Those scholars with square faces and decent appearances are particularly popular. Because such scholars can improve the image of the court when they become officials. On the contrary, scholars like Shu Xiaocai, who look like bad guys and don't look like good people at first glance, often have a rough fate. Shu Xiaocai's literary talent is actually good, but because of his ugly appearance, he has never been liked by the examiners. Therefore, his road to the imperial examination was very difficult. Although his literary talent was not inferior to others, he was rejected many times because of his ugly appearance, which might affect the image of the country. In desperation, in order to make a living, the hopeless scholar Shu took refuge with the notorious Lu Jin. The scholar said with a serious face, "It's like this, Dong Wang, I went to the restaurant to eat these days and heard such an interesting story. It seems that a small barbarian country in the west called Beihai Kingdom presented a batch of Western guns and cannons to the court, which are said to be quite powerful. However, the Minister of Rights, Lord Mao Cheng, seemed to have a prejudice against guns and cannons, so he didn't even take a look at them and sealed them in the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights to gather dust. Because of this, Grand Secretary Wang Ao and Minister Mao Cheng had a big unpleasantness. Recently, the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, Chen Jin, seems to have won a great victory in Guangxi. It is said that the envoys of Beihai Kingdom once sent a batch of guns and cannons to Governor Chen Jin. And those guns and cannons had shined in the previous battle in Luoyang County. Later, Grand Secretary Wang Ao had another quarrel with Minister Mao Cheng over this, but Minister Mao seemed unmoved. "Humph, Mao Cheng and Wang Ao are just dog eat dog, we don't care who wins or loses," Lu Jin said impatiently. Because, no matter whether it is Wang Ao or Mao Cheng, they both like to confront Lu Jin. Of course, but, Dong Wang, the point I'm saying is, that batch of guns and cannons from the Western barbarians should be good stuff. Isn't the Emperor a martial artist? Dong Wang can take out that batch of guns and cannons to please His Majesty. Use guns and cannons to please His Majesty? Lu Jin hesitated. That's right. Dong Wang, the Emperor is a martial artist, and guns and cannons are the best weapons in the army. Using them to please the emperor should be just what the emperor likes. But what if there is danger? The safety of the emperor is a big deal. If there is a little problem, our family can't afford it. That's easy. Find a craftsman who is proficient in firearms in the armory bureau to test whether it is safe. If it is safe, then present it to the emperor. That makes sense. However, that old man Mao Cheng doesn't get along with our family. How can we get the things out of the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights under the jurisdiction of that old man? Dong Wang is now the eunuch who holds the seal of the Ministry of Rights. You can ask the emperor to issue an imperial decree to ask for this batch of guns and cannons in the name of the Armory Bureau. I don't believe that old man Mao Cheng dares to disobey the decree. If so, it will give Dong Wang an excuse to deal with him. Mao's scholar suggested. It's really a good idea. Okay, let's do it. Lu Jin nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 786, Waiting for an Opportunity to Seize. Although Lu Jin was notorious, he was also a very capable person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate the government. In fact, the rice penalty law, created by the eunuch Lu, was a big trick to deal with the deficit. This trick was still retained after Lu Jin was executed and became an important weapon for the Ming dynasty to deal with the deficit. The method of the rice penalty law is that I don't care what your reason is. The Taizong, the national treasury and other treasuries are handed over to you for management. If you leave office and there is a huge deficit than before you took office, then I will punish you to pay out of your own pocket to fill the deficit. Those who retire, that is, retire, can be reduced by half, but they will be investigated to the end. In other words, even if you retire, as long as you are alive, the major issues related to inventory deficits must be investigated to the end. In fact, from ancient times to the present, many ministers in charge of the treasury have been corrupt. Some people will almost empty a warehouse after serving as treasurers. And because of the protection of officials, such things often end up in vain, and the country loses in vain. Lu Jin's method is simple and crude. I don't care what your reasons are, and I don't want to hear them. Anyway, if the treasury is in deficit under your management, you have to pay out of your own pocket to make up for the deficit. Of course, if you bite your colleagues, you can also pay less. In this way, the relevant officials in charge of the treasury dare not stretch out their hands under Lu Jin's high-pressure policy. Otherwise, they will definitely be fined to bankruptcy. It is said that Han Wen, who once served as the Minister of Personnel and was in charge of the official hats of the world, was also fined to bankruptcy after retirement. Later, after Jiajing ascended the throne, he provided assistance and subsidized Han Wen 4 stone of rice every month, otherwise the Han family would not be able to make ends meet. Of course, Han Wen was fined, which was not necessarily his own fault. And Jiajing's subsidy to Han Wen was not out of kindness. Because Jiajing had a hobby, completely denying Zhengde. Han Wen was a minister who was messed up during the Zhengde period, and regardless of whether Han Wen was to blame for it, Jiajing would definitely affirm Han Wen's positive image. In this way, the purpose of further blackening Zhengde can be achieved. Subsidizing Han Wen is to let the world see, you see, how badly the upright Han Shangshu was forced by the tyrant Zhengde. I am better. Of course, that's a later story. In fact, Ma Lin was not very interested in Jiajing. Moreover, when he comes to Daming next time, he will definitely persuade Zhengde to pay attention to health and not to mess around too much. The reason why Emperor Zhengde did not leave any descendants is probably related to his premature life of silver and chaos. According to historical records, Emperor Zhengde would establish the Leopard House in the 3rd year of Zhengde. The Leopard House first raised jackals, tigers and leopards. When they got tired of raising them, they changed to opening various shops. Zhengde pretended to be a customer, and the eunuchs in the palace pretended to be the boss. Of course, there was no problem until here. The real problem was later. After that, the Leopard House stopped opening shops and opened Qinglu instead. Zhengde asked the palace maids to pretend to be female branch girls, and then he pretended to be a female ticket customer and had sex with those palace maids at will. But the problem is that Zhengde is only 15 or 16 years old now, and he will be about 16 or 17 years old next year. The body has not yet grown up, and visiting Qinglu every day will inevitably hurt the original essence. Therefore, Zhengde looks fine, but because of the damage to the original essence, he cannot leave offspring. Ma Lin's plan is to teach Zhengde a set of Shaolin Yi Jin Jing circulated on the internet after arriving in Daming, and then fool him by saying that he must control his room before the age of 20 before he can achieve great success. The real Yi Jin Jing was created by Tiantai Zi Ning Taoist during the Tianqi period, but after it was spread to Shaolin, the monks boasted, and in order to improve their status, they said that it was created by Bodhidharma. Or, maybe it was misrepresented by novelists such as Mr. Jean. Of course, in order to fool Zhengde, Marin will definitely take out the Shaolin version of Yi Jin Jing, and then learn from Mr. Jean, bragging that it was created by Bodhidharma, and fool Zhengde. Then tell the story of Bodhidharma's crossing the river with a reed and other fabricated stories to fool the bear child, so that he has the motivation to practice. As for whether he can practice it, Marin will not say it to death, but will say, the Yi Jin Jing is easy to learn but difficult to practice. For hundreds of years, only a few monks have learned it. Only geniuses with strange bones can learn it. In this way, one day in the future, the bear child finds that he has not become a martial arts master, and he can also shirk responsibility. After Lu Jin adopted the advice of the rat scholar, he immediately returned to the palace and asked for the imperial edict from Zhengde. However, Lu Jin was very scheming. He did not immediately send people to the Ministry of Rights to ask for guns and cannons. Instead, he gathered people and waited until the next morning to start. Why? Because there was an early court the next morning. As the Minister of Rights, Mao Cheng must go to court. Even the left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of Rights had to attend the early court. It was convenient for Lu Jin to take action when the bigwigs of the Ministry of Rights went to court. At this moment, Lu Jin has not been able to cover the sky with one hand, and he is a little weak in the face of Mao Cheng, the old stubborn. So, when Mao Cheng took the assistant ministers to court, and there was no big man in the Ministry of Rights, it would be easy to start. After all, the Ministry of Rights without the big guys didn't have the confidence to reject the imperial edict. If Mao Cheng was in the Ministry of Rights, he would have enough confidence to reject the emperor's imperial edict. Therefore, Lu Jin chose the time when Mao Cheng took the big guys of the Ministry of Rights to the morning court to take action. The next morning, while Mao Cheng and other big guys of the Ministry of Rights went to the morning court, Lu Jin sent a large group of Jinyui and Dongchang to break into the Ministry of Rights, read the imperial edict, and asked for the guns and cannons presented by Beihai. At this time, there were only a few cats left in the Ministry of Rights, so how could they have the confidence to resist? However, as an old official, the doctor on duty in the Ministry of Rights' guest and cleaning department did not dare to reject the imperial edict, but planned to delay it until Mao Cheng came back. However, Lu Jin had already calculated that these officials would do this. Therefore, after reading the imperial edict, the Jinyui and Dongchang went directly to the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights. Facing the iron lock of the warehouse, the Jinyui general swung a sledgehammer. When Mao Cheng returned to the Ministry of Rights from the morning court with a group of helpers, Lu Jin's men had already taken away the batch of guns and cannons. Also taken away were several soldiers sent by the Guangzhou vanguard to demonstrate the operation of the Portuguese cannon and the matchlock gun. In fact, these soldiers had planned to return home because they had not been given the opportunity to show the court how to use guns and cannons. If Lu Jin had taken action 2 or 3 days later, these people would have set off to the south. Coincidentally, they had not left yet and were staying in the Four Barbarians Hall of the Ministry of Rights. So, the Jinyui and the Dongchang men took them away directly. The eunuch thief is too much. I want to report him. Mao Cheng was so angry that he jumped and cursed when he learned that Lu Jin sent people to take away the batch of guns and cannons while he was away. Minister Mao regretted it now. Why didn't he dispose of these guns and cannons as scrap copper and scrap iron earlier? However, Lu Jin was not worried at all. Why? Because he was acting in accordance with the emperor's will. There is nothing wrong with it in terms of legal principles. If there is any problem, it is probably just not giving face to Mao Cheng. However, Lu Jin really doesn't care about Mao Cheng's face. Aren't Lu Jian and Xie Qian powerful? The 2 regents of the cabinet are respectfully called lords outside. They all failed when they petitioned together to kill Lu Jin, let alone Mao Cheng. Moreover, Lu Jin was acting in accordance with the emperor's will, so it was not without basis. In addition, Wang Ao and Mao Cheng were not on the same side on this matter, so even if Mao Cheng impeached him, eunuch Lu said, our family has no pressure. Chapter 787, The Sound of Cannons in the Imperial City. After retaking the batch of guns and cannons, the young eunuch who led the team immediately told Lu Jin the whole process vividly. Moreover, he highlighted the exciting plots such as the use of a sledgehammer to break the big iron lock of the Ministry of Rights warehouse. Then, the Dongchang man who was responsible for monitoring the movements of the Ministry of Rights sent news again, and told Lu Jin the plot of Mao Cheng jumping up and down in anger. Lu Jin said happily, I like to see this old man very angry but unable to do anything to me. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. Then, turning around, Lu Jin ran to Zhengde to flatter him. Your Majesty, there is something interesting to hear. When he came to the childish child Zhu Hozhao, Lu Gonggang, who had always shown himself as a domineering president, was as obedient as a kitten at this time. Moreover, his face was full of flattery. Zhengde had just returned from the morning court not long ago, and was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. On the side, eunuchs such as Gu Deong and Zhang Yong surrounded the city and rushed to massage the boy's back and shoulders. Because there were as many as 7 people, Gao Feng and others on the periphery could not even put their hands in. Although it was a bit ridiculous, Zhengde would still go to court. The only emperors who really did not attend court in the Ming dynasty were Jiajing, a cultivator, and Wanli, an opium smoker. Unless Emperor Zhengde was not in the capital, he still knew to attend court and review memorials. Even if he left the capital, he would appoint reliable prime ministers such as Li Dongyang, early, and Yang Tingyi, later, to take charge, so as not to miss important matters. The naughty child opened his eyes impatiently and said, "Old Lu, can't you see that I'm a little sleepy? You'd better say something that interests me, otherwise, I will definitely punish you." Lu Jin exhaled and said flatteringly, "Yes, yes, I will make your majesty happy. Besides, even if your majesty really punishes me, it will be my good fortune." Then, eunuch Lu Jin turned into a funny crosstalk actor and described the previous events with hands and feet dancing. Zhu Hozhao was really interested. "Old Lu, why did you take advantage of the morning court to seize that batch of Western guns and cannons? Wouldn't it be better to take them back openly?" "Well, the naughty child has very violent ideas." Lu Jin immediately made a bitter face. "Your Majesty, you also know that the Minister of Rights is Mao Cheng. That guy dared to criticize your Majesty in person. Even if there is an imperial decree, with Minister Mao's temper, he might reject it in person. At that time, your Majesty would lose face. So, the old servant secretly took advantage of his absence to launch a surprise attack. You don't know that the big general surnamed Huang in the Jinyui, nicknamed Huang Dachui, is so good at swinging a sledgehammer that he broke the big lock made of fine steel in the Ministry of Rights warehouse in 3 strokes. Zhengde smiled and nodded. "Well, interesting, what else?" When the old man Mao Cheng returned to the Ministry of Rights and saw that the door of the Ministry of Rights warehouse was smashed open, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He was so old, but he was so angry that he jumped up and down. That look was so funny. Lu Jin winked. "Ha ha ha, it's really interesting." Zhengde laughed immediately. The naughty kid was also very unhappy with Mao Cheng. Honest ministers like Mao Cheng and Wang Ao in the court often did not give the young emperor face and criticized his mistakes to his face. The bear child was in the rebellious period of adolescence, how could he tolerate it? He had been holding back his anger for a long time. Lu Jin played a trick on Mao Cheng this time, which made the bear child feel relieved. More importantly, Lu Jin's people went with the imperial edict. Even if they made a scene in the Ministry of Rights, it was not too much. As for Lu Jin's worry about Mao Cheng's impeachment, in fact, Lu Jin was not worried at all, but he had to pretend to be weak in front of Zhengde, so he said so. The bear child waved his hand. "Old Lu, don't worry. You haven't broken the law, even if he impeaches you, he can't catch too much handle. At most, you compensate him with a new fine steel lock." "Compensate for a new lock?" Lu Jin was stunned, and then laughed. "Won't Minister Mao be so angry that he will jump again?" "Yes, I just want to see Minister Mao jump with my own eyes." The bear child said proudly. "Your Majesty is so powerful that he can play with this old man in his palms." Lu Jin flattered him in time. Then, Gu Deong and the other 7 eunuchs also sent their horses, fearing that they would fall behind. After resting, the naughty child stood up and stretched his muscles. Then, he asked Lu Jin, "Old Lu, where are the batch of Western guns and cannons you robbed? Let me see them." "Yes, your Majesty." After that, Lu Jin led the naughty child Zhu Hozhao to the direction of the Armory Bureau outside the imperial city. The other 7 tigers of the 8 tigers of Zhengde were not willing to fall behind, and followed closely behind Emperor Zhengde, looking for every opportunity to flatter him. The Armory Bureau is one of the 8 bureaus of the Ming dynasty. The 8 bureaus are Armory Bureau, Silver Bureau, Washing Bureau, Hat Bureau, Needle Bureau, Internal Weaving and Dyeing Bureau, Wine, Vinegar and Flour Bureau and Siyuan Bureau. Each bureau has a seal-holding eunuch, a secretary, a supervisor, etc. In other words, these 8 bureaus are all institutions of the inner court, which are separate from the outer court. Therefore, these 8 bureaus are generally located in the imperial city. Of course, they are all located on the edge of the imperial city. After all, the eunuchs in the inner court cannot be on the stage, and they cannot seize the golden market and pollute the eyes of the civil officials. After arriving at the Arms Bureau, the eunuch in charge of the Arms Bureau immediately winked at Lu Jin and nodded. Lu Jin understood, knowing that he meant that the craftsman of the Arms Bureau had seen it and felt that there was nothing wrong with the batch of guns and cannons. Then, Lu Jin began to enthusiastically invite Jingda to watch the musket shooting. I saw the musket-handed Lu Laoshi and 9 others sent by the Guangzhou vanguard to demonstrate, holding muskets, standing in 3 rows, and lit the matchlocks, and began to wait for orders. Of course, there were many Jinui standing beside these people to prevent them from turning their guns and hitting Jingda. If anyone dared to turn the muzzle, the Jinui would definitely go up and cut him with a knife. The naughty boy Zhu Hozhao was also well informed. After taking a look, he was surprised and said, "Hey, this sunset fire gun is much longer than the 3-eyed gun of the Ming dynasty." In fact, the naughty boy had played with the 3-eyed gun. At the beginning, the naughty boy also played with the 3-eyed gun as a firecracker and almost killed a palace maid. However, to be honest, the 3-eyed gun is just a wooden stick with 3 short and thick iron pipes in front, and the appearance is not very beautiful. The naughty boy threw it away soon after playing with it. That thing looked like an ugly iron hammer. In fact, after firing 3 bullets, the 3-eyed gun was indeed used as an iron hammer to hit people. But the matchlock gun is different. Not to mention the effect, but the slender barrel looks much more beautiful than the 3-eyed gun. Of course, if there is no bayonet, the matchlock gun is not as effective as the 3-eyed gun when the enemy approaches. At least, the 3-barreled gun can be used as a hammer to hit people. However, appearance is justice. Although the 3-barreled gun can hit people, its ugly appearance reduces its score. The matchlock gun looks pleasing to the eye and is much more high-end. With Lu Jin nod, the manager of the Armory Bureau gave an order, and Lu Laoshi and other trained musketeers from Guangzhou vanguard began to perform 3-stage attacks step by step. They were in groups of 3, taking turns to load and shoot. Although there was a pause in the middle, the pause was not long. Such a smooth operation immediately dazzled Jingda. Good. Jingda began to applaud. After all, the shooting performance in front of him was so wonderful that it was almost like acrobatics. After the shooting performance, Jingda was surprised to see the target full of bullet holes. The target is 30 steps away, and the hit rate is so high. Although Emperor Jingda was a little naughty, he was knowledgeable. You know, when he played with the 3-barreled gun, he could only guarantee a hit within 10 steps. A distance of 30 steps. It seems that he almost killed a palace maid by mistake. At this time, Emperor Jingda finally put away his playful heart. After a moment of silence, Emperor Jingda ordered, "Try the cannon again." "Ah. Try it here." Lu Jin was a little dumbfounded. This is the imperial city. The sound of the matchlock gun is somewhat similar to the sound of firecrackers, which is fine. But if you want to fire the cannon, the noise is a bit too loud. However, he did not dare to go against the wishes of the naughty child. So, he asked the people from the Armory Bureau to supervise the gunners sent by the Guangzhou vanguard, and pushed 3 Portuguese cannons to the shooting range. In fact, there was no shooting range for testing cannons in the imperial city, only a shooting range for testing muskets. However, Emperor Jingda waved his hand and said, "Build a temporary wall as a cannon target." In this way, there is no need to worry about the shells flying out of the imperial city. So, a group of masons came soon, built a brick wall 100 steps away from the shooting range, and smeared mud as a temporary cannon target. The reason for smearing mud is to prevent the shells from bouncing and forming ricochets to injure people. Then, with an order, the gunners from the Guangzhou vanguard who were performing the artillery fire used a matchlock tied to a wooden stick to ignite the fuse on the Portuguese cannon musket. Boom 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 dash, 3 cannon shots were heard in the imperial city. Where did the cannon sound? Wang Ao, a cabinet minister who understood military affairs, jumped up in shock in the cabinet office of the imperial city. You know, the sound of cannons usually appears on the battlefield or during a grand ceremony. Now, there was no war or celebration in the capital, but suddenly 3 cannon shots were heard, which frightened Wang Ao. His first reaction was, someone was rebelling, and they even used cannons. Chapter 788. Well, I was just testing the cannon. Although the Ming dynasty did not have as many palace coups as the Tang dynasty, there were some. For example, in the 8th year of Jingtai, 1457, Emperor Yingzong of the Ming dynasty took advantage of Emperor Jingtai's serious illness to launch the dual-man coup and restored himself to the throne. It had only been 50 years since the dual-man coup, and many ministers in the court were over 50 years old and still remembered the palace coup. Therefore, when Wang Ao heard the cannon, his first reaction was a palace coup. Then, he hurried to Li Dongyang's room and shouted, "Brother Binji, something big has happened." Li Dongyang heard the cannon, but he did not immediately think of a mutiny. After all, the Ming dynasty had been peaceful for a long time after the Hongji Center. However, soon, there was a second round of artillery fire, boom, boom, boom dash, Wang Ao's face turned pale, it's over, there must be rebels attacking the imperial city. Judging from the sound, it should be from the northwest. Li Dongyang also stood up suddenly, mutiny. It should be, otherwise, who dares to fire in the capital? Then hurry to the palace to find the emperor and ask for permission to mobilize troops to quell the rebellion. Then two old men in their 50s ran in the imperial city, from the front yard of the imperial city, straight to the forbidden palace. First, it was to ask the emperor to move to a safe area, second, it was to ask the emperor to authorize the mobilization of troops. Although the cabinet has power over the court and the country, it does not include military power. If the cabinet wants to mobilize troops, it must be authorized by the emperor. Of course, it cannot mobilize troops at will. Especially for the troops in the capital, the mobilization system is particularly strict. It must be authorized by the emperor, the cabinet issues a document, and then sends a letter to the Ministry of War. After the Ministry of War approves it, it will issue a document to the 5 military governors' office before the troops in the capital can be mobilized. This is also to prevent someone from rebelling. After all, the cabinet has great power. If they could mobilize troops without the emperor's permission, wouldn't it be easy to launch a mutiny? As cabinet leaders, it was easy for Li Dongyang and Wang Ao to enter the palace. But after entering the palace, they couldn't find the emperor. After some inquiries, the two learned that the emperor had gone to the armory bureau in the northwest of the imperial city. Thinking that the sound of the cannon came from the northwest, and that more than a dozen rounds of cannons had been heard at this time, Wang Ao's face suddenly turned pale. It's over, the emperor went to the armory bureau, and there were cannons there. Doesn't it mean that the emperor fell into the trap of the rebels? After saying that, Wang Ao took off his official uniform that was in the way, picked up a stick from the yard, and shouted, all soldiers, the emperor may be in danger, follow me to rescue him. Li Dongyang was stunned by Wang Ao's wild behavior, but he was still relatively sober, so he dissuaded him, Jiji, you are a civil servant, how can you beat the rebels? Let's go to the Ministry of War with me to mobilize troops. Wang Ao also woke up. Although he understood military affairs, he was also a civil servant, and he was old. If he met any random soldier, he would probably chop him with a knife. So he quickly pulled Li Dongyang to run towards the Ministry of War. However, before the two of them ran to the Ministry of War, they saw a eunuch running over from a distance, shouting as he ran, misunderstanding, 2 elders. Misunderstanding. When the eunuch caught up with the 2 elders and explained the situation, Li Dongyang and Wang Ao's foreheads were immediately full of black lines. You mean, the emperor is testing the cannon in the imperial city? Li Dongyang wanted to strangle the little eunuch in front of him at this time. And Wang Ao was directly furious, this is too much of a joke. This is the imperial city, how can you just fire the cannon? Let's go, brother Binji, let's go to the armory bureau to find the emperor to argue. After that, Wang Ao took Li Dongyang straight to the armory bureau to criticize the emperor. When Wang Pensi took Li Huatu to the shooting range of the armory bureau, the bear kid was clapping, good, it's really a sharp weapon, it can easily break the wall. Before that, Emperor Zhengde asked the craftsman to build a temporary wall 100 steps away, and also smeared a thick layer of yellow mud on the wall to prevent ricochets and enhance the ability to resist artillery fire. But unexpectedly, after only 3 rounds of bombardment, all 9 iron balls not only hit the low wall 100 steps away, but also blasted it apart. Continue to bombard, and the entire low wall collapsed. After all, it was a temporary wall, and the bricks were bonded with yellow mud, without the standard high-grade adhesives such as glutinous rice juice and brown sugar. However, the thickness of the low wall was sufficient, and it was also covered with thick yellow mud. If it were the short-barreled earth cannon used by the Ming army, it would not be able to penetrate, but the Portuguese cannon broke the wall in only 3 rounds, which was beyond the expectations of Emperor Zhengde. However, the bear child just clapped his hands and praised, and when he turned his head, he saw Li Dongyang and Wang Ao with black lines on their heads. So, the bear child was embarrassed. Facing the 2 cabinet bosses, the young Emperor Zhengde was still a little scared. The current Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao is not the Wuzong who has the final say later, but is still just a bear child. Facing the highly respected teacher Li Dongyang and the powerful and aggressive Wang Ao, the naughty kid still felt a little guilty. However, although the naughty kid likes to make trouble, he is not stupid, but very smart. Seeing that the 2 big guys were about to explode, the naughty kid rolled his eyes and immediately thought of a countermeasure. Ahem, well, my two dear ministers, I was just testing the cannon just now. Testing the cannon? Wang the big sprayer was angry. Your Majesty, how can you test the cannon in the imperial city? Whether it is the Ministry of Industry's Military Equipment Bureau or the Inner Court Weaponry Bureau, at most they test muskets in the city, not cannons in the city. Just now the imperial city was in chaos. Old Chen and Lord Li thought there was a mutiny. They were so scared that they ran everywhere, and they almost went to the Ministry of War to mobilize troops to quell the rebellion. The naughty kid knew that he was in the wrong, so he saluted and said, I didn't think it through, but Lord Wang, the firearms presented by these ghosts are indeed extraordinary. You are an expert, can you help to comment on it? Look, the low wall that I sent people to build before was actually blown down. It's really a military weapon. The naughty kid knew that Li Dongyang's level of scolding was not high, and the most difficult one was Wang Ao. But the naughty kid also knew that Wang Ao was more concerned about military and national affairs. So he simply used guns and cannons to divert the attention of Wang Ao, a military fan. Sure enough, the upright Wang Ao was fooled. Wang Ao actually wanted to see these guns and cannons for a long time, but unfortunately Mao Cheng kept them in the warehouse of the Ministry of Rights, so he had no chance to see them. Now, the naughty kid deliberately diverted his attention, and the old military fan Wang Ao was also diverted for a while, and went to check out the guns and cannons. Lord Wang, look, this is the target of a matchlock gun. The bullet holes on it are so dense, and the result was achieved at a distance of 30 steps. It can be seen that the matchlock gun of this Western devil is still very powerful, more powerful than the three-barreled gun of my Ming dynasty. Take a look at this Portuguese cannon. It is so ingenious. The Westerners are really smart. They actually came up with the idea of using letter guns, loading gunpowder and iron bullets with small guns, and then stuffing them into the main gun to fire. In this way, loading gunpowder is extremely convenient. As he said this, Emperor Zhengde personally gestured with his hands to show Wang Ao. Wang Ao listened and nodded repeatedly. Then, he enthusiastically discussed the technical issues of matchlock guns and Portuguese cannons with the naughty child. Li Dongyang saw that he had gone off topic, and there were more black lines on his forehead. So, he coughed and reminded Wang Ao. Wang Ao heard Li Dongyang coughing, and then he saw Li Gulao making eyes at him. Suddenly, he realized that the little emperor had led him astray. So, he said solemnly, Your Majesty, even if Western guns and cannons are powerful, you can't test them in the imperial city. When Emperor Zhengde saw that his method of diverting attention was broken, he had no choice but to argue, well. I was also excited to see the prey, so I couldn't wait to test the cannon. Chapter 789, The gun barrel is a technical difficulty. Are you excited about the sight of prey? Your Majesty, this is not a joke. Cannons are the most important weapons of the country. How can they be used easily? Moreover, they are in this imperial city. You know, the sound of the cannon just now made many ministers think that a mutiny had occurred. It was almost a big mess. Not that bad. Emperor Zhengde whispered. Why not? Your Majesty, haven't you heard of the story of playing tricks on the princes with beacon fires? What's the difference between the cannon fire in the imperial city and the beacon fire lit by King Yu of Zhou? I'm sure that many civil and military officials in the capital are thinking of coming to rescue you at this time. Your Majesty, please send someone to comfort the officials as soon as possible, otherwise, there will be chaos in the capital. If such things happen many times, it will definitely be like what happened to King Yu of Zhou. If there are real rebels who rebel with cannons, no one will pay attention to them at that time. Wang Ao exerted the fighting power of Wang Da's sprayer and sprayed the little emperor hard. As for Li Dongyang, he was not good enough at spraying people, so he simply became Wang Ao's cheerleader. Although he was smooth, he still firmly supported Wang Ao on this issue. Half a day later, the little emperor's face was full of Wang Ao's saliva. Unfortunately, the little emperor who made a mistake couldn't get angry. Lu Jin took out his handkerchief and knelt down to wipe the little emperor's face. Then, Wang Pengzi immediately found a new target. You eunuch, you must have bewitched your Majesty to fire in the imperial city. Your Majesty, please kill this thief. Although the little emperor was making trouble, he was still very loyal. Moreover, this was indeed his own decision, and Lu Jin had advised him before. So he waved his hand and said, Wang Gulao, this matter has nothing to do with Lao Lu. I insisted on testing the cannon here. However, after listening to Wang Gulao's teachings, I also repented. Therefore, I decided to move the place for testing the cannon to the Xishan camp. There are few people there, which is just right for testing cannons. You are still testing cannons. Wang Gulao. Zhengde said seriously. Don't you see that this cannon is far superior to the cannons of the Ming dynasty? It is a shame for the Ming dynasty that its firearms are inferior to those of the barbarians. Therefore, I decided to imitate this cannon, which can be regarded as strengthening the combat effectiveness of the Ming dynasty army and safeguarding the safety of the world. Is there anything wrong with this? After the morning court tomorrow, I decided to go to the Xishan camp to continue testing the cannon. In addition, I will bring the officials and craftsmen in charge of making guns and cannons from the inner court armory and the public weapons bureau, and let them take a good look so that they can learn how to make these two sharp firearms. If the Ming dynasty can also make these two sharp firearms, it will definitely be able to strengthen the army. Emperor Zhengde said seriously. Although the naughty child is a little naughty, he is not a person who does not understand reason. Wang Ao was also deeply shocked when he heard this truth. After a moment of silence, Wang Ao suddenly said, "Then, Your Majesty, please take me with you when you go to the Xishan camp tomorrow." Then, Wang Depengzi, the military fan, temporarily stopped his rants. And the Bear Kid also realized his mistake, and quickly sent his men to dispel rumors everywhere in the capital to prevent people from panicking. However, this matter is not over yet. The next morning, all the rants in the court were excited. Wang Pengzi stopped his rants, but Mao Pengzi Mao Cheng was still there. Then, a large group of civil servants, headed by the Minister of Rights Mao Cheng, who claimed to be loyal ministers, took turns to criticize the little emperor for his bad behavior of firing cannons in the imperial city. However, the Bear Kid is also a tough guy. In the early days of Emperor Zhengde's reign, that is, when his authority had not yet been established, the Bear Kid's trick to deal with the ministers was to firmly admit his mistakes and never repent. That is, on the surface, he admitted his mistakes with a very good attitude, but in a blink of an eye, he forgot all his advice. Of course, the Bear Kid was not confused about major matters. It was also his impulse to fire the cannon in the imperial city before. After this time, he will definitely not make such a mistake again. Otherwise, he will definitely be criticized again. In this way, the next morning court was spent in the wave of ministers criticizing the little emperor. Fortunately, the little emperor was sitting on the dragon throne, far away from the ministers. If he got too close, the minister's saliva would probably drown him. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Zhengde had lunch first. After lunch break, he sent someone directly to the Ministry of Works to notify the officials of the Military Equipment Bureau responsible for manufacturing guns and cannons in the Ministry of Works and the best gun and cannon craftsmen, together with the eunuchs in charge of gun and cannon manufacturing in the inner court and the most outstanding craftsmen, to rush to the Xishan camp. Of course, Wang Pengzi also went with him. The Xishan camp is in the mountains. At this time, it is extremely empty. You can fire cannons as you want without worrying about disturbing the people. Because there are no people here at all. So, Zhengde played bigger and lined up 40 bronze cannons and fired hard. As a result, the ground shook and the scene was extremely spectacular. Although it did not flatten the hilltop like the artillery training in later generations, it also broke many trees in the woods in front of the shooting range. It is indeed a sharp weapon. The firing rate is also very fast. Military fan Wang Ao stroked his beard and exclaimed. So, can my Ming dynasty make it? Emperor Zhengde asked the officials and eunuchs in charge of the Ministry of Industry's Military Equipment Bureau and the Inner Court Armory Bureau with a serious face. Then, the officials of the Ministry of Industry's Military Equipment Bureau and the eunuchs of the Inner Court Armory Bureau called their skilled cannon casting craftsmen and asked them if they could do it. After these veteran craftsmen got together to discuss for a while, they replied, yes, but it is more difficult to match the letter gun, and the scrap rate may be higher. In ancient China, craftsmen did not have any unified standards, and there was no vernier caliper to strictly control the product size. Therefore, casting guns and cannons is a bit of a feeling. But this also caused the caliber of guns and cannons to be different. Marin promoted vernier calipers in Beihai Kingdom early and established a strict quality inspection system. People are forced to do it, and the promotion of vernier calipers has enabled craftsmen to process more precise parts. For example, the letter gun of the falconet cannon. It may be simple to make it alone, but it is very difficult to make a very compatible letter gun, that is, the sub-gun and the main gun fit well and do not leak much. Because the Ministry of Industry of the Ming dynasty did not set strict production standards and did not have vernier calipers. Therefore, the craftsmen said that it was difficult to make compatible letter guns, and the scrap rate was high. In fact, the falconet cannon was eventually replaced by the front-loading red cannon in the Ming dynasty because the fit between the letter guns of the falconet cannon made by Ming dynasty craftsmen was too poor, resulting in serious leakage, which greatly affected the range and power of the falconet cannon. The red cannon is a front-loading cannon with an integrated gun body, so there is naturally no leakage. Of course, the hole for the fuse doesn't count, that's a must. Then it was time to test the muskets. Similarly, Emperor Zhengde ordered 500 muskets to be used together, arranged in 3 rows, using 3-stage firing. How shocking would it be to see 500 muskets use 3-stage firing? It was far from being comparable to the performance of a few muskets. Wang Ao, who understood military affairs, could be sure that no matter how good your martial arts skills were, you would never be able to escape such dense gunfire. Unless, the opponent was the cavalry. In fact, the cavalry at the front could not escape the attack of the muskets. However, the cavalry was fast, and after sacrificing the cannon fodder cavalry at the front, the cavalry that rushed up from behind could rush into the musketeer formation and kill the musketeers at will. This is what the Manchus did later. The Qing army also knew that facing the 3-stage attack of the Ming army, the frontline Qing cavalry would definitely find it difficult to resist. So, they came up with a solution. Before each war, they sent troops to the deep mountains and old forests in the northeast to capture the wild Jurchens, actually wild men, who knows which ethnic group they are from. Then, after defeating the wild men, they provided them with equipment and horses, and tricked them into charging forward to block the bullets of the 3-stage attack of the Ming army. The wild men were stupid, and after being fooled by the Manchus, they thought they were cheating, and then they charged forward to block the bullets for the real Qing army. Of course, those wild men who survived by chance also became an important force of the Qing army. When the real Qing army rushed into the Ming army's musketeers, they could be hacked and killed. After all, before the appearance of bayonets, musketeers were just sending heads when facing the cavalry rushing up. However, the Beihai kingdom obviously thought of this. Therefore, along with this batch of matchlock guns, there were also some chevaux de frise, which were specially used to prevent cavalry charges. According to Marin's design, after the musketeers lined up, they would first throw barricades in front, and only after throwing barricades would they prepare to shoot. In fact, this is just a simplified version. Marin's real complete version of anti-cavalry charge is, in addition to barricades, he would also throw strings of horse nails, tied in strings for easy retrieval. In addition, he would dig 1 or 2 trenches, filled with sharp stakes. Barricades, horse nails, and trenches filled with sharp stakes. This formation is simply the nemesis of cavalry. Of course, the only trick taught to the Ming dynasty was to use barricades, but this was more than enough. Trying out the power of the matchlock gun naturally meant asking if it could be imitated. However, after the ace craftsmen of the Ministry of Industry's Military Equipment Bureau and the Inner Court Arms Bureau got together to discuss, they actually said that the long barrel was very difficult to make. The manufacturing technology of the matchlock gun in the Ming dynasty was actually imported by the Portuguese. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain the qualifications to land and do business in Macau just by bribing officials in Guangdong and Guangxi. It was precisely because of bribery, coupled with the active provision of manufacturing technology for falconets and matchlock guns, that they were able to obtain the right to do business in Macau. Therefore, before this, the Ming dynasty did not have the technology to manufacture slender gun barrels. The 3-barreled guns and cannons currently popular in the Ming army are all short and thick. Therefore, how to imitate the matchlock gun is even more difficult than the falconet gun. This. Is there no one in my celestial empire? We can't even make a musket. The naughty child was a little dumbfounded, and his self-confidence was also hit. Your Majesty, don't worry. When the envoys from the North Sea Kingdom come again next time, we will allow them to pay tribute. Of course, the premise is that they must provide craftsmen and teach the Ming craftsmen to learn to forge slender gun barrels. Wang Ao suggested. In this case, this is the only way. Chapter 790, Diverting Attention. Although he had given up in his heart, the young emperor still criticized the officials of the Ministry of Works in the morning court the next day, which made the whole court a little stunned. Minister Zheng Jian, how do you do your job in the Ministry of Works? You can't even copy a musket, you are just sitting there doing nothing. Zheng Jian was a little confused by the young emperor's criticism. Shouldn't the ministers criticize you for firing cannons in the imperial city? How did it get to me? I just want to make a cameo. At the same time, those upright officials who were going to continue to criticize the young emperor were also stunned by the young emperor's move. In fact, Zhu Hozhao did it on purpose. He knew that his firing cannons in the imperial city was indeed absurd, and he would inevitably be criticized by upright civil officials for a while. So, he decided to divert everyone's attention. Then, the honest minister of works Zheng Jian was innocently caught in the crossfire. The little emperor was not satisfied after scolding, and he asked someone to bring a matchlock gun and asked the eunuch to deliver it to Zheng, and then continued to scold, "Look, it's just such a simple matchlock gun, and no one in the Ministry of Works can make it." "Minister Zheng, isn't this a shame for the Ministry of Works?" Zheng held the matchlock gun with a confused look on his face, and didn't see what was special about it. If there is any difference from the Ming dynasty's matchlock gun, it's probably that the barrel is so slender. However, Minister Zheng doesn't understand technology. Although he is the Minister of Works, Zheng is also a serious Confucian scholar. The reason why he served as the Minister of Works. In the Ming dynasty, besides Confucian scholars, were there any Maha's disciples serving as officials? A layman leading a professional, isn't it normal after Confucianism has become the only dominant school? So, Lao Zheng couldn't see what was so special about this gun barrel, and the civil and military officials in the court looked at the long iron pipe and didn't think it was that difficult. In fact, it's not like the Confucian disciples in the court had never seen thin iron and copper pipes. However, they didn't understand that the power of the gun firing and the explosion of gunpowder required a very strong iron pipe. The iron and copper pipes in the Ming dynasty were mostly rolled out of iron or copper sheets, and had no pressure resistance at all. But the Confucian scholars in the court didn't understand, so they also echoed, "Mr. Zheng, it seems that the Ministry of Works needs to be reorganized internally. There must be someone in the Ministry of Works who is just sitting there doing nothing, otherwise, how can a mere gun barrel not be made?" The Confucian officials in the court unanimously agreed that there must be too many relatives in the Ministry of Works, and they needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, why couldn't they make a single iron pipe? But Zheng, as the Minister of Works, knew more than other Confucian officials. After all, he knew very well that the group of old blacksmiths from the Ministry of Works Armament Bureau who went to the Shishan camp yesterday were the best at making fire guns. They said they couldn't make it, and there must be a reason. However, he couldn't refute everyone's face in front of all the lay ministers. So, he could only follow everyone's wishes and say, "I will ask for more reminders from my colleagues. After I go back, I will definitely rectify the Ministry of Works, remove those who are just sitting there doing nothing, and give an explanation to your Majesty and all the adults." However, Wang Ao, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, was a person who witnessed the scene yesterday, so he naturally knew that this matter was not that simple. So, he stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, this matter is probably not that simple. The blacksmiths who went with me yesterday were all the best fire gun blacksmiths in the Ministry of Works. They said it was difficult, and there must be a reason. Lord Wang, I don't like to hear this. It's just an iron pipe, is it difficult to make? In my opinion, the Ministry of Works still needs to be rectified." A clean official stood up and refuted. Wang Ao immediately glared at the guy, thinking, "Damn, you only know how to talk big, if you can do it, go make one." However, our Wang Gulaoan never thought that he himself is also a first-class expert in talking big. Seeing that the diversion of attention was successful, the little emperor no longer made things difficult for Zheng, the honest man. So, he waved his hand and said, "Minister Zheng, I am not targeting you. I have seen your diligence. However, such a gun barrel can be made by small Western countries, and my Ming dynasty, as the celestial empire and the suzerain of all nations, can't even make a gun barrel. It is inevitable that we will be ridiculed by outsiders. Your Majesty is wise." The civil and military officials in the court agreed very much with what Emperor Zheng said. After all, it is really embarrassing to be a boss who is not as good as the younger brother who surrenders. So, I order you to recruit masters who are good at making firearms in the Military Equipment Bureau of the capital, the Military Equipment Bureau of the Nanjing Ministry of Industry, and even in the artisan offices all over the world. If you can make a qualified gun barrel yourself, you can also save face for my Ming dynasty. Good. Very good. All the ministers agreed with this view. In addition, if there is a craftsman in the Ming dynasty who can imitate the gun barrel of this matchlock gun, I will allocate 1,000 taels of silver from the inner treasury as a reward, and give the Jinui hereditary title of 100 households. And I will also reward the official who recommends this craftsman. The ministers had no objection to the reward offered by Emperor Zheng. After all, the Jinui were the emperor's servants, and they had no objection to the emperor rewarding the craftsman with the position of Jinui. As long as it was not a big deal like being conferred a title of nobility, they generally would not object. Moreover, the reward silver was paid by the inner treasury, not by the Ministry of Revenue, so everyone didn't care. In that case, let's adjourn the court first. Minister Zheng, I'll trouble you with this matter. I'm terrified. Just like that, a morning court that was supposed to be a group of ministers scolding the little emperor was avoided by the naughty child. After the court was adjourned, some of the ministers realized that, oh, didn't we prepare a lot of words to scold the little emperor? How could we forget it? For a while, many clean civil servants were very upset. And the 3 cabinet ministers were also discussing the little emperor. Your Majesty is really smart. He actually used the matter of firearms to divert everyone's attention. Otherwise, today's morning court would definitely be very lively. On the way back to the cabinet office, Li Dongyang said with a smile. Humph, although your Majesty is smart, he doesn't use it in the right way. If all that intelligence is used in governing the country, he will be a wise monarch comparable to the previous emperor. Unfortunately, your Majesty has been led astray by eunuchs such as Lu Jin. Wang Ao said angrily. On the side, Jiao Feng, who is also a cabinet minister, did not say a word. Why? He got to be the grand secretary of the cabinet with the help of Lu Jin. When Wang Ao criticized Lu Jin, he really couldn't respond. Should he argue with Wang Ao to defend Lu Jin? This was impossible. Even if Jiao Feng cooperated with Lu Jin, they were equal allies, not subordinate to Lu Jin. Therefore, he didn't need to argue with Wang Ao. In terms of arguments, he was not Wang Ao's opponent. On the other hand, after the court was dismissed, Xing Jian, the Minister of Works, returned to the Ministry of Works and launched a vigorous rectification movement. Although he realized afterwards that the little emperor was just using this incident to avoid being criticized by the ministers. However, he had to express his opinion when the emperor spoke. Therefore, it was necessary to replace several incompetent officials of the Ministry of Works. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to the outside world. In addition, Xing Jian, in the name of the Minister of Works, issued a letter to the whole country, summoning the best craftsmen who made fire guns from the Nanjing Ministry of Works and various military equipment manufacturing offices across the country to gather in the capital to jointly study how to make qualified slender gun barrels. There is an error in this book. I just checked the information last night. It seems that the Minister of Rights in the second year of Zhengde was not Mao Cheng. Mao Cheng should be the Minister of Rights in the late Zhengde period. I would like to clarify this. However, it is a bit difficult to modify it. I will explain it here. For the time being, I will leave it as it is and continue to assume that it is Mao Cheng. Chapter 791, Incubation Technology in Kong Room. In Europe, after Marin's fleet joined the battleship formation in the open sea, it continued to sail westward. A few days later, it arrived at the coast of England. When it arrived at the Isle of Wight, Marin's fleet stopped again. After all, the Isle of Wight is now Marin's fiefdom, and he decided to take this opportunity to inspect it. Marin's fleet docked at the port of Cowes at the mouth of the Medina River in the north of the Isle of Wight. The English name of Cowes is Cows. The name comes from the 2 sandbanks at the mouth of the Medina River, which look like 2 cows, cow, and then it is called Cowes. Because it is located at the estuary of the Medina River, the largest freshwater river on the Isle of Wight, and the Solent Strait in the north faces the important freshwater port of Southampton Bay on the island. Therefore, Cowes is a very good freshwater port. Therefore, Marin has long invested in building a castle in Cowes and built several long bridge piers to facilitate the docking of ships. In addition, a dock was built to facilitate the maintenance of ships. After all, in the era of wooden ships, it is inevitable that the hull will be damaged by shipworms and waves. Therefore, the maintenance of ships is very important. Moreover, Marin intends to build Cowes into an important military port in the future. Therefore, there are not 1 but 3 docks in Cowes. In order to ensure the safety of Cowes and avoid attacks from enemy fleets, Marin built several artillery batteries on the shore of the Solent Strait leading to the sea from Cowes, which are specially used to attack enemy warships that dare to enter the strait. You know, the Solent Strait is only 36 kilometers wide. Marin built several artillery batteries on the shore, which is absolutely enough to deal with enemy ships that dare to invade. After all, the artillery guns of the artillery batteries are generally larger in caliber. Moreover, the recoil of the artillery batteries is transmitted to the earth by the stone base, which will not shift like the naval guns, nor will it be deflected due to the shaking of the hull. In addition, the protection of the stone fortress is much higher than that of the wooden ship, so the warships and artillery batteries are definitely not opponents. As long as the 2 sides of the Solent are blocked by artillery, Cowes Port is a very safe military port. And the warships of Cowes Port, after sailing out of the Solent, immediately arrived in the middle of the English Channel, which is very beneficial for controlling the English Channel. Moreover, the Portsmouth military port in the northeast of the Solent in later generations is also the largest military port of the British Royal Navy. It is also the place where the Royal Navy holds a naval review ceremony to show off the maritime force of the British Empire. Voyage in later generations was stimulated at the naval review ceremony here, and then went back to let the German Empire explode warships. Although the port on the Portsmouth side is better, that port is backed by the English mainland. Before England was under his control, Marin did not want to expose too many of his secrets to the English. Therefore, it is the best choice to build a military port on the Isle of Wight, which belongs entirely to him. Anyway, it is the era of wooden sailing ships, and the port does not need to be too large or too deep. A port like Cowes Port is competent enough. Even in order to maintain the secret, the officials arranged by Marin on the Isle of Wight were all Frisians from East Frisia. These people use Frisian and can communicate with the locals. Moreover, because they are Marin's diehard fans, they have nothing to do with England. With them, Marin is not worried about the infiltration of England. In a few years, the whole of England will fall into his hands, and he will not worry about the infiltration of England. When he arrived at the port of Cowes, Marin found that the port of Cowes was still under construction. Although a large amount of money has been invested, it takes a lot of time to build ports and castles. Therefore, when Marin arrived at the port of Cowes, Cowes had only built a batch of long bridge docks. As for the docks and castles, the castle was only half built, and only one of the 3 docks was built. After all, it was his own territory. At the enthusiastic invitation of his men, Marin went to Newport, the administrative center in the central part of the Isle of Wight, and lived in the famous Carisbrooke Castle. This castle is very famous. Later, Charles I was imprisoned in this castle before he was beheaded. Marin had no taboos. After all, Charles I had not yet appeared in this world. Not to mention Charles I, Charles I's grandfather James V could not appear due to Marin's intervention, so naturally there was no Charles I. Since the unlucky Charles I had never lived there, Carisbrooke Castle naturally had no bad luck. Because the story of going to America to fight was fake, Marin was naturally not in a hurry to go to America. Therefore, on the Isle of Wight, Marin simply took it as a vacation. When he was free, Marin took the guards to travel around the Isle of Wight to appreciate the English island customs that were different from Germany. This morning, Marin took the guards out of Carisbrooke Castle and came to a nearby village for fun. During the tour, Marin was surprised to find that a young English farmer named James picked up 2 duck eggs on the grass beach by the river. After returning to his home, he used grains to lure the old hens in the chicken coop at the door to eat, and then quickly put the duck eggs in the chicken coop. At the same time, he took out 2 eggs from the chicken coop. "Hey, what are you doing?" As Marin's bodyguard, Con asked curiously. Con also learned Frisian, so he could talk to the English farmer. James saw Marin's group of people wearing plate armor, obviously nobles. So he bowed deeply and replied, "Hello, sirs, I just took the duck eggs to the hens to hatch." As soon as James finished speaking, the full hen ran back to the chicken coop and continued to hatch eggs. However, the silly old hen didn't realize that her eggs had been swapped. Maybe people find it incredible there is such a big difference between chicken eggs and duck eggs, how can the hen not find it? "Hey, I didn't realize that hens are so stupid." After listening to James' explanation, Con was shocked, hens are so stupid. Then, he continued to ask, "Why don't you let the duck eggs hatch to the ducks?" "Master, you don't know, ducks don't like to hatch eggs. They usually run away after laying eggs, and basically don't care about the eggs. Generally speaking, we leave the important task of hatching duck eggs to the hens to help complete." Con continued to be shocked. But Marin smiled, with an expression of, "I know all." Marin lived in the countryside in his previous life, so he naturally saw a lot of hens hatching duck eggs. In fact, the fact that ducks don't like to hatch eggs is also the result of long-term human selection. Because people found that ducks who don't like to hatch eggs grow fatter. After many generations of selection, ducks don't like to hatch eggs. And duck farmers, in order to get ducklings, can only give duck eggs to stupid hens to hatch. The hen is really stupid. After the duck eggs are hatched, the ducklings and chicks are obviously very different, but the hen will still treat the ducklings as her own children. When she finds insects, she will warmly invite the ducklings to eat. One day, the ducklings jumped into the river and swam happily. The hen was even more confused at that time my strange-looking child can actually swim. However, this is all traditional breeding methods. In fact, if you want to breed on a large scale, later generations will generally take fertilized duck eggs, even goose eggs and chicken eggs, to the con room for incubation. It should be pointed out that there are 2 types of eggs, one is fertilized eggs, and the other is unfertilized eggs. How to say it, eggs are actually eggs discharged by hens. If they are not combined with the sperm of the rooster to become fertilized eggs, chicks cannot be hatched. For example, women will also send out eggs every month when they have their period, but they will be lost with blood. If fertilized before discharge, you will get pregnant and give birth. However, the eggs of hens seem to be larger, that is, chicken eggs. Just like women's menstruation, hens will still lay eggs even if they are not pecked by roosters, the way chickens mate. However, women ovulate once a month, while hens ovulate every day. The eggs are eaten by humans. It is very simple to distinguish fertilized eggs from unfertilized eggs. In a dark room, hold the eggs against the light and observe the eggs. If there is a shadow inside the egg, it is a fertilized egg. If it is transparent inside, it is not. However, there is another way to distinguish. In his previous life, when he was a child, Marin saw those who collected eggs. They carried 2 baskets, one basket for fertilized eggs and the other for unfertilized eggs. The way to distinguish is to first see if there is a big rooster among the chickens raised by this family. If there is a big rooster, it will definitely not let the hens go. Generally, the eggs of this hens are mostly fertilized. If there is no rooster, there is no rooster in the neighbor's house. The rooster in the neighbor's house is nicknamed Lao Wang next door. If the rooster in the house is not careful, Lao Wang next door will come to peck the comb of the hen in the house. Then, the rooster in the house will fight with Lao Wang next door to protect his harem. This is the legendary cockfighting. Unfertilized eggs are generally sold to the people in the town to eat, while fertilized eggs are generally sold to the Kong room to hatch into chicks. Yes, Kong room. How could I forget about this? Marin slapped his head and said. In this era, Kong rooms probably appeared in China. Kong rooms are a kind of greenhouse for hatching chicks, ducklings, and geese. The structure is very simple. It is a small house with a Kong. However, the hut is closed to maintain the temperature in the house. The fertilized chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs are placed on the Kong, with a broken quilt or grass underneath, to prevent the temperature from being too high and being steamed, and continue to hatch. The temperature of the Kong room must be higher than the body temperature of the hen itself. Of course, the temperature cannot be too high, otherwise the eggs will be cooked. As long as the temperature is controlled well, hatching in a Kong room is safer than hatching with hens. Moreover, it can be hatched in large quantities. The incubator for eggs takes up to dozens of days, and hens can hatch at most 2 or 3 eggs at a time, which is very inefficient and very hard. They squat there all day, which is not conducive to foraging and growth. Therefore, in later generations, hatching is generally done in the Kong room in rural areas. Chickens are better, after all, hens are willing to hatch eggs. For ducks, the Kong room is even more important. Hen ducks do not hatch eggs, and they lay eggs everywhere. People who raise ducks often have to look for them on the river beach before finishing work every day. Therefore, before the emergence of Kong room hatching technology, the scale of duck farming has not been able to increase. Because there are no ducks willing to hatch duck eggs. Leaving it to hens not only hurts the hen's body, after all, squatting there for a month is not easy, but also has low efficiency. If a Kong room is built for hatching, it is possible to hatch hundreds of ducklings at a time. Even if there are hens willing to hatch eggs, the number of eggs hatched by hens is very limited. If we switch to centralized incubation in Kong rooms, large-scale breeding of chickens, ducks, and geese will no longer be a problem. And if the scale of breeding of chickens, ducks, and geese is increased, then the residents of the North Sea Kingdom will not lack chicken, duck, and goose meat to eat, and there will be no shortage of eggs. Therefore, the Kong room incubation technology is a technology of great historical significance for the breeding of chickens, ducks, and geese, especially ducks. With this technology, large-scale breeding of chickens, ducks, and geese will no longer be a dream. It seems that we have to build a batch of Kong rooms. Marin thought. Of course, this matter will have to wait until he returns from America. As for the Isle of Wight, Marin does not plan to promote this technology for the time being. Good things will naturally be given priority to the local area first. Then, other regions will be considered. Chapter 792 Panama Land Route opened. Before leaving the Isle of Wight, Marin also sent people to recruit a group of English refugees. Because of the war last year, there are now many refugees in England. Many have drifted to the southern coastal areas. Marin casually recruited a group of refugees and took them to America on the ship. After all, the vast American continent is particularly short of labor. In fact, Marin knew very well that the population of Germany alone was far from enough to develop the American continent, and the English were not enough. Therefore, the slave trade in later generations was so developed. Africa lost 100 million strong men because of the slave trade, and most of these strong men, except for those who died at sea, were sold to America as slaves. However, the old blacks are unruly by nature and are not suitable for labor. They are more suitable for wandering around and can't stop at all. If the whites don't force them with knives and guns, don't expect them to develop America well. Just look at their hometown in Africa. Obviously, the land is vast, but the development and utilization rate is very low. The great migration of animals on the East African savanna is wonderful, right? Many people admire the wonders of nature and the good environmental protection of East African countries. However, Marin thinks that Africans are really stupid. Such a vast grassland is a waste if it is not developed and utilized. There are so many antelopes and buffaloes on the grassland, which should be on the table to improve the lives of the African people. If the Chinese occupied that land, all the antelopes, buffaloes, lions, would be on the table. In fact, the spectacular animal groups on the East African savanna are for the entertainment of foreign tourists. For the local residents, what is the use of p? Only the old blacks in Africa are stupid and listen to the instigation of European and American environmental experts to set up nature reserves for European and American tourists to visit. But at the same time, several countries in East Africa are also the countries with the most food shortage in the world. Marin thought to himself that if he were the leader of an East African country, he would definitely hang up and beat all those European and American experts who advocated environmental protection. Paralyzed, the residents in my country can't eat enough, and I still have the mind to protect animals. You love animals, right? I'll tie you up and feed you to the lions. You see how pitiful the lion is when it's hungry. The vast East African savanna can obviously be a granary. The various animals on the grassland can obviously become the nutrition of the people. And the African brothers who are not very smart, after being fooled by European environmentalists, really prefer to leave a large area of land empty for the animals to roam and let the people starve. This IQ. Marin can't praise it anyway. So, even if America lacks labor, Marin does not plan to introduce black slaves on a large scale. Why? To lower the average IQ of the people. Of course, Marin has also seen people with lower IQs, a group of Chinese girls in the future who took the initiative to chase a group of African black men, and then were willing to help them sell drugs, and were finally caught by the Malay authorities and waited to be executed. If they were fooled by the black men's sweet words, it would be understandable. After all, the IQ of women in love is negative. But they took the initiative to pursue, and even brought drugs to them and risked their lives. Marin thinks they should be stupid to death. Frankly speaking, if they marry into high-welfare countries in Europe and the United States, such as Sweden, Switzerland, and Luxembourg, Marin still thinks they have vision and climb high branches. You can find an African boyfriend and help him sell drugs. I won't comment on it. By the way, the proportion of AIDS patients in Africa is very high. Therefore, Marin's real plan is to introduce the population of the Ming dynasty to help develop the Americas. After all, the Chinese are the best at farming in the world, and they don't demand much for power. Of course, the household registration management system of the Ming dynasty is strict, and it is not realistic to recruit immigrants from the Ming dynasty on a large scale. You can only wait for a famine to occur, and then take the opportunity to recruit them and secretly take them overseas. In addition, although Marin doesn't like the Japanese, he has to admit that they are similar to the Chinese and are also good at agriculture. Therefore, Marin's plan is to introduce both the Chinese and the Japanese at the same time. Then, use the Chinese to drive the Japanese as serfs and develop the Americas on a large scale. In this way, the Chinese and the Japanese will inevitably have deep conflicts. As for the Germans, they only need to serve as referees in the conflict between the two ethnic groups. At the same time, they should be slightly biased towards the Chinese. Although he is a Chinese in his soul, Marin also understands that he is a German in this life. The butt determines the head. Since he is a German, he naturally has to consider the problem from the German standpoint. Therefore, Marin can't let the Chinese control America freely. Therefore, the development policy of America in the future is that the Germans control the military and political power and are responsible for taxation. The Chinese act as landlords to assist the Germans in managing the local area. As for the Japanese, they will serve as the lowest serfs. At that time, Marin will also create an 8-banner system. The Germans belong to the German 8 banners, the Han people belong to the Han 8 banners, and then some Japanese slaves and Javanese slaves are the bottom serfs. Although the Qing dynasty is ignorant and backward, its system of controlling people is still quite powerful. The Manchu system can allow the small number of Manchus to rule China for more than 200 years. Marin should not have a problem learning from it and using it to rule America for 200 or 300 years. In addition, Dorgan's ban on military orders and Kong Mozi's 1 word and 1 prison can also be used as reference. However, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the only immigrants that Daming can bring over are some disaster victims, and the number is relatively small. Japan is different. Japan has entered the warring states period and the country is in chaos. It is easy to get slaves from Japan. Not to mention catching them by yourself, just by trading arms with those daimyo, they can make them willingly tie up the people in exchange for weapons and armor. In the original history, in the middle and late warring states period of Japan, Portuguese merchant ships came to Japan to do business with the daimyo, and not every daimyo had Iwami silver mine and Sado gold mine in their territory. Some daimyo's fiefdoms were relatively poor, but they wanted to buy iron cannons, matchlock guns, from the Portuguese so that they could participate in the hegemony. But there was no money. What to do? Go to neighboring countries to rob people and sell them as slaves to Portuguese merchants. Even some daimyo simply tied up residents in their own country and sold them as slaves to Portuguese merchants to pay off their debts. Among them, Japanese female slaves with whiter skin were the most popular with Portuguese colonists. It is said that in the 16th century, the number of Japanese female slaves sold by Portugal was in the tens of thousands. It was not until later, when Japan completed its unification, that this female slave trade stopped. So, Marin never wanted the Japanese warring states to be unified. Therefore, the policy of the North Sea Kingdom in Japan in the future is to be determined to act as a troublemaker, and to suppress anyone who has the sign of unifying Japan. The more chaotic Japan is, the more opportunities he has to control large mines such as Iwami silver mine and Sado gold mine, and sell Japanese as slaves to develop America. You know, a unified Japan is also very fierce. Japan has always had a large population. Once the unification is completed, plus the control of Iwami silver mine, the national strength is still very strong. Historically, Toyotomi Hideyoshi was very strong after unifying Japan. Relying on Iwami silver mine as financial support, he gathered 200,000 troops to invade Korea and beat Korea to a pulp. If it weren't for the Ming dynasty's cavalry advantage, Toyotomi Hideyoshi might have succeeded. Therefore, for Marin's North Sea Kingdom, if it wants to colonize Japan, it must ensure that Japan is divided and no hero appears. Once a hero appears, he will unite with his enemies to kill him first. With all kinds of ideas, Marin's fleet left England and sailed to the American colonies. After leaving the English Channel, Marin ordered the new armed merchant ships to remove the Latin mainsails and raise the upper edge gaff sails to give full play to the advantages of the new sails, and sailed to the American colonies according to the established route coordinates. As for the 10 warships, because they did not replace the new upper edge gaff sails, they could only use the old Latin mainsails, and their speed would definitely not catch up with the 20 new armed merchant ships. The route to North America is fixed, because the previous pathfinders have recorded detailed route coordinates for the convenience of captains of average level. For these inexperienced captains, there is no need for too much knowledge of navigation. Just bring a sextant and a marine clock. And then calculate the longitude and latitude according to the angle of the sun, and compare them with the coordinates recorded on the nautical chart, and you don't have to worry about getting lost. It is precisely because the route is fixed that halfway through the voyage, Marin's fleet encountered a ship returning to the mainland to report the news. This ship is from Panama and was sent by Panama Governor Goulard. Now, when they met Marin halfway, the person in charge of reporting the news did not have to return home, and came directly to Marin's ship and told him a good news that made Marin very happy. The land road from Panama to the Pacific coast was opened. Chapter 793 Construction of Panama Cement Road. Of course, the so-called Panama Land Road has been opened does not mean that the road connecting Panama to the two oceans has been repaired, but that the colonial team commanded by Goulard finally opened up an empty dirt road in the tropical rainforest of Panama by cutting down trees to open the road. Mr. Lu Sun said, "There is no road in the world, but when more people walk, it becomes a road." But this refers to grassland areas, and in tropical rainforests, this process is much more difficult. First of all, you have to cut down the trees blocking the road. Otherwise, how to build a road with big trees blocking it? The trees in Panama are tropical rainforests. They have grown naturally for thousands of years, and they are by no means comparable to the small trees in front of and behind the houses in the village. Most of the trees here are very tall, and it takes several people to hug the trunk. Therefore, it is very difficult to cut down the trees here. What's more, the equally huge tree roots have to be dug out. It would be good if there were only these problems. After all, it's just some labor. But the situation in Panama is special. There are all kinds of poisonous mosquitoes and insects in the tropical rainforest, which spread tropical diseases such as malaria and yellow fever. You know, because of the malaria and yellow fever spread by these poisonous mosquitoes, the Panama Canal was dug in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and as a result, more than 22,000 laborers died of the disease. Fortunately, Marin is a time traveler, and he knows the horror of the Panamanian rainforest. So, he made preparations in advance, get a lot of mosquito-proof floral water for the colonial team to use to avoid deaths. But despite this, after a few years, dozens of Panama's thousands of colonial teams still died. In the end, Marin had to use a big move by black slaves from the Portuguese. The living environment of black people, especially West African black people, is very similar to the tropical rainforest area of Panama. Therefore, West African black people who can generally grow to adulthood have some antibodies against the viruses carried by tropical poisonous mosquitoes and insects. If not, they would not live to adulthood. Therefore, it was a correct decision to introduce West African slaves to cut down trees in the tropical rainforest of Panama. For this purpose, Marin contacted the illegitimate son of the last Portuguese King João II, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, to buy slaves from him. The Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, happened to have great interests in Africa, Madeira Island, that is, Ronaldo's hometown, and São Tomé Island, Portugal's earlier colony on the coast of West Africa, are both his territories. The slaves that Marin bought from him were actually exported from São Tomé Island. Because the merchant ships under the Duke of Coimbra, based on São Tomé Island, can contact the black tribes on the nearby African coast, and can use worthless goods to buy prisoners of war from those black tribes as slaves from tribal wars. It was relying on several batches of more than 6,000 black slaves purchased from the Duke of Coimbra, Portugal, that Goulard completed the plan of cutting down trees in the tropical rainforest of the Isthmus of Panama with great difficulty. These West African blacks are really healthy. Goulard didn't even apply mosquito repellent to them. In the end, only a few dozen of the more than 6,000 people died of illness, which is about the same as the death toll of the thousands of colonists sent by Marin. However, don't think that you can just cut down the trees and make a dirt road. It's still early. Making a dirt road is just a beginning. Why? Because there are many heavy rains in Panama. Once the rainy season comes, the tropical rainforest in Panama will definitely be torrential rain. Once it rains heavily, this dirt road will be muddy. If you walk, it's okay. At most, your shoes will get dirty and wet. However, Marin originally intended this road for transportation. So a dirt road is absolutely not acceptable. According to the plan, Marin intends to build a cement road here. It doesn't need to be too wide, just like a rural cement road, 3 or 4 meters wide. Anyway, the width of the carriage is only 1.414 meters. But considering that Panama has a tropical rainforest climate, it is easy to accumulate water over a large area. But the roadbed is easily damaged if it is soaked in water for a long time. If the vehicle rolls over it again, the road surface will be crooked. Therefore, Marin had told Goulard before that he must choose a route with good drainage environment. Therefore, the road chosen by Goulard is 80 kilometers long, even though the width of the Isthmus of Panama is only 65 kilometers. The reason for the extra 15 kilometers is to avoid low-lying areas and take higher sections, mainly for drainage to prevent the roadbed from being damaged. Of course, even if some low-lying areas are avoided, low-lying areas in some connecting areas are still difficult to avoid. Therefore, after the dirt road is opened, while building the cement road, it is also necessary to dig drainage ditches on the sides of those low-lying areas that cannot be avoided, and try to send the accumulated water to nearby rivers and lakes. So, the dirt road is just the beginning of this land route across the Isthmus of Panama. Next, it is the highlight. First, Marin will mobilize a large amount of cement and bricks from Newfoundland Island, transport them to Panama by new schooners, and provide them to the construction team to build cement roads. Corner Brook in the west of Newfoundland is now the most important cement production area under Marin's rule because of the limestone mine. There is limestone and clay here. It only needs to transport coal and fly ash from Cape Breton Island and fluorite from the mainland to produce high-quality fly ash cement on a large scale. Without fly ash, it is just ordinary Portland cement. However, the salt boiling base and paper mill on Cape Breton Island produce a lot of fly ash every day, which is wasted if not used. Secondly, while building cement roads, the excavation of drainage ditches in low-lying areas also needs to be carried out at the same time. After all, if the drainage work is not done well, it will be difficult to deal with the roadbed if it is soaked and damaged in the rainy season. This era is not the future, there are so many road and bridge companies that can repair roads at any time. Once the road is damaged, it is very troublesome to repair it. Moreover, road construction requires special cement that dries quickly, which Marin doesn't have. In addition, Marin will also have people plant a large amount of pyrethrum and wormwood on both sides of the cement road while building the road and digging ditches. Pyrethrum and wormwood are mosquito-killing plants, especially pyrethrum, which will poison mosquitoes immediately after smelling it, which is very powerful. In this way, as long as the roadside is full of pyrethrum and keeps emitting the smell of pyrethrum, the poisonous mosquitoes and insects in the Panamanian rainforest will retreat and dare not approach the cement road. Then, the drivers of transport vehicles on the cement road will be safer, and they will not get malaria, yellow fever and other terminal diseases after being bitten by mosquitoes. After learning that the land road in Panama was opened, Marin was extremely excited. After all, Panama City will be an important transit point for trade with the Ming dynasty in the future, and it will also be a transit point for the transportation of Chilean saltpeter. Therefore, in order to start the construction of Panama's cement road as soon as possible, Marin signed an order, ordering local cement road craftsmen to immediately go to Panama to guide the local colonial team to build the cement road. In addition, the pyrethrum seeds collected locally will also be sent to Panama to be planted on both sides of the road. Chapter 794, Concrete roads are easy to build, but building bridges is the hard part. The difficulty of building a cement road is much lower than the difficulty of opening a road in the dense forest before. After all, it does not require cutting down trees. In fact, the amount of labor for cutting down trees is not very large. The real labor is to dig up the roots and transport the trunks and roots. There are many thousand-year-old trees in the tropical rainforest, each of which is tens of meters high, and the area of the roots is also very large. The older the tree, the thicker the roots, and the more intertwined they are, and the distribution area is quite large. The roots of these thousand-year-old trees are scattered very widely, and they are all deep in the soil, which is very laborious to dig. Therefore, the Panamanian colonists led by Goulard took so long to open up this road. In addition to cutting down trees, it is also necessary to consider drainage issues and choose places with higher terrain. In addition, try to avoid rivers. After all, if you cross a river, you need to build a bridge. In this era, without engineering machinery, building bridges is very troublesome. For example, a small stone bridge requires many stonemasons to spend several months to build. This time, Goulard's report mentioned that this road will pass through 24 small rivers and 3 large rivers along the way. The construction of these 27 bridges is no less troublesome than the entire cement road. Building a cement road is actually very simple. Without a roller, Marin can ask the stonemasons to build a few more stone rollers and let a few black people pull them together with ropes to flatten the roadbed. Goulard now has more than 6,000 strong black slaves. As long as there are enough stone rollers, it is relatively simple to lay the roadbed. After the roadbed is laid, it is to lay out the lines with lime. This requires measurement to ensure that the distance between the 2 lime lines is 3.5 meters or 4 meters. This is not difficult either, just bring a ruler to measure it. After that, it is to erect bricks on both sides of the road. The purpose of erecting bricks is very simple, which is to set a boundary for the cement poured on the cement road surface. At the same time, the height of the brick standing sideways is the thickness of the cement road surface. Therefore, the purpose of erecting bricks sideways is not only to serve as a boundary, but also to provide a reference for pouring cement. At the same time, with bricks protecting both sides, cement will not leak out. Of course, after the bricks are erected, you need to mix some cement and apply it between the bricks to fix them. After that, the biggest problem is cement mixing. Cement mixing is a pure physical job, and it also requires skills. Because, in addition to the need to master the ratio of cement and sand and gravel, you also need to pay attention to the amount of water added. Too much or too little will not work, which will affect the quality of cement. Therefore, this link requires the participation of professionals. At least, there must be professionals to instruct the laborers on how to mix. After the cement is mixed, the rest is simple. Just let the young and middle-aged people use buckets to mix the cement and pour it between the bricks standing on both sides. Then, just pat and flatten it with a wooden board. When you see that it is almost pressed, you will use a long wooden board or a long stick to stick to the upper edge of the brick standing on both sides and scrape it flat. Then, use a large wooden board to press on the road surface to make the road surface tight enough. The last step is to cut squares and make lines. Cutting squares means that the cement road will be cut every section to divide the road surface into pieces. In fact, this is to prevent the cement surface from cracking due to thermal expansion and contraction. The marking line is to use a knife-shaped wooden board to press shallow lines on the cement surface. These shallow lines are to prevent the cement road surface from being too slippery on rainy days. The pouring and post-processing of the cement road surface is not difficult. On average, hundreds of people can lay 1 kilometer a day. Gao Lade has more than 6,000 strong black slaves. Even if the blacks are not proficient in labor, they can still lay several kilometers a day. The premise is that Marin needs to send a group of craftsmen to guide them. Finally, there is the problem of drying the cement road surface. This stage takes a long time. Generally, it will take a month, standard 28 days, before the cement road can be put into use. Before that, the cement surface needs to be maintained. It is not afraid of sun drying or air drying, but it is most afraid of rain in the middle of the process. Therefore, during the drying period of the cement surface, it is necessary to prepare shelter. For example, straw mats, straw curtains, etc. Once it rains, the cement surface that has not yet dried well should be covered to prevent continued moisture and prolong the drying time. It is precisely because the drying period is too long that the construction time of general cement roads, even a small rural cement road of several kilometers, takes several months. It is not that it takes so long to build a cement road, but it takes a month to dry after 1 kilometer of cement road is built. Therefore, as long as the materials are complete and there are skilled craftsmen to guide, the cement road can be built very quickly. But Marin did not expect them to build it very quickly. Why? Because the time for laying the roadbed is uncertain. Modern rollers can help, and laying the roadbed takes a very short time. And using Uncle Hay to pull the stone roller to roll the road, God knows how long it will take. In fact, as long as the road is weighted out, it is not very difficult to build a rural cement road, even in this ancient time. However, the 24 small bridges and 3 large bridges gave Marin a headache. This era is not the later generations, with a large number of engineering machinery. Marin remembered that in the later generations, the fastest bridge construction could reach 5 minutes per bridge. Of course, it was that kind of small bridge. As long as the crane hangs a cement slab made of reinforced concrete, or simply an iron plate, across the 2 sides of the stream, a proposed small bridge will be successful. However, there are 2 prerequisites, that is, the strength of the cement slab or iron plate is high enough. Because this is for carriages and horses, the carrying capacity must be strong. In addition, this kind of bridge is only suitable for narrow streams. It is not so easy for a slightly larger stream. As long as it involves the construction of bridge piers, it is not simple. If it is built into an arch bridge without piers like the Zhaozhou Bridge, the engineering difficulty will be even higher. However, Marin does not have a high-strength cement slab in his hand now, and he will not be willing to make such a large iron plate as a small bridge. Iron is so expensive now, such a large iron plate may be stolen. Moreover, before stainless steel came out, ordinary steel bridges were exposed to wind and rain, and it was easy to rust and then collapse. Besides, even if there was stainless steel, it would not be extravagant to build a small bridge. At least, in this era, no fool would use a treasure like stainless steel to build a small bridge. And if the traditional method of building a bridge is used, a large group of stonemasons will be needed to work for several months to complete a small stone bridge. 24 stone bridges require a lot of craftsmen and long working hours. It is estimated that it will take more than 2 or 3 years to build 24 small stone bridges. This is a small bridge, and the big bridge is even worse. In this era, there is no ability to build a big bridge. In the absence of cable-stayed technology, large bridge piers are definitely used to build a big bridge. However, building bridge piers is a technical job. The piers of small bridges are easy to do, but the piers of large bridges are difficult. Because you have to drain the water first to build the piers. Then, you can pile. Before piling, you have to do calculations and site selection. The whole set is very troublesome. With current technology, it is difficult to drain the water from some sections of the river or build large bridge piers. Of course, it is a pity to learn from the looting bridge on the Dadu River, with iron chains across the river and then paved with wooden boards. However, such a bridge can only be used by people, not horse-drawn carriages. But the cement road built by Marin on the Isthmus of Panama was used to transport goods. In the future, the carriages that might be used to transport the gold and silver produced by the Potosi silver mine must be very heavy. This kind of cable-stayed bridge certainly cannot be used to carry a carriage fully loaded with gold and silver. If the river is filled up to build a bridge. The bridge over the small river is okay, but it is definitely unrealistic to fill up the 3 big rivers and build bridges. Could it be that the only way to solve the problem of crossing the big river is to use the ferry method? Marin thought while scratching his head in the captain's room. However, getting a carriage fully loaded with gold and silver on the ferry is not only very troublesome, but also easy to waste time. If bandits take the opportunity to intercept it halfway, it would be very bad. In distress, Marin went to the deck to rest and look out at the sea. Walking on the deck. Marin's heart suddenly shook. It seems that a floating bridge can be built. When the army marches, it often builds a floating bridge. Generally, floating bridges are built with boats, rafts, etc., and can be used for temporary marches. However, there is a problem with floating bridges, that is, it affects river navigation. If it is a temporary floating bridge, it is fine. If a long-term floating bridge is built, then this floating bridge is equivalent to cutting off the navigation channel of this river. If the floating bridge is not removed, other ships will not be able to pass. Then, the inland waterway navigation of this river will be abandoned. Therefore, generally speaking, no one is willing to build a long-term floating bridge on the river. Only when marching, a temporary floating bridge is built. Marin did not bring a civil servant and Schwartz was not there, so he didn't know who to discuss with. So he had to talk to Kahn, the hot guy, like playing the lute to a cow. As a result, Kahn, who was struggling with a roast duck, asked back strangely, "Master, what is inland waterway navigation? Why do you want to engage in inland waterway navigation in Panama?" Seeing Kahn, a poor student, look like a curious baby, Marin was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But suddenly, he reacted, "Yes, why should I consider the problem of inland shipping in Panama? Panama was originally a colony, and Marin did not want to develop it on a large scale, so why should he care about the impact on inland shipping there? To put it bluntly, there is no inland shipping there at all. Maybe there is, but it is just the canoes of the native Indians. Even if you encounter a floating bridge blocking the river, you can just carry the canoe around. I am also crazy, considering Panama as my own country. In fact, the only thing that is useful to Marin in Panama is its transit function. Marin doesn't need to consider anything else." After suddenly realizing it, Marin found that these 24 small bridges and 3 large bridges can be replaced by floating bridges. Marin first planned to send shipbuilders to Panama to use the wood cut locally to make more inland ships, and then line them up horizontally on the river to make floating bridges. However, it takes a long time to build a boat, and it wastes a lot of materials. Marin needs to open the concrete road of the Isthmus of Panama as soon as possible, so he doesn't want to wait. After thinking about it, Marin suddenly realized that the logs cut down from the rainforest can be directly tied into a super large raft and placed across the river. Logs float on water, and the larger the logs, the stronger their floating ability. It is easy to form a floating bridge by gathering a pile of dozens of meters long logs that have been cut down and tying them together and placing them across the river. Moreover, the load-bearing capacity is very strong. At least, it is not a problem for horse-drawn carriages to pass. Even if it is a big river, in fact, the big rivers in Panama are not that big, as long as you get enough logs and tie or nail them together, you can cross the river. With so many dozens of meters long and thick logs lined up together to make a floating bridge, it is not a problem for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through it. Moreover, Gorad and thousands of black people had just cut out an 80-kilometer-long road from the tropical rainforest by cutting down trees, and there were huge logs cut down everywhere along the way. As long as a large number of manpower is used to push these logs along the road into the river and tie them into super large rafts, and cross the river, a large floating bridge that can run horse-drawn carriages can be made. Because the source of logs is extremely abundant, it basically does not take too much time to make a floating bridge like this. Even if there are 27 bridges, it is not very troublesome. Of course, the life of this kind of floating bridge made of super large rafts will not be too long. But what Marin needs is to put it into use quickly, and quick success is the most important. As for the long term, Marin will build a proper cement bridge next to the floating bridge to replace this floating bridge made of logs in the future. However, because there are floating bridges made of log rafts, the construction of cement bridges or stone bridges is not so tense. Log raft floating bridges can be used first. When there is energy and financial resources in the future, regular bridges will be built to replace this temporary floating bridge. However, the floating bridges on the 24 small rivers are easier to be replaced by cement or stone bridges, but the bridges on the 3 large rivers are difficult to replace. After all, the river is too wide and the water volume is large. With current technology, it is difficult to build a cross-river bridge. However, fortunately, the log resources in Panama are very rich and can be cut anywhere. At most, if they are broken, just cut down a few more trees to repair the 3 log floating bridges. Thinking of this, Marin immediately wrote an order document and sent someone to Panama. You can use the giant logs that have been cut down to tie or nail them into giant rafts, span the 2 sides of the river, and make bridges to ensure the smooth passage of carriages. Anyway, Marin's meaning is very clear: first use a floating bridge made of giant rafts to connect this road first. As long as this road is open, whether it is transporting precious goods from Ming Dynasty on the Pacific route, or transporting silver from Peru and saltpeter from Chile, everything can be started. With the profit coming in, it will be easy to withdraw funds to repair the bridge properly. Anyway, after the floating bridge is built, there is no need to rush to repair the regular bridge. Even if the floating bridge is broken, it can last for several years. There are no sea maggots in the freshwater river, so the floating bridge can last for several years or even more. Before the life of the floating bridge expires, it is estimated that all 24 small bridges along the line can be replaced with regular bridges. As for the bridges on the 3 major rivers, we can only talk about it later. With the engineering technology level of this era, God knows when a regular bridge across the river can be built. Chapter 795, The Musketeer of the Principality of Guedes. If people in later generations knew that Marin was so extravagant and used giant logs dozens of meters long to make rafts, he would probably be drowned by the saliva of the trolls. You know, a ton of logs is worth thousands of dollars. Giant logs like these tens of meters long are worth tens of thousands. However, Marin doesn't care much. Why? Because the last thing lacking these days is wood. Especially, in the undeveloped American continent. When reclaiming land, many precious woods were directly burned as firewood. Only in the era of severe forest destruction in later generations will wood be valuable. As a lonely traverser, Marin's heart is actually very tired. He has a lot of ideas, but unfortunately he has poor hands-on ability. In this era, the only one who can understand his advanced ideas is probably the old pervert Leonardo da Vinci. However, since Leonardo da Vinci married Lisa, a lot of his energy has been dispersed to women. So, Marin suddenly felt that maybe it's not bad for scientists to be single. Otherwise, it's difficult to concentrate on scientific research. In fact, Marin now regrets transferring Leonardo da Vinci to America to test the steam engine. Why? After Ada left, Marin suddenly found that he seemed to have no one to discuss science with. Although many skilled craftsmen were dug from Italy and Germany, craftsmen were just craftsmen, not scientists. It was no problem for Marin to command these excellent craftsmen to do this and that. However, it was more difficult to let them think for themselves. Strictly speaking, in this era, only great gods like Leonardo da Vinci can be considered scientists. So, this time when he went to America, Marin decided to take Leonardo da Vinci back. First, this old guy could understand what he meant and was a bosom friend. Second, Marin planned to let him take a few apprentices and train a few future scientists. After all, Leonardo da Vinci was 55 years old, and God knew when he would die. While this old guy was still alive, it was proper to let him help train a few scientific research talents. As for training scientists by himself, Marin never thought about it. Why? Because Marin is a liberal arts student. The biggest feature of liberal arts students is that they are invincible in their mouths and can point out the world and inspire words. But if he wants to do scientific research by himself, sorry, that's not what he is good at. So, even if Marin knows a little bit about everything, he can't do scientific research. Moreover, he can't teach science-oriented talents. What's more, he is busy leading troops to fight and colonize the world. Letting a great god like Leonardo da Vinci take apprentices is both convenient and more professional. If Leonardo da Vinci can help him cultivate a group of science and engineering talents with strong hands-on ability, then he will make a lot of money. Moreover, the most important thing for the machinery manufacturing industry is to work together, not to tinker with it alone. I was wrong before, and I actually wanted Leonardo da Vinci to go to America alone to tinker with the steam engine. Even if Leonardo da Vinci is a genius and tinkers with an excellent steam engine, so what? This guy is 55 years old. If he dies accidentally, the research on steam engines in the North Sea will be interrupted. Therefore, the cultivation of talents is more important than developing machinery now. While Marin was thinking about life in the Atlantic Ocean, Charles II, Duke of Guedes, was watching the three-stage shooting of the musketeers of the Guedes army at the military camp shooting range outside the capital of Guedes Principality, Guedes. Since Marin used the musket line array composed of muskets to win a great victory in many battles, the application of muskets on the battlefield has attracted the attention of European countries. Of course, Marin, because he likes to use sneak attack tactics, did not show the real advantages of muskets. What really made countries pay attention was that the Spaniards relied on the phalanx musketeers to defeat the charge of the French knights. Because Gonzalo used a head-on confrontation in Italy to defeat the world-famous French knights. Since the battle between Spain and France in Italy ended with Spain's victory, many countries have actually begun to think about using musketeers as an important branch of the army. However, the national conditions of each country are different. The countries that attach the most importance to musketeers are actually those with weak cavalry. Because their opponent's cavalry is stronger than theirs. Therefore, they need a way to restrain the opponent's knights, so they will think of forming a musketeer unit. If it is a country with strong cavalry, it may not be willing to form a musketeer unit if it is not inferior to others in knight fighting. For example, the Duchy of Guedes is a typical duchy dominated by infantry. Why? Because the Duchy of Guedes was once destroyed by the Duchy of Burgundy of Charles the Bold. In that war of annihilation, most of the knights of the old knight family of the Duchy of Guedes were killed. Even those who survived, many of them defected to the Duchy of Burgundy. Therefore, after the Duchy of Guedes took advantage of the chaos to restore the country in 1492, it no longer had a large-scale knight team. After all, the old knight family died, and those who defected to other countries defected to other countries. In desperation, the Duchy of Guedes had to rely on infantry. The strongest infantry in Europe is Switzerland, and it is Switzerland that killed the Swiss mercenaries of their enemy, Charles the Bold. Therefore, the idea of building the army for the Guedes army by Charles II, Duke of Guedes, was to imitate the Swiss phalanx. However, Marin's battle in Lubeck broke the myth of the invincibility of Swiss mercenaries, making Charles II realize that he was not invincible by choosing to follow the Swiss path of building the army. Therefore, Charles II began to pay attention to the problem of musketeers. He found that the matchlock gun was very powerful. It could not only attack plate knights, but also deal with the lance phalanx. Marin added a line of musketeers to the lance phalanx to make up for the shortcoming of the Swiss lance phalanx's lack of long-range attack power. In the end, Charles II, Duke of Guedes, decided to add a group of musketeers to the Swiss lance phalanx of the Guedes army to enhance its attack power. As for the tactics, it was naturally learned from Marin. However, Marin's blockade of technology was very strict, and he also asked Kohler's spies to monitor all outsiders. As a result, the spies sent by the Principality of Guedes to East Frisia to steal the tactics of Marin's army got nothing. In desperation, Charles II could only choose another way, to steal from Spain. The Spaniards defeated France and became famous in Europe. And General Gonzalo also became a famous general in Europe. It is said that the strategy used by General Gonzalo was taught by Marin himself. Therefore, learning tactics from the Spaniards is equivalent to learning Marin's tactics. General Gonzalo cannot be bribed by Charles II. After all, he is not short of money and has become a big celebrity in the Spanish court. However, General Gonzalo's subordinates are not necessarily. Charles II sent people to secretly contact General Gonzalo's subordinates stationed in the Italian region and spent a lot of money to bribe them. Finally, they spent 800 gold coins to obtain a complete set of musketeer training and use methods from a relatively poor phalanx commander under General Gonzalo. Then, Charles II also formed a 2,000-man musketeer unit in the army of the Principality of Guedes, and trained day and night according to the method stolen from Spain. Even the musketeers they used were imitations of the Spanish muskets that Marin first used. Finally, before launching an attack on the concentration camp in the Principality of Brabant where the Swiss mercenaries were imprisoned, the training of the musketeer team was basically completed. Bang 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 bang. Seeing the skilled movements and uniform progress of the musketeers of the Guedes army made Charles II very satisfied. It is conceivable that such an army would burst out with such a powerful fighting power when facing the Habsburg army in the Netherlands. Humph, the Netherlands is mine. Standing on the high platform, looking at the Netherlands in the northwest, Charles II's eyes were full of desire. It's really strange, the old cow doesn't feel refreshed when drinking coffee, but feels sleepy when taking cold medicine. Chapter 796. What? The Guedes army has 2,000 musketeers. Schwartz, who had already arrived in the territory of the Principality of Clever, was shocked after receiving the information provided by Saul's scouts. You know, although he brought 20,000 troops to the south this time, he only had 4,000 musketeers, only twice as many as the other side. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the other side has these 2,000 musketeers, the frontline soldiers of his own army will be in trouble. If you charge rashly, you may be shot into a sieve. Moreover, the Guedes army uses muskets. This kind of musket has been used by Marin's musket troops before. Although it is relatively heavy, it is powerful. A 50-gram bullet hits a person, either dead or disabled. More importantly, the musketeers have a strong ability to defend the city. 2,000 muskets are placed on the top of the city, and they can withstand the attack of tens of thousands of people. Schwartz is not worried about not being able to beat the army of the Principality of Guedes in the wild, but he is worried that the Guedes army will defend the city. If the musket troops of the Principality of Guedes cannot be eliminated in the field battle and allowed to retreat smoothly into the city, it would be unthinkable. Marin once said that in a certain battle, the defenders used 74 muskets to withstand the attack of an army similar to that of tens of thousands of the Turkish Empire. Even if the city wall was blown up, the army of that empire could not rush into the city. In fact, the battle that Marin said has not yet happened. However, the powerful defense ability of the musket is unquestionable. Therefore, Schwartz was very troubled by the formation of the musket troops of the Principality of Guedes. If the enemy's city cannot be captured, once it falls into a long-term siege, it is easy to be interfered by those German princes. Therefore, Marin's request this time is to fight quickly and decisively, and never drag it out. It is necessary to defeat the army of the Principality of Guedes and occupy the Dutch part of the Principality of Guedes before the German princes react. However, if the people of Guedes set up a row of matchlock guns on the top of the city, what should we do? Schwartz was a little anxious. Or, should we attack the Guedes army first and destroy their musket troops first? Saul suggested. Saul did not follow Marin to America this time, but brought a scout unit to assist Schwartz in the battle. Schwartz shook his head and said, "No." The young master said that this war must be fought for a reason. Otherwise, it is impossible to legally obtain the land. Therefore, this time we must not take action first, but wait for the other party to take action first, and then we can take action. But if we strike back, we can't guarantee that we can destroy the opponent's musket troops in one fell swoop. Once a large number of musketeers escape into the city, it will be difficult for us to capture it. If the time is delayed for a long time, it will be disadvantageous to us. Saul said worriedly. There's nothing we can do. We must be right in this war. This is a dead rule and cannot be broken. Otherwise, it would be in vain even if we win. How about we take advantage of the enemy's siege on the concentration camp and launch a surprise attack from behind? In this way, the enemy will not be able to escape if we are attacked from both inside and outside, Saul suggested. Schwartz's eyes lit up and he said, "That's a good idea." But soon, he was discouraged again. "You don't know, there is no army in that concentration camp. Whether it is Swiss prisoners of war or the Habsburg family's garrison, they are all fake. And that concentration camp was also deliberately given to the other side to occupy by the young master and His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, I don't know which concentration camp can hold out for a few minutes. Once the concentration camp is captured, the other side will become the defending party, and the effect of the musket will be doubled. Moreover, it is said that in order to make the people of Guedes believe that it is indeed a concentration camp, the walls of that camp are built very high and solid, and there is no difference from an ordinary fortress. Musketeers guarding such a place are simply adding wings to a tiger." Then, Schwartz and Saul began to worry. After a while, Saul said again, "You just said that the concentration camp is easy to defend? It's just because there are no real soldiers in it that it is difficult to hold on." Schwartz nodded and said, "Yes, what's the matter? I suddenly thought of a way to let the concentration camp hold out for a while longer and hold on until our army passes." "You say? Since you said that the musketeers' combat effectiveness will double when they guard the city walls, how about you send 1,000 musketeers to help guard the concentration camp? Divide?" Schwartz was stunned. "Yes, divide." Saul nodded and continued, "These 1,000 musketeers, if placed in a large formation, will not increase their combat effectiveness much. However, they will be of great value if they are used to guard the concentration camp. What does it mean to have 1,000 musketeers on the top of the city? They can definitely hold out for a while. They don't have to hold out for a long time, just 1 or 2 days until our army arrives. Divide the troops to defend. That's a solution." Schwartz nodded, thought for a while, and then said, "But, simply sending 1,000 musketeers to guard the concentration camp is not enough. Because, if there are no melee soldiers to help, once the enemy climbs onto the top of the city, it is easy to slaughter the musketeers one-sidedly. Then send some more infantry to help guard." Saul said nonchalantly. Schwartz shook his head, "No, if we divide too many troops, it will greatly reduce our combat effectiveness. The Guedes army is not a soft persimmon. If we divide too many troops and cause our combat effectiveness to drop sharply, it will be difficult for us to defeat or even destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. How about transferring more troops from the country? That's even worse. Domestic security is more important than here. This is not okay, and that is not okay. Are we going to watch the Guedes army occupy that concentration camp? Is there no other way?" Saul said with some dissatisfaction. Schwartz remained silent. Soon, it was lunch time. Several guards from the Principality of Clever came in with a few dishes and served them to Schwartz and Saul, two senior generals. The 20,000 troops of the North Sea Kingdom are now stationed in the military camp of the Principality of Clever. Even the food and grass are temporarily provided by the Principality of Clever. Because the food and grass of the North Sea Kingdom are being loaded on ships and transported in batches through the Munster Canal. Before, the priority was to transport people and horses. Now, after the people and horses are transported, it is time to transport food and grass. But before the food and grass were delivered, Schwartz could only ask Duke Clifford to borrow some food and grass first. After dinner, Schwartz burped, and then ordered the orderly of the Principality of Clifford to clean up the table. Looking at the orderly of the Principality of Clifford who was diligently cleaning up the table, Schwartz suddenly stood up abruptly. Schwartz's action scared the orderly of the Principality of Clifford. He thought that he had done something wrong and offended Schwartz. If Schwartz reported him, he would be miserable and would have to be beaten with a military stick. But Schwartz ignored him at all, but smiled and said to Saul, "Look, aren't the soldiers helping to guard the camp here? Soldiers from the Principality of Clifford? Are they okay?" Saul looked down on the combat effectiveness of the Principality of Clifford's army. After the orderly left, Schwartz explained, "The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Principality of Clifford is indeed average, but that refers to their combat effectiveness in a head-on confrontation. However, no matter how average they are, the soldiers of the Principality of Clifford can still be used to defend the city. The concentration camp in Brabant is just a small city. No matter how poor the combat effectiveness of the army of the Principality of Clifford is, they can still guard the concentration camp for 2 or 3 days. In addition, I can allocate 1,000 musketeers to help them guard. By then, the army of the Principality of Guedes will definitely not be able to take it down within a few days." Good idea, but the young master did not have this plan in advance. Moreover, whether the Principality of Clifford will send troops depends on whether Duke John agrees. What are we waiting for? Let's go find Duke John together. Let's go. Chapter 797, Collective Substitution Law. What? You want to borrow troops from me? Duke John II of Clever was a little stunned. This was different from what was agreed before. "Yes, Your Excellency, we received intelligence that the army of the Principality of Guedes had undergone major changes, so we had to temporarily adjust the tactics. You can also ask His Majesty the Emperor to borrow troops. Besides, the Duchy of Brabant is his territory, and my troops are not suitable to go there." John II said hesitantly. "But His Majesty the Emperor is far away in Austria. It will waste a lot of time to send someone to apply, then have His Majesty reply, and finally send troops. But what we lack most now is time, because the army of the Principality of Guedes is about to be dispatched." Schwartz said depressedly. "Yes, Your Excellency. According to the previous plan, we will allow the Principality of Guedes to capture the concentration camp of the Principality of Brabant first, then we will come forward to criticize them, and finally send troops. However, we all know that the 15,000 people in that concentration camp are all the people of our Lord, Grand Duke Marin. If the other party finds out that they have been fooled, they may kill those poor civilians in anger, and then the North Sea Kingdom will suffer a great loss. Moreover, the enemy has musketeers, and their ability to defend the city has been greatly improved. If we allow them to capture the Parson concentration camp, we may not be able to defeat it." Saul explained. "You can't defeat it. Won't the other party only send out more than 10,000 people? You have 20,000 troops, plus your combat effectiveness exceeds that of the other party. Are you afraid that you can't defeat it?" Duke John II of Clever was puzzled. "That's right. The Archduke once said that the most powerful use of muskets is to defend cities. Because, with the cover of the battlements, musketeers can reload more safely. Unlike in the wild, they are easily hacked and killed by the enemy. With the cover of tall city walls, the combat effectiveness of musketeers can be increased several times. The Principality of Guedes now has 2,000 musketeers standing on the city walls, who are equivalent to more than 10,000 ordinary infantry. If we lose the Parson concentration camp to the opponent, we may not be able to take it back. Even if we can take it back, it will probably take several months. But, Your Excellency the Duke, you also know that we must win this war quickly. Otherwise, we will be intervened by other principalities. Even France will intervene if it reacts. Therefore, we must choose the most advantageous tactics. That is, to deal with the opponent in the wild. The best option is to kill them from behind while they are besieging the Parson concentration camp." Schwartz explained patiently. "Well, that's true. But if we send troops before they are in the wrong, we will not be in the right." John II said worriedly. So, we ask Parsons concentration camp to hold out for a few days. We send troops to rescue them a few days later. Isn't it reasonable? But if the Principality of Geddes intends to attack the Parsons concentration camp of the Principality of Brabant, they should have sent a lot of spies near the concentration camp by now, right? In this case, how can we send a large army there? Even if we send it there, what if we scare the other side and make them dare not send troops? This is a big problem. Schwartz and Saul both fell into deep thought. We need to strengthen Parsons' defense capabilities, but we cannot let the other side find out that we have massively increased our troops. It seems difficult. Schwartz thought with a headache. Just when Schwartz and Saul were at a loss, a guard suddenly came in to report that the grain transport ship of the North Sea Kingdom had arrived. The grain transport ship of the North Sea Kingdom passed through the North Sea route, then entered the Rhine River from the Rhine River estuary in the Netherlands, and then went up to the riverside dock of the Principality of Clever, and then transported the grain and grass for the 20,000 troops led by Schwartz with great difficulty. Saul was very happy and was about to receive the grain. However, Schwartz did not stand up immediately, but kept muttering, "Grain transport ship, grain transport ship, grain transport." Then, Schwartz suddenly stood up and shouted, "I have an idea." John II and Saul looked at Schwartz in surprise and asked, "What idea?" "There are probably more than 10,000 people in Parsons concentration camp, and the food consumption is also very alarming. So, I plan to let the army you support disguise itself as a grain transport team and go to Parsons concentration camp for reinforcement. As for the weapons, hide them in the grain transport trucks and bring them in." Saul's eyes suddenly lit up. It's indeed a good idea. However, the grain transport team, even with the escort team, can only have more than 2,000 people at most. But more than 2,000 people will definitely not be able to beat the other side, and it will be difficult for them to hold on for 3 days. But if we send a few thousand people, the opponent will also be suspicious. Moreover, when the grain transport team arrives there, they can't just stay there, right? That will also arouse the suspicion of the Principality of Geddes. John II said. Schwartz immediately wilted again. But Saul held up his chin and thought for a while, then said, "I have an idea." Schwartz's eyes immediately lit up. "Tell me about it. Remember how the current King Edward of England survived?" Saul had just finished speaking, and John II had not yet reacted, but Schwartz shouted, "Change people." Yes. His Majesty Edward was replaced by a young man who looked very similar to him by Princess Margaret. "We are sending troops to reinforce the Parsons concentration camp this time, but we don't want to make the Principality of Geddes nervous, so we can also use this method. We send 2,000 or 3,000 people to transport food in, and then let the 2,000 or 3,000 people inside change into the clothes of the soldiers of the food transport team and leave. In this way, the Principality of Geddes will be difficult to discover, and will not be afraid of the increase in the strength of the concentration camp." "Good idea. But can 2,000 or 3,000 people hold off the Geddes army for a few days?" asked John II. "Then send 4,000 people. We can let the grain transport team run twice and exchange 2,000 people each time." "But where can we get so much grain?" John II was a little dumbfounded. "We can fill the grain bags with mud and sand as a token of our gratitude." Schwartz made an excuse. This is too insidious." Duke John II of Clever was dumbfounded. He had never thought that there was a routine of using mud and sand to pretend to be grain. However, Schwartz and Saul were the men who had followed Marin for the longest time, and they were also infected by Marin and became a little shriveled. "It's okay to win, no matter what method he uses. Besides, we pretend to transport grain just to deceive the enemy, and it is not against morality." "That's true." John II nodded, but then asked again, "Are 4,000 people enough to resist the enemy?" "Clever's army may not be as powerful as the army of the Principality of Geddes," Duke John II of Clever said embarrassedly. "After all, the Principality of Clever has been peaceful for a long time, and has never thought about fighting with others, and the army training is not active. Although there were tens of thousands of troops, they were certainly not comparable to the war-hardened army of the Principality of Geddes." He was even worried that the 4,000 troops of the Principality of Clifford could not hold out for 3 days against the 10,000 troops of the Principality of Geddes. "Don't worry, Duke. You only need to send 3,000 troops. For the remaining 1,000, we will send 1,000 musketeers. With 1,000 musketeers helping to defend the city, it won't be a problem to defend it for a week or 2. Okay, I'll go and select 3,000 soldiers right away." John II nodded and said decisively. "We will also send ships to transport them to the Duchy of Brabant. In addition, we will say hello to the Duchy of Brabant and prepare grain transport vehicles and flags of the Habsburg army. Then, Schwartz and Saul went to work separately. Saul was mainly going to go to the Duchy of Brabant in person to say hello to the local Habsburg leader to avoid misunderstandings. It would be funny if the disguised grain transport team clashed with the Habsburg army. Schwartz was mainly responsible for dispatching troop transport ships. Although the troop transport ships would pass through the territory of the Duchy of Geddes, they could still avoid the inspection of the Duchy of Geddes as long as they hid during the day and traveled at night. Besides, the Duchy of Geddes has currently gathered its troops in the Upper Geddes area near the Parson concentration camp of the Duchy of Brabant. The so-called Upper and Lower here are generally based on the Rhine River. The southern part of the upper reaches of the Rhine is the upper part, and the northern part of the lower reaches is the lower part. For example, France has the Upper Rhine and Lower Rhine provinces. The Lower Geddes, located in the Netherlands, is currently short of troops and has no manpower to stop the ship for investigation. As for the grain trucks and the flags of the Habsburg family, Saul will borrow them from the Duchy of Brabant and return them after use. Chapter 798. This is stable. The military action of the Duchy of Geddes was obviously supported by France. In order to ensure the success of the action, Charles II, Duke of Geddes, wrote to King Louis XII of France, asking him to support the action of the Duchy of Geddes. In principle, Louis XII supported the Duchy of Geddes in robbing the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war. If the Duchy of Geddes really took back those Swiss prisoners of war, then the military strength of the anti-Habsburg camp would be greatly improved. However, France had just suffered huge losses in the expedition to England and was seriously injured. Therefore, Louis XII was unwilling to confront the Habsburgs head-on. Therefore, Louis XII's decision was to strengthen military assistance to several states in western Switzerland to help those states repel the attack of the Habsburgs. In this way, the Habsburgs could focus all their attention on Switzerland before the Duchy of Geddes took action, and ignore the defense of the Netherlands, giving the Duchy of Geddes an opportunity to send troops. To this end, King Louis XII of France sent 10,000 French soldiers, dressed in the strange Swiss cut-out clothing, into several states in western Switzerland, fought with the Swiss resistance, and launched several counterattacks against the weak points of the Habsburg family's territory. This move really attracted the attention of the Habsburg family. According to the reconnaissance of the Duchy of Geddes in the Netherlands, to which the Habsburg family belonged, sent about 3,000 to 4,000 people to the south, seemingly to support the Swiss battlefield. Of course, this information was not wrong. Because the Habsburg family did withdraw 3,000 to 4,000 troops from the Netherlands to support the Swiss battlefield. After all, the French support of 10,000 Swiss troops has greatly increased the pressure on the Habsburg family on the Swiss battlefield, and it is normal to withdraw troops from the Netherlands for reinforcement. As for the real 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war, they were actually secretly taken by Maximilian I to the Zeeland state near Ghent, the administrative center of the Austrian Netherlands, to reclaim wasteland. Zeeland is an island group at the mouth of the Rhine, where water resources are abundant and swamps are everywhere. Maximilian I sent the 17,000 Swiss mercenary prisoners of war there. In addition to security factors, he also detained the prisoners to build windmills to extract the water from the swamps to obtain fertile arable land. The idea of using windmills to pump water has actually existed in the Netherlands for a long time. But what really made the Habsburg family pay attention was that Marin promoted windmill pumping on a large scale in East Frisia, obtained tens of thousands of ugrams of arable land, and stimulated the Habsburg family. Now, there are exactly 17,000 free laborers, and the Habsburg family also plans to learn from Marin, using windmills to drain water on a large scale and obtain fertile arable land from the swamps. According to Marin, after the swamps are drained, they will become fertile grain fields. This is based on facts, because most swamps are rich in peat. Moreover, because there are fish and shrimp activities, the corpses of fish and shrimp are deposited, which are also rich in phosphorus. Therefore, such land reclaimed is fertile arable land. Don't reclaim tens of thousands of ugrams of land like Marin did. Even if you reclaim a few thousand ugrams of arable land, the Habsburg family will make a lot of money. After all, without Marin's exclusive fertilizer technology, naturally fertile areas such as swamps will be fertile fields after being reclaimed, not barren land. Now that the price of grain in Europe is so high, even if calculated according to the old grain output, the net income of 10,000 ugrams of arable land is more than 100,000 gold coins per year. This is definitely good news for the financially troubled Habsburg family. Under the leadership of Marin's former old subordinate Frundsberg, the Austrian army of the Habsburg family was unstoppable in Switzerland. Today, the Austrian army has occupied most of Switzerland's Graubünden region, St. Gallen, Zurich, Aargau, Schwyz, Uri, Walden, Lucerne and other areas. Today, Frundsberg is leading the army to besiege the canton of Bern. If the canton of Bern is taken, Switzerland's resistance will basically be over. Generally speaking, the Swiss alliance has two leaders, Canton Zurich and Canton Bern. Among them, Canton Zurich was originally the strongest canton. However, most of the mercenaries in Canton Zurich were sent to Lübeck and then captured by Marin. After finally being released, they were captured by the Habsburg army of Maximilian I in a blink of an eye. Therefore, the originally strongest Canton Zurich was captured by Frundsberg's army when its local troops were empty. Then, the current Canton Bern has become the leader of the Swiss alliance. In fact, the Canton Bern also lost a lot of troops in the previous war, and now it can't fight against the Habsburg family. However, the Canton Bern is not far from France. Moreover, the western part of the Bern region is a French-speaking area, which is politically biased towards France. Therefore, the Canton Bern also received the unremitting support of the French. When hearing the intelligence that the Habsburg family was attacking Switzerland, King Louis XII of France immediately sent 5,000 French troops, put on Swiss cut-off clothes, and joined the defense of Bern. However, facing the Spanish phalanx controlled by Frundsberg, the remaining mixed corps of Swiss mercenaries and French troops were defeated and could only retreat to the big city. Today, the eastern German-speaking area of the canton of Bern has basically fallen into the hands of Frundsberg's Habsburg army. Only the city of Bern has not fallen, and the French-speaking area west of Bern has not fallen into the hands of the Habsburg family for the time being. However, the Habsburg family army has no interest in the rural areas of the canton of Bern. Why? Because the canton of Bern is a mountainous canton, mainly located in the Bern highlands. The terrain here is rugged and not very suitable for agriculture. Before the rise of industry, the canton of Bern was a chicken rib area. Although Bern in later generations is an important city for the production of Swiss watches, there is no watch industry in the Bern region at present. The reason why the Bern region later became a watch center is that after Calvin's reform in Switzerland, people were prohibited from wearing expensive gold and silver jewelry. But people are used to wearing accessories, and they are not used to not wearing anything. It just so happened that the watch industry began to rise in the late 16th century, and pocket watches appeared. As a result, the Swiss began to produce watches, and it became popular to wear pocket watches on the body as a ornament. In this way, it did not violate the religious regulations of Calvinism, and it could be used to pretend. Therefore, many Swiss pocket watches were made of gold in the early days. After all, if it was not gold, it would not be enough to pretend. In the end, because watches had been made for a long time, Switzerland naturally became a country rich in watches. The reason why Swiss gold watches became famous in the world later was that from the beginning, the Swiss paid great attention to the practicality and pretending effect of watches. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Swiss gold watches became synonymous with both practicality and pretending, and were deeply welcomed by people in the pretending world. Of course, that was Bern in later generations. The current Bern canton is a poor mountainous canton with poor agriculture. The largest source of income in the canton is the commissions earned by the mountain people as mercenaries. Therefore, for the Habsburg family, the most valuable thing in the Bern canton is the city of Bern. After all, many mercenary officers in the canton of Bern have properties in the city. Occupying the city of Bern is equivalent to obtaining more than half of the property in the canton of Bern. However, the French are obviously not happy to see the canton of Bern fall into the hands of the Habsburgs. Therefore, before this, Louis XII had been supporting the canton of Bern and several other western Swiss cantons to help them resist the expansion of the Habsburgs. If the canton of Bern falls, I am afraid that the remaining cantons will not be able to withstand it. By then, the Habsburgs will occupy the entire Switzerland and directly border France. And this is something the Kingdom of France would never want to see. Therefore, this time, Louis XII directly sent 10,000 troops to support the Swiss resistance. Although it is not enough to defeat the Habsburg army, it is still possible to maintain the current results. Of course, the actions of the French could be hidden from the Habsburg family, but not from the North Sea Kingdom, which had spies in the French royal palace. When Kohler sent the intelligence from Paris to Schwartz in the Principality of Cleves, Schwartz was extremely happy. Because he knew that the French had sent 10,000 troops to support Switzerland, so the French would not be able to support too many troops in the war here. Even if they could send troops, the North Sea Kingdom's army would be able to deal with it. But would the French send troops without certainty? No. So, this war is stable. Chapter 799, Guedes dispatches troops. The collective replacement method led by Schwartz and Saul was implemented very smoothly. In the Duchy of Brabant, the Habsburg family members who managed the duchy had long received secret orders from Maximilian I and cooperated very well with the actions of the North Sea Kingdom. After all, the Duchy of Guedes was in collusion with France, which was itself an enemy of the Habsburg family. The Habsburg family would definitely be happy to do things that would make their enemies unlucky. Schwarz's troop transport operation was also very smooth. As expected, the troops of the Duchy of Guedes gathered in the Duchy of the Last Des, and there was naturally a lack of manpower to monitor the Rhine. In addition, the troop transport ships were hidden during the day and traveled at night, making it even more difficult to be discovered. In fact, the river patrol officials in the Guedes area under the Duchy of Guedes knew that there were ships passing in the middle of the night. However, they all regarded them as civilian ships evading taxes. In this era, in order to evade tolls, there were indeed many ships traveling at night. Moreover, these civilian ships evading taxes, like the smugglers of later generations, were a group of ruthless people. If they did not mobilize enough troops, they might be beaten to death by these tax evaders. Therefore, a tax officer in Lower Guedes who accidentally discovered that a ship was passing through in the middle of the night chose to turn a blind eye. His unintentional move also completely declared that the Principality of Guedes was hopeless. After passing through the Rhine River section in the Principality of Guedes, the fleet arrived at the port in the Principality of Brabant. Then, with the support of the Habsburg family army, 3,000 infantrymen of the Principality of Clever and 1,000 musketeers of the North Sea Kingdom waited directly and roughly landed to buy time. Then, these people changed into the borrowed uniforms and flags of the Habsburg family army, and began to fill their pockets with mud and sand. After filling the mud and sand, these pockets were placed on the borrowed vehicles, and they looked no different from the grain transport team. Of course, the pockets on the car were not filled with mud and sand, but also with muskets and ammunition of the North Sea musketeers. As for the weapons of the infantry of the Principality of Clever, there was no need to hide them. Because, most of this food transport team should have been infantry escorting food and grass, and should have carried weapons. When the so-called food transport team arrived at the Parsons concentration camp in the Principality of Brabant, the secret agents of the Principality of Guedes arranged near the concentration camp were shocked. They hurriedly reported to the country that a team of 2,000 people escorted a large amount of food and grass into the concentration camp. Duke Charles II of Guedes, who received the urgent report, was also shocked, and the Guedes army, which had been ready, almost stopped preparing for the attack. But soon, the Principality of Brabant sent more information. The escort army of the food transport team did not stay, but left. On the surface, there were about 4,000 Habsburg family troops guarding the Parsons concentration camp in Brabant. If 2,000 people were added, it would almost increase the force by half. If 6,000 people guarded the concentration camp, even if the Principality of Guedes planned to send 14,000 troops, it would take a long time to take it down. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Duke Charles II of Guedes thought that the Habsburgs had discovered his tricks. If the Habsburgs were prepared and sent more troops, the Principality of Guedes might not be able to take the concentration camp in a short time. If the concentration camp could not be taken in a short time, there would be two dangers. One is that the Habsburgs might send reinforcements to rescue them, the other is that they were afraid that the garrison of the concentration camp would massacre the Swiss prisoners of war. In desperation, the guards of the concentration camp chose to massacre the prisoners before the concentration camp was broken, and then they would have worked in vain. Fortunately, the soldier of the grain transport team left. But soon, the grain transport team appeared again. Then, it left again. Duke Charles II of Guedes finally breathed a sigh of relief. The ups and downs before were too exciting, and it was a little hard for him to accept. Then, he began to rejoice again. Ahahaha, what a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that the other party would actually send so much food. In this way, in addition to capturing those Swiss mercenaries, we can also earn a lot of food. It just so happens that the army consumes a lot of food, and the Habsburg family can also reduce my expenditure burden. Congratulations, Duke, even God is helping you. Bonnets, the highest military commander of the Principality of Guedes, flattered. However, they didn't know that the two food transportation operations under their noses actually replaced the 4,000 garrisons in the concentration camp. The previous garrisons were fake, but the current ones are serious. In the following period of time, the Principality of Guedes and the North Sea Kingdom launched large-scale reconnaissance respectively. The target of the spies of the Principality of Guedes was to find out whether there were any Habsburg troops nearby. The direction of their reconnaissance was the area west of the junction of the Upper Guedes region of the Principality of Guedes and the eastern border of the Principality of Brabant. After all, the Habsburg family's territory is in the west, and the army can only appear in the west. The goal of the scouts under Saul of the North Sea Kingdom is to find out whether the Principality of Guedes has found out the trick and whether it will continue to act. In the end, both sides achieved satisfactory reconnaissance results. The spy of the Principality of Guedes reported that there were no large Habsburg troops nearby, and the reconnaissance results of the scouts of the North Sea Kingdom were that the people of Guedes did not find any abnormalities and the actions were as usual. Since both sides were satisfied with the reconnaissance results, then naturally both sides began to mobilize their troops. The most elite 14,000 troops of the Principality of Guedes were gathered at the border between the Upper Guedes region and the Principality of Brabant, ready to attack at any time. The 20,000 troops of the North Sea Kingdom, including the 8,000 troops raised by Duke John II of Clever from the Principality of Clever and the Earl of Mark, were also quietly sent to the border between the Principality of Clever and the Principality of Brabant. It should be pointed out that the Principality of Clever and the Principality of Brabant are directly bordered. The area on the west bank of the Rhine in the Principality of Clever directly divided the Principality of Guedes into two major parts, Upper Guedes and Lower Guedes. However, the 4,000 troops did not enter the territory of the Principality of Brabant directly from the Principality of Clever. Because at that time, the border between the Principality of Brabant and the Principality of Clever was full of spies from the Principality of Guedes. On the contrary, it was difficult for 4,000 people to hide from those spies and enter the territory of the Principality of Brabant, even if they hid during the day and traveled at night. Because those spies also liked to come out in the middle of the night to observe. Therefore, the 4,000 troops first took a boat out of the Rhine, then arrived in the county of Zeeland, and then entered the capital of the county of Flanders, also the capital of the Austrian Netherlands, Ghent, and then disguised themselves as a grain transport team to the Parson concentration camp. Because the grain and grass of the Austrian Netherlands were basically sent from Ghent. Disguised as a grain transport team there was no flaw. But now that the troops have really been sent out, there is no need to go around so much. Because the border between the Principality of Clever and the Principality of Brabant is not far from the Brabant Parsons concentration camp, and if they march quickly, they can reach it in one day. However, the problem is that now they have to wait for the army of the Principality of Guedes to take action first. And the army of the Principality of Guedes did not disappoint everyone's expectations. In April, after the spring plowing ended, the army was dispatched as scheduled and suddenly invaded the territory of the Principality of Brabant, heading straight for the Parsons concentration camp.